late. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, all right? As Monday News Day. It's Monday, May 18th, 2026. I apologize for the tardiness. I apologize for the delay. I am late. It's 11:41 a.m. I'm very late, but there's a good reason for it. I was actually doing a podcast. I was doing the Jewish Currents podcast. But yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker in the time period where I press the stop streaming button and start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, that's it. That's what it is. That's what's up. No 2-hour notice for being late. Fired. True. Well, I did actually notice my bosses, you guys, in the offline chat that I was late. Anyway, as far as what's going on in the world, of Hassan Hasanabi Piker, I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know what it is. I've finally almost caught up to Invincible. I'm on season 4 now. It's unbelievably compelling. It's great. It's been great. It's been pretty good. What is this? There's a new Page 6 article. Israel-Palestine conflict thrust into Los Angeles mayor race after Nithya Ramon's appearance on controversial left-wing podcast. That's pretty funny. They only got it into Page 6. No motion, dude. No motion whatsoever. They can't even get like anti-Zionist or anti-Semitic fervor to whip it up. What Kami says, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Druko, I got your blast off memes. Don't worry. Got to go back to Alveus ASAP, man. I agree. We'll figure it out. But in any case, folks, what else is going on in the world? What else is going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker? And let me tell you, okay? Oops. As far as personal news goes, not much. Okay? Not much. Not a lot of personal news in my world. Not a lot of personal news because I'm a chud-ass loser. But I did work out. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So I worked out this morning. I'm feeling pretty good. I suspect that will go away soon, though. Like the good feelings eventually. But why are you so evil? Because all of the world's and the cause of all the world's woes? Sure. Mallory went on Matt Bernstein. Oh, shit. Mallory McCuomo on Matt Bernstein. That's exciting. Can't wait to watch that. That will be exciting. Very cool. Yeah, we got some Luigi updates as well. Don't you worry. We'll be covering that too. Do you think Kaya calls you a chud-ass loser? No, she's a fat chud. She is a fat chud just like me. Me and Kaya are both fat chuds, okay? She got crowded by Emma? No, that's what Emma was talking about this morning on the Majority Report. Oh my God. I was like, she was like, yeah, I just did this interview and I won't tell you where, but it was a very interesting interview. Oh my God. No way. I was watching clips of it on Majority Report. Emma Majority got her backtrack really aggressively and she generally just looks like shit candidate the whole interview, in my opinion. Oh, what? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we'll look at all of that. God damn. I asked about Mallory McMorrow on her support for Israel. Damn. Okay, UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese about sexual violence against Palestinians. We'll do that as well. Potentially, here's the playlist. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Anyway, I'm just going to go right into it. I'm going to blast off real quick and go right into it because, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot going on in the world and we got to cover all of it because it's Monday News Day. You already know what's up. I feel pretty replenished. I feel like, my energy's back up. I'm feeling pretty good. I love me a good news day. Okay. I love me a good Monday News Day. You already know what's going on. New York Times CNN poll shows Israel is over. Mallory McMorrow's interview on Matt Bernstein. Mallory McMorrow's Matt Bernstein / MR interview. Okay, we'll do that. Trump IRS lawsuit back to Iran, all the stuff. Musk is about to lose his lawsuit to OpenAI. I know we got the Musk AI lawsuit as well. Musk Altman lawsuit. New York City, Long Island. My favorite expressway railroad is striking, and people are, of course, doing anti-worker commentary and anti-worker propaganda in the process, as is expected. As always, they're like, public sector unions are disgusting. Yeah, you're disgusting, and you should shut the fuck up. You should never be allowed to speak ever again if that's the type of insane shit that's coming out of your fucking mouth. Okay, that's how I feel about it. Anyway, get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Harry Styles outed as an anti-Semitite and biggest Israel hater. Dude, chatters, look, I love you guys. I know this community has aged a little bit, but you really have to stop sending me Instagram links, okay? I'm sorry. You have to stop sending me Instagram links. I love that you guys subscribe to the Hasanabi broadcast, to the Piker Broadcasting Service, to the People's Broadcasting Service, and you support the show. And one of the amenities that you get, one of the privileges that you get when you subscribe to PBS is the opportunity to send me links. But I can't stand your fucking boomer asses for sending me Instagram links all the dang time. Okay, we got to stop. We got to put an end to that. No more Instagram links, please. Please stop. I can't stand it. It's just like, I don't know if it's my autism. I don't know if it's like OCD, but when I see a fucking Instagram link in the chat, it makes me want to laser you. Okay? I don't know why you do it. You love sending me Instagram links. Just send me fucking MySpace links at that point, man. Please. TikTok is fine. Twitter is fine. YouTube is great. Stop sending me Instagram links. Okay? Bring it on, baby. Okay, take a second off. Take a second off. No Blue Sky links, no Instagram links. The NBA discourse is pushing new boundaries and comparisons. I can't see this. Instagram.com, you like that? No, I don't. Thank you for asking. I hate that. Okay? Yeah, I know. 70% dissatisfied with the Democrats.
Everybody's a monster till you talk to them.
Who haven't you interviewed that you want to interview?
Ironically, mostly Democrats, like, because they're such pussies, they won't come on the show. Like the Clintons. Kamala, I voted for you. Really?
You haven't interviewed them yet?
I would love to. The Democrats are pussies about like going anywhere that they're not already pre-adored. Not all of them.
He literally, this is him. I would step up to Bill Maher anytime, anytime, any place. Dude, this is so fucking annoying. Put me on Club Random, dude. It would be your most viewed episode. Let's be real. Except Israel. Anytime, any place, except Israel. Same with Josh Gottheimer. Okay? Same with Sean Hannity, who was down to do it. Your impression of him is accurate as fuck. He's not talking about you. He'd never have you. I know. Sean Hannity said he was going to do it and then fucking backed out. He's like, oh, we have to push this back. Push it back to when? Forever. A new Hasanabi edit hit the timeline? What the fuck is this? Why are you sending me this? This is scary. This is fucking weird as shit.
Dr. Jihad, Dr. Jihad.
Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. It was good. It was good. I recently I saw the clip of you trying to get into a Japanese restaurant bathroom on TikTok. Haha. Oh, nice. Okay, the edit was fire. It just like hit me in the face at first with like a strange, random Destiny sighting. It was weird. That's why I was like, oh, but it's fine. Are you eating yogurt in that clip? Wow, shirtless is on. Remember when you promised shirtless May for the third year in a row? Yeah, I'm fat, bro. What do you want me to do? I haven't gotten back there yet. I will eventually get there though. That TwitchCon political debate show promo you made was so wild in hindsight. Yeah. Dr. Jihad. You got a BBC Persian article? Wait, what the fuck? I mean, this is like, this is an op. Hassan Piker, 34-year-old political commentator, holds American and Turkish citizenship, describes himself as socialist. In recent months, he's criticized U.S. domestic and foreign policy in a sharp tone during live stream videos from his home in Los Angeles. Hassan Piker has gradually attracted a larger audience since 2016 with programs that are described as explicit and sometimes reckless, but at the same time entertaining. He's known on the Twitch platform as Hasanabi Big Brother in Turkish and now has approximately 10 million followers across various social networks. Isn't BBC Persian like, a little bit of an op? Am I crazy? I would assume that they would write not a very favorable article of me and claim that this is the type of, didn't they say something? Didn't they say you were a numbers guy? I'm a numbers guy. It's true. I'm a numbers guy. They got to stop using your beardless pics. I'm not going to lie. I think I look good. What's wrong with you? You don't think I look good in these photos? I think I look pretty good. It's a real Clark Kent ass look. Dude, I think I really like I really like Invincible because all of the Omni-Man folk, all the Viltrumites, they all have mustaches. You know? You look your age. Okay, that's not a very nice thing to say, I feel like, because my age is old. Today was my first day as a full-time attending physician. I work in your home state. Get ready to be showered with gifteds in a couple weeks. I listened to you all throughout residency, says Dr. Felipe. I cannot believe that this motherfucker is actually a fully fledged doctor now. That is crazy. I cannot believe it. They let Hassan Abiheads become doctors. What a crazy thing. What a crazy thing. Are you around 28 because you look 28? Thank you so much. Kisses to you, chatter. Mwah. Yeah, I know they're quoting the podcast saying I look my age. Anyway, all right. Got my PhD this weekend. Jesus Christ, dude. I can't believe it. I can't believe this goddamn community. We're everywhere, huh? We're everywhere, huh? Okay, so Hassan Abiheads are fit to be dog catchers or doctors. True. You in Invincible? Oh, that's fire. Are fit to be dog catchers or doctors. True. You in Invincible? Oh, that's fire. Look what they need just to mimic a fraction of our power. This is fire. Simi Valley being evacuated right now? Wait, what happened? Season 4 Invincible review. Got my first DUI this weekend. We're all winning. Yeah, I mean, congratulations, chatter. Congratulations on your first DUI. I like that you said, I got my first DUI, implying that there's more to come. You know? Bro, gotta respect your chat. You being a loser doesn't make us all losers. That's crazy. That's kind of fucked up. Why you had to hit me with that? Why'd you have to hit me with that? Anyway. Folks! Yes, I watched the cute new fan animation yesterday, but I'll rewatch it again because I love it. Favorite. I mean, Sorry is one of the best. She's goated. And I'm glad that she made another edit. Okay, checking Twitter on my laptop because it's not on my phone while I'm on the pooper. Okay, come downstairs.
Wait, you have your laptop on your lap while you're taking
I have a desk
shit?
in front of my bathroom.
Shut the... You have a desk in front of your toilet?
Yeah. You haven't seen it? I'll show you when we go upstairs.
How did I miss this?
It's not like a desk. It's like a side table.
He's got... He's in all men, there are two wolves. And I think you're letting the autistic one win.
Okay, checking Twitter on my laptop. I mean, it's true. That's so degenerate. No, I use it. Guys, it's not degenerate. Okay, hear me out. Listen, I use it as a side table when I'm in the bathtub. Okay, and my bathtub is next to the pooper. The freaking side table is next to the pooper. So, you know, when I'm crapping on the pooper, when I'm crapping on the toilet, I have the laptop on. It doesn't matter anymore because guess what? I have Twitter back on my phone anyway, so I don't even use my laptop to check Twitter anymore. So, yeah, dog, just use your phone like a normal person. What the hell? Okay, well, just a heads up. Yesterday when watching the Ura video, you mixed up the Israeli org Zakah with the American org Zakah. The American one is very legit and unrelated to the Israeli one. Oh my God. I apologize. Thank you, Yehuda, for correcting me. Also, Golden Kappa Trade. Yes. Solo Blumkin Fap Top. I'm going to be honest with you. I did not know that there was a distinction until you just informed me. I'm going to keep it $150 with you, big dog. I genuinely thought it was the same. I thought it was the same organization. That's crazy. Why did they do that? Why? I thought it was the fucking races. It has one extra A and an H, bro. It sounds the same. That's crazy. God damn, hype train is popping off. Did you see Mallory McCuomo say Iron Dome for Gaza? No. Also, my friend dressed up as Five-ish for Purim as a kid, Lamau. Unironically, that's incredible. Lava addressing your autistic habits. Please address this
like
next.
Watching something with Hassan.
No, we're not going to do this right now. Okay, calm down. No, never get your phone out in the shit room. You put that thing next to your face. Okay, dude, I don't care. Okay, that's crazy. Five-ish is awesome. That's my favorite character. If I believed in Purim, I would also dress up as Five-ish. Okay, I would also do that. More people should do that. That's my take on Five-ish. Anyway, all right. Does Chatter know that their butthole's about 3 feet from their face? Yeah. Okay, let's get started on what time it is. Hold on, checking my watch. Oh, that's right. It's fuck Israel o'clock. Let's start there, ladies and gentlemen. And then we'll get the Trump statement in Iran and all this other stuff. He's been popping off. He's like, it's a real will they, won't they situation with going back to war with Iran, because that's just what American politics is all about. Okay? That's what politics is all about. But there's a New York Times Siena poll that just came out. And let me tell you, okay, things are not looking too good for people's favorite emotional support, apartheid state. Also, this is a crazy story. Sneeko apparently was having a shit ton of threesomes with a bunch of like Republican conservative content creators. Like, just, you know, they're I mean, it's nothing that you didn't expect, but yeah, a lot of these guys apparently they just fuck a lot. Like all these like conservative like trad cats and shit. Yeah, Sneeko was having threesomes with this lady Amy something. Okay, yeah, they're having like grifter orgies out there while simultaneously talking about, you know, living traditional lives. It's so funny. These guys think it's oxymoronic for me to be successful financially, but also be a socialist. Meanwhile, they quite literally do not practice what they preach. Okay? There is no, like, that is diametrically the opposite of the way that they present themselves. Okay? This motherfucker's running around being like, I'm actually a pious Muslim revert. I believe fully, I subscribe fully to Islam. And then he's having fucking three-ways and shit, watching his girlfriend get fucked by other dudes. Like, I don't even understand how that stuff works at all. What the fuck? I bet you his ass did not ask one of these sheiks, you know, on one of the call-in shows to be like, Imam, great Imam, please tell me, is it haram if I have a threesome and then in the threesome there's another guy and he's fucking my girlfriend? Please, for the love of Allah, look at Amy Something's Instagram bio. Another Instagram link. Christ is King. Mrs. the Bryn Cat on Rumble and YouTube, America First. Yeah, this is the lady. She loves James Fishback, and I think that's her husband, who is a groiper. Is that a Swagapino W or L? Honestly, I think if Sneeko didn't become this like weird right-wing grifter, he could have had an incredible media career ahead of him. Because he used to, when he was like a little kid, he would do like all these thoughtful videos about American militarism, American imperialism, all this shit. And then his brain just got completely fucking reoriented by Andrew Tate. He got hit with the Andrew Tate beam and he was like, oh, I love Red Pill. Oh, I love fighting against the Matrix. I mean, he went through like every version of being blasted by internet invented ideologies. So I don't know where he's at now, but I check logs. Okay, man. Okay. We're talking about something else right now. Fucking calm down. Okay. Freaking calm down, dude. Chill out. I know. We'll talk about Trump not waging war with Iran. Okay. There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time to get to that. There will be plenty of time to get to that. Okay. Stop begging me to check your logs. Bro, it's really funny because I told you guys the two things I fucking can't stand in the chat when you spam it is like Instagram links, and you guys love spamming Instagram links, and also check logs. You guys love spamming both. You love spamming check logs for an Instagram link. Anyway, I don't know how to explain it, but this is fundamentally the same vibe as John Fetterman.
Really gross.
I mean, yeah, she is a John Fetterman type anyway. Marjorie Traylor Greene. Okay, stop. Yeah, all right, let's get started with I want to do the voter crosstabs, but is there like a fucking video covering it? Because I have to pee. Because if not, we're just going to start with Mallory McMorrow.
For funding to Israel's defense infrastructure.
Because Mallory McCuomo went on Majority Report and Matt Bernstein, okay? And apparently Emma Vigeland from Majority Report was brought on to the convo out of nowhere, and she played a role in apparently grilling her, okay? And I'm very excited to watch this. I'm actually super stoked to watch this. Tom Hardy is a Kneecap fan? Yeah, we know.
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed.
Okay, what about Iranians? What about Palestinians? What about the Russians? Are you in favor of sending the Iron Dome to the Palestinians? If she says yes, that's awesome. That's kind of based. I'm not going to lie.
I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well, I mean, hello. For anyone who hasn't been following recent left-wing political Twitter drama, or who doesn't keep up with the iconic drag queen Lady Bunny, who posted about said drama on Instagram, this has been a long time coming. Allow me to explain. After I interviewed Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive candidate running for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan, his Democratic primary opponent, Mallory McMorrow, reached out to me saying that she would like to be interviewed. I was honestly a little surprised by this, given that Mallory and I have some key policy disagreements. In her race, Mallory is running on the standard Democratic liberal Zionist position of, two-state solution, fund the Iron Dome, but Netanyahu bad, but also no sanctions about it, etc. She's also not running on Medicare for All. But I wanted to do the interview so I could ask her about those positions. Her team and I set a date and a time for the interview, and after I submitted a topic list, which included healthcare and foreign policy, they canceled and offered no time to reschedule. I will say, and I don't want to assume intention, and I'm willing to be wrong, but I do kind of wonder sometimes if, because of how I present and the fact that I'm so open about who I am, that people just think I'm like the gay guy,
Not as big as a news story in terms of the grand scheme of things. No, I know the first of all, the Long Island Railroad is very important to me. The LIRR is very important to me personally. Okay, so in the grand scheme of things, this is very much an important story in the Hasanabi universe. Okay? I need you to understand that. You guys know I've taken it many a times and I love it. Okay. It's choo-choo time. We will talk about it. We will definitely talk about that. And we'll talk about the discourse surrounding it because this is nasty. A lot of liberals are showing their fucking asses about labor unions. It's disgusting. Like this idea that it's totally transactional, that like liberals should actually drop labor unions because they didn't sufficiently support Biden after Biden showed a lot of after Biden aided the labor unions is disgusting. Okay, you don't support labor unions because they're left or right. You support them because it's just nastiness.
Who will talk about gay things and not much else. And not to be too Sex and the City about it, but I can't help but wonder if they reached out to me thinking I'd just asked Mallory about her LGBT record, But in any case, I tweeted that I was disappointed that her team had canceled, and the tweet quickly got traction, and within a couple hours, her team reached out and her schedule had opened back up and we were back on. So I don't know, maybe an honest scheduling error, maybe not. Make of it what you will. I had my good friend and host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, join me for this interview. Love her so much. And without further ado, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, welcome to A Bit Fruity.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I've been following you for years, by the way, so this is very exciting for me.
Oh, that means so much to me. Seriously though, I know we had all of this scheduling drama, and I know in the wake of all of that, you could have very easily just been I'm not going to do this one, and it would have made sense to me. So it really does mean a lot to me that you're here today. And I also know that a lot of Michigan voters listen to this podcast might see this, and I think they're probably really grateful that you're here.
Absolutely. And thank you for rolling with us. I mean, balancing, running a state.
Why do people talk shit about my background and then Mallory McMorrow's background is the fucking same? What the hell is that?
Statewide campaign. I'm the state Senate majority whip. So I've got that whole job and I have a 5-year-old. So my scheduler is everything. She manages to piece it all together. But I'm really grateful that you rolled with us to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into it. State Senator Mallory McMorrow, you are in this 3-person primary race.
He kind of sounds like Daily Dose of the internet, no?
For the U.S. Senate representing Michigan, that's really captured the attention of the country. And I want you to help us characterize it a little bit for people who might be hearing about this race for the first time. You have these 2 opponents, right? On one hand, you have Haley Stevens, who is the AIPAC endorsed, super pro-Israel, sort of an extension of like Chuck Schumer's brand of the Democratic Party, I'd say, pretty old guard. Haley Stevens was notably booed at her own Michigan Democratic Party convention recently. I'll throw a video in there if I can find it.
You suck. That's crazy.
Which is pretty amazing. And then on the other side, you have Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, who we interviewed on the show a few weeks ago. Dr. El-Sayed is a very progressive candidate, wrote a book on Medicare for All, very pro-Palestine. And I think, and please feel free to dispute this characterization, that most people view you as like someone in the middle. So I was wondering if you could first just like define yourself in the context of this race.
For sure. So to put the race into perspective, Michigan has an open U.S. Senate seat. Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. We have Mike Rogers, in all likelihood the nominee on the Republican side, who ran against Alyssa Slotkin in 2024, lost by only 19,000 votes. The Republicans and Trump view this as their best chance to block Democrats from having a path at taking the U.S. Senate. They're spending, the Senate leadership PAC announced $45 million that they're going to be spending in Michigan, which is more than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, New Hampshire. So this is it. So it makes sense that this has sort of captured the attention of the country, and we have a fiercely competitive Democratic primary.
You do. I should add, so people know, sorry, don't mean to cut you off, but it's like, depending on what poll you look at, which are coming out like relentlessly, it's like neck and neck with the 3 of you.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. But your characterization is right. What I firmly believe is that the Democratic Party needs a reckoning, that the old guard establishment of the party has really let us down. The first question I was asked when I got in a year ago was, would you support Chuck Schumer for leader? And I said, no. I was the first candidate in the country to say so. And what I know is that in Michigan, we have built a very different blueprint. So for me, I know that people want to put us into neat little lane boxes, and I just don't think that's how Michiganders think. We have people in our state who voted for both Rick Snyder, a Republican governor, and Gretchen Whitmer. We have people who voted for Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. This is a state where you don't have to register by party, and people tend to vote for the person that they like. But of the field, I am the establishment outsider, but with a track record of actually getting real shit done. I'm the only candidate to have beaten a Republican incumbent to get into office. I took on an entrenched family legacy in my first campaign for state Senate, and I swung a district 20 points in a single cycle and broke the Republican supermajority. I then helped leverage a viral speech that I gave back in 2022 after I was smeared as a groomer and a pedophile by a colleague of mine. I opened a PAC. We raised millions of dollars. I supported a dozen other candidates and flipped the entire state Senate for the first time in 40 years.
Been there with the groomer and pedophile.
Oh, same here, actually.
Yeah. And can I tell you, like, all of your Instagram stories were truly so helpful for us. Like, you may not know this, but a lot of us in the state Senate, we've been following you for a while, kind of hitting back on a lot of the culture war bullshit.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And really.
Yeah, she's coming at it real nice.
Appreciate everyone who like stood
this
their
is
ground.
Good. I mean,
I think was hopefully
she's a lot more skilled, I would say, or maybe it's her personality. I don't know what it is, but she is she's very good at how has everyone what is this? How has everyone been accused of being a pedophile? Wait, what? What the fuck does that even? Yeah, she's very good at disarming.
The height of the culture war bullshit. I'm of the belief that like so much has happened since, especially to like wreck Americans' lives economically, that even the most sort of ardent like anti-drag brunch people are now kind of like, I don't got time for that, you know?
I will never forget, there was a press conference Tudor Dixon tried to hold in the middle of the 22 cycle, and she had all these people, and it was under the guise of protecting girls in sports, and she made this radical claims about what was happening in the state. And there was this incredible local news broadcast that it talked about her press conference, and then the reporter pressed her, can you provide a single example of somebody being hurt in sports in Michigan? And she said no. And then they cut away to a protester who was like, I just need affordable housing. Like, I can't afford anywhere to live. And I think that's why, the speech that I gave then blew up the way that it did, because I made a point of saying people who are different are not the reason your healthcare costs are too high. And we can't let people who are hateful people distract from the fact that they're not actually doing anything to help you.
Guys, you can't do this thing, okay? You have to take this in stride, okay? This is a person who has literally straight up compared me to Nicolas Fuentes, okay? And I'm not as aggressive in my commentary against her. You guys can't do that, okay? Because then we look fucking crazy. If she looks good in an interview and you are just like, she's a snake, don't trust her, all this shit, like, I understand why you don't like her, but you have to be normal. You can't look abnormal. You can't look weird, you know?
Yeah, and I want to talk about some of those economic issues, namely healthcare. I know going into this, we said we want to talk about foreign policy and healthcare, because especially, if you're representing Michigan on the national stage, then, these are things that people really care about. So Senator McMorrow, with regard to healthcare, you support a single payer option, which is different from something like Medicare for All or universal healthcare. I wanted to play a clip for you that's gotten some traction of you speaking about what you see as the risks of universal healthcare and just ask you more about that.
Sure.
Also, you're new to the pod and learning that I don't have a producer. So when I say, like, I'm going to throw something up on the screen, what I mean is I'm going to play the video from my phone into the microphone.
Oh, that's incredible.
So,
okay, perfect.
Sorry, you're welcome.
Some people conflate Medicare for All with universal healthcare. But Medicare for All, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So State Senator McMorrow.
Get in there, Emma.
It feels like the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
No, that's not at all what I intended. And, I fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal healthcare, and we need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level, so you can't lose your healthcare with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our 1931 abortion ban. We helped expand a program called RX Kids statewide, which is a cash grant program for new moms and babies. We've expanded access to doulas and to midwives. We've done so much because this is such a big issue. And what I know is that people can't afford to wait. The idea that...
She looks so intense. She is not there to play no games. She's like, nope, I'm here. Yeah, your track record's fine in the state level. Why did you say that?
We should hold out just for one solution, to me, is just not what I've experienced in governing. The next U.S. senator would be one of 100 members, and the votes for a true single payer system simply aren't there. Now, there have been multiple states who have implemented state level public options. And in those states, not only have they vastly reduced the rate of uninsured to next to zero, they've also reduced the cost of private health insurance. That is something that, as we look to how do we get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible so people aren't going bankrupt, they are not denying themselves care. I am somebody who graduated from college right into the recession in 2008 wanting to be a car designer. So I did not have healthcare. I couldn't stay on my parents' plan until 26. Having that real public option, anybody who wants to opt into Medicare, regardless of age, can, while also ensuring if you want to keep your plan through your union or through your employer that you can, I believe is the best way that we can get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible.
We can talk about, I think, the merits of the public option versus Medicare for All, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being a Republican if they take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for All and single payer. So it's almost an assertion that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for All or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back into power and control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
You talk a lot on the trail and you want to make some jokes and you want to help people understand where you're coming from. This is an administration that has slashed.
It was just jokes. It was just jokes. She's not anti-Medicare for All. It was just jokes. What is the joke then? I mean, that is already, you're defeated at that point, right? If you're a politician and you're talking about how we can't pursue a very popular healthcare provision because, Republicans might take it over. It's like, okay, Social Security exists. Like, Republicans have been president. They can't take it away. The fuck does that even mean? But obviously, fundamentally, when you say explain the joke, then it's over. It's there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. When you turn around and you say explain the joke, then I don't understand it. It's the most annoying thing that people can do. People do it to me all the time. It is an undefeated method, okay, of just hooking someone.
Access to mifepristone. This is an administration who intentionally withheld SNAP benefits, even though we had the funding to pay for it in Michigan. That's 1 million kids who are on SNAP.
Yeah, but you would never say that, we shouldn't have SNAP because, inevitably, we shouldn't expand SNAP because inevitably Republicans will control it, right?
Now, I don't think we should shy away from the incredible damage that this administration is inflicting on government programs. Here in the state, I'm on the Appropriations Committee in the state Senate. We are having to backfill state Medicaid because they vastly slashed access to funding for us. The one big awful bill means that Michigan stands to lose 13 rural hospitals. We've already seen a birthing center close in the Upper Peninsula. Now women have to drive more than 50 miles to give birth. I don't believe that it's out of line to highlight, hopefully with some humor, we're allowed to laugh sometimes, some of the incredibly damaging things that this administration has done, while we are also advocating for what we would do if we get back into power.
The argument that she presented wasn't that this administration is like... The argument that she presented wasn't specifically about this administration's actions taking away people's health care. You used that as a reason as to why we shouldn't pursue government-controlled health care. That's a very specific criticism against government initiatives in general, and specifically against Medicare for All.
Propose and how we're going to get there. How do you build a coalition to actually
I love
implement
jokes.
policy?
I'm a jokester. I love fibbing. I love hyperbole. As you guys know, it's one of my biggest flaws. My biggest personality flaws is that I love laughter. Okay, chat hates it, but there is a difference, right? When you're making a joke, there's an intentionality behind it. There's a direction on the joke. I'm not going to say you can't make jokes about denying people access to healthcare. It can be very funny. Comedy is legal, okay? Comedy.
Legalize comedy.
Legalize comedy. Comedy is legal. I don't do the jokes of bourgeois decadence. I think that you just didn't, I guess you didn't mean it. I guess you said that, but you didn't mean it. And I think that's what she's trying to do right now. Wait, no, Dr. Jihad is a joking guy. You can't be real. No, Dr. Jihad is very real. Nothing I've ever said as Dr. Jihad has been a joke. I don't fib. I don't joke when I'm Dr. Jihad. That's serious. That's me.
Restores healthcare for people as quickly as possible.
I think the rub there is just that the framing kind of undercuts the idea of universal programs because the bad party can take over at a certain point. And, I want Democrats to be talking about how government can provide social services for people. I think that needs to be a core part of the brand proposition. And, another part of your assertion was that Medicare for All is I wrote the quote down, one singular government-run healthcare system that we're all on. Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for All is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Sure, you're right. And I have taken that feedback to heart. We campaign a lot. And I do talk about this differently now so that it doesn't come across as callous. And you're right. A single payer system, Medicare for All, in the legislation as it has been introduced and sits in the Congress right now, is a single insurance plan that would by law eliminate private health insurance.
The public option, can you expand on how you would solve some of the same, say, enrollment issues that you see with Obamacare? A Medicare for All plan would promise no premiums or deductibles. It would create a single payer, the largest amount of leverage to keep costs down. That is why people want to go big with Medicare for All. A public option is an improvement, of course, on the private marketplace and the Affordable Care Act, but that would still involve premiums and deductibles. Why not go all the way to Medicare for All?
Yeah, I hear you on the vision. I 100% do. And what I know after almost a decade as experience in a legislator is that you need to push as far as you possibly can while building the coalition of votes to actually get it across the line. And the support for a true single payer system isn't there yet. It just isn't. So for me, what I know, I have constituents today.
Bullshit. That's not real. That's not real.
who have canceled their ACA plans because they see their premiums have gone through the roof, and they're just praying that they don't get sick and don't go to the hospital. Allowing for anybody who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of age helps us get on the path to universal health care. And I'm also somebody who fundamentally believes states are the laboratories of democracy. This is where we try things out. This is how our country was established. There has only been one state who's ever attempted a true single payer system, and it was Vermont. And they abandoned that 15 years ago when they couldn't figure out how to pay for it and they couldn't figure out the implementation, where we now have 3 states who are running public option systems within their states that have gotten us much closer to the goal of universal health care. So that's how I approach policy: is what's our goal and how can we actually ensure that we get there as quickly as possible.
Moving on, Mallory, an issue that's extremely close to my heart as a Jewish person,
Better things are not possible. People don't have an appetite for this. I think it's bullshit. Okay, I think that's bullshit. I'm gonna be honest. It's just I'm coming at it with the most with maximum electability in mind. Okay, well, we need bold thinkers. Okay, the time for trailing the Republicans along was for yesteryear. Okay, the time for real bold changes is now.
A tax-paying American as a human being is that of Palestine.
I despise when people automatically come to the bargaining table. I despise when people come to the bargaining table and immediately shank their own position. Public option would be an improvement over what we have now, but why would you even start down with a watered down proposal, negotiate with the maximum? Exactly. It's ridiculous. And every Democrat that does that is a snake in the grass. Remember that. Every Democrat that does that, when any Democrat that says, oh, this is unfeasible, is doing so for a reason. Okay? It's unbelievably disingenuous. It's unbelievably disingenuous, especially on this issue. Right? This is a doable thing. We're not talking about the abolition of the commodity form. Okay? That's not, there are obviously ideas that might not be electorally permissible, or ideas that are totally out there. Okay? Like the work abolition, right? You're not coming in and saying we got to, forcibly seize the means of production. Okay? We're implementing a dictatorship of the proletariat in this election cycle. That's not that's maybe a little bit too much of a radical idea. It
was actually just the other night at a UN commemoration of the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948, when Israel displaced more than 750,000 Palestinians who still.
This is as far as the healthcare conversation goes, I did not like her answer. I think she was competent. She held off the attacks fairly well. If you're knowledgeable on the issue, you look at it and you understand exactly what she's saying, where she's coming in and saying no, better things are not possible. We should just water down our own side's argument because there's real electoral concerns or something like that. It's bullshit. But I think to the onlookers who are not initiated with this kind of politics, she probably held frame here. Okay, on the optics side, liberals will watch this. No, liberals will absolutely watch this interview, and their takeaway will be, "Wow, she's brilliant. This is our candidate for sure." Okay, they love when someone says, "Oh, you guys are just naive radicals." Okay, oh, you want some pie? You want some pie in the sky? Idealism here with your advocacy for a system that is not even as comprehensive as a nationalized healthcare service that exists in the UK. It's ridiculous.
Don't have the right to return home. So when considering people who are running for federal office, people who could determine the future of the U.S. relationship to Israel and the effect that will have on Palestinians, now the Lebanese people and Iranians, I know this issue is one people who listen to the show, for one, care a lot about. And of course, you are also running in Michigan, which has a large Arab population, which, that was very consequential in the 2024 election when many of them withheld their votes from Kamala Harris and as part of the uncommitted movement. So I want to make sure people have a really clear understanding of your position. Also, for context, your opponent on one side, Abdul El-Sayed, he opposes all funding to Israel. And your opponent on the other side, Haley Stevens, is endorsed by AIPAC. Enough said there. So I wanted to highlight your approach and ask you about it. On your website, you write, quote, "The path to lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians lies in a two-state solution, with a democratic Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state." You write that the flow of aid to Gaza, quote, "needs to be restored," that Israel's expansion into the West Bank, quote, "must stop," and that Hamas must, quote, "disarm and demonstrate a commitment to a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state."
I don't think Mallory would ever do an interview with me, but I would love to do it.
You also support funding
But I guess
for
like at this point, I'm functionally a campaign surrogate, so it's a little bit different.
Israel's defensive weapons infrastructure, things like the Iron Dome. Is that all correct?
Increasingly, that's changed.
Okay.
And you even see Netanyahu now vocally saying that he himself wants to cut off relying on aid from other countries. So I would support Israel continuing to be able to purchase systems like the Iron Dome, defensive systems.
Your weed is too loud now, Hasanabi. The mainstream Dems will not engage. Even Hannity won't. I know it's kind of fucking bullshit that Hannity won't, though. Because, like, if I'm the spokesperson for the Democratic Party, Hannity should destroy me in the marketplace of ideas. I'm ready, dude. I'm fucking ready to be destroyed, Hannity. I'm ready!
But I think it's in the best interest of the United States in reducing that aid and allowing Israel to do that on their own.
But I mean, as of now, though, your policy that you're running on, just so voters are like clear, is that you support sort of the defensive infrastructure. So we wanted to ask you a couple questions about your stance here. First, regarding what a two-state solution means to you and how that could affect your policymaking.
The two-state solution debate is something where I really do think that a lot of Democrats are kind of behind the reality on this issue. So I just want to talk in terms of practicalities. Where would you, in terms of like your ideal two-state solution, draw the borders? Because as you know, Israel's been illegally occupying East Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967 in violation of UN law. And since then, 700,000 Israeli settlers have moved into the Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem.
Bro, is she gulping every time Emma starts speaking? That's crazy. Okay, Emma. Oh my God, Emma Vigeland. What a fucking nightmare. Oh my Lord.
And the West Bank and have stolen Palestinian land. So my question about the practicality of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States to facilitate the negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis that gets to a place where there's long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Palestinians and long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Israelis, who all live in the region and have to figure out a way to coexist where they're not killing each other. I don't believe that it's the role of a legislator to determine where those borders are or how it coexists, but it should be our role to de-escalate the conflict. I do not support the Netanyahu government. I think that they have continued to push well beyond what is proportionate, what is rational in response to the October 7th attacks, in a way that is horrifying to watch. I mean, bombing Gaza to be completely uninhabitable, the settler violence that you see, that while it is technically illegal, they are certainly doing nothing to stop it and continue to.
Okay, I'm guessing the pin is a reference to the mass shooter going on down the street from Hassan. It's not down the street from me. I think it's in the San Diego Islamic Center. That's a little ways away from down the street from me, and I don't know what's going on, but we'll get to that later. Okay?
Encourage it. And Matt, you brought this up particularly related to our state. We have a very large Lebanese population. 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced. And I know a friend of mine who's running for state senate mentioned to me that his grandmother's home in Lebanon has been bombed 3 times, and that somehow she's still in good spirits about the fact that she is alive when many of her neighbors are not. So for me, I'm somebody, I bring a background in industrial design into how I pursue policy, which is starting with the outcome and then backing into how do you help facilitate making that happen. What I believe is that there is broad shared beliefs across our constituents in both the Jewish community, the Arab community, and frankly, for people who are not directly impacted by this, who are horrified beyond belief at the ongoing violence, suffering, chaos, who simply want the violence to stop and see the United States has played a role in continuing the violence when we need to play a role in ending it.
And I hear what you're saying about you don't want to draw specific boundaries. I understand that. But I think it's important to dissect what a two-state solution would actually entail. Do you believe that should involve some sort of reparations for Palestinian land that has been stolen, because increasingly, if you look at the map of the West Bank, it's being taken over.
Yes, a two-state solution is pure. I mean, I would say it was like an idealistic concept even in the 90s when there was like approximately I believe in 88 there was like 80,000 or so settlers. That still would have been a very difficult process of you know, taking away that land and like redistributing it to the Palestinians. But it's a fantasy. It's the reason why people still say it in 2026 is because it's a great way to shut your opposition to fuck up, because most people are oblivious to the realities on the ground. There is a de facto one state right now. This is a tough pill to swallow for everyone on both sides, but there is a de facto one state, and that sovereign state is an apartheid state. It's the state of Israel. So I think it's a much more productive way to tackle this issue as an end to the occupation and an end to the apartheid. The abolition of the occupation of Israel and the abolition of the apartheid is the appropriate way to go about it, given the realities on the ground.
By Israel, so there would have to be either a forcible removal, or Palestinians would have to be crammed into even smaller and smaller territory.
Yeah, and again, I go back to the United States role. A legislator's role should be in helping to facilitate between the negotiators and something that allows for that peace and security for Palestinians alone.
Yeah, it's by cutting funding. It's by turning Israel into a pariah state to apply maximum pressure peacefully, right, through peaceful means, which of course includes an arms embargo across the board. No defensive weapons, no offensive weapons, an arms embargo. Not even just like denying them free money so they can purchase the weapons. I'm talking no weapons whatsoever, and then potentially sanctions, because that's what we would do, or that's what we did do to apartheid South Africa, right? This is part of the reason why a lot of these guys refuse to reckon with what it means to be an apartheid state. That's why they act silly and naive when it comes down to the recognition of Israel's apartheid, right? It's bullshit. That's why they don't want to say genocide either. There's a reason for it, because genocide comes with legal restrictions, a just demand for legal restrictions. Apartheid comes with demands for restrictions. You can't, on the one hand, say Israel's doing a genocide, Israel's an apartheid state, and on the other hand go, and we still have to give them weapons. We have to sell them weapons. No, you don't give any fucking weapons to a country that's doing a genocide. You don't offer them any economic aid. It doesn't work that way, right? And that's why they have a hard time openly saying the truth that many people now understand, at least knowledgeable people understand.
Alongside Israelis. I don't believe that that is my role to dictate, to put on to the people who do live there what they should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to push back, though, a little bit on...
I would go a little bit harder. I'm gonna be honest.
Senator, sort of, you're presenting it as like a little bit detached from the peace process there, whereas like we know that Israel's sort of violent and ongoing expansion now.
Yeah, if you got a bad kid, if you got you know, a child that's beating the shit out of people, and the school tells you like your kid's beating the fuck out of people, you don't give the kid a gun. You don't keep you know, telling him go off, do whatever you want to do, go do a school shooting. Like, it's not how that works. Okay.
Into Lebanon, as you mentioned, it's only possible because of...
She's kind of right that it shouldn't be the U.S.'s role to tell Palestinians what solution they have. I know, but she's doing politicking there, okay? She's trying to say, oh, I'm an isolationist. She's not, okay? No American senator is a fucking isolationist, okay? Ask her about Taiwan to see if she has any takes on what kind of intervention we must do in Taiwan, right? It's just like, you don't have kids? True. I don't know what it takes to be a parent. I don't have children. You probably should give a gun to a bad kid who's like bullying the fuck out of all the other children, right? So he can be more efficient in his bullying. Yeah, she says, oh, we can't, you know, speak over the Palestinians there, because the real point that she's making is we should just stay out of this conversation. She's trying to angle it in a way.
Ongoing bipartisan U.S. support. And so I wonder, if you continue to support defensive weapons infrastructure to Israel, how you see yourself as utilizing any of the leverage you could have as a U.S. senator.
I think here, I'm going to give you guys the method, okay? The interrogation method in this circumstance should start with terms that both parties agree to. Apartheid and genocide. Do you believe Israel committed a genocide? Do you believe Israel's an apartheid state? or if you want to be even stronger in the way that you, present this question, you say, do you agree with virtually every humanitarian rights organization and the ICC and the ICJ that Israel is an apartheid state? Do you believe in do you agree in the United Nations recognition that Israel is an apartheid state? Because these are all very important institutions that have decided since 2021 and as recently as 2024 that Israel is maintaining an apartheid. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, same with the genocide distinction down to B'Tselem, the Israeli Human Rights Organization, and all these other international human rights organizations. Do you agree with their assessment that Israel has conducted a genocide? So you have to define those terms first and foremost. You have to have that conversation with the opposition, and then you move off of that, right? Because once you do that recognition, once you agree that Israel has committed a genocide and Israel is an apartheid state, then you can continue asking these questions like, why do you think, would you have been in favor of giving Nazi Germany anti-aircraft weapons when or the Allied forces were bombing Dresden, for example? There were civilians in Dresden. Do you agree that Nazi Germany should have gotten anti-aircraft defense systems? Do you believe Russia should get anti-drone defense systems from the United States of America? Should Russia get an Iron Dome? I mean, there's Russian civilians. Do you think the IRGC deserves the Iron Dome as well? So those are, that you can have that conversation after, right? What happens if she says yes to those questions? She won't. But even if she says yes to those questions, then you could continue having a conversation. It's like, okay, that's very bold. Will you push for legislation to make that happen? At that point, she's like in uncharted waters, and this is something this is something that's just not, she's never going to fucking entertain, even though she does briefly entertain it. Because once she says that, and she literally does say, it's interesting, I would have a conversation about that. I know. I saw the brief, the brief intro where she does say, oh yeah, that could be a interesting thing to get the Iron Dome to the Palestinians. You say, what is an easier way to stop the bloodshed? What is an easier way to stop the bloodshed? To remove all weapons that we're giving, to do an arms embargo on Israel, or to give the Iron Dome to both sides of a conflict? Because there's obviously a much easier solution to this problem. The solution to the problem is not more guns. You can also turn it back on the domestic front, where you say, what do you think is a better way to solve the gun violence problem? To give every teacher a gun, or to create additional restrictions in the purchase of arms? You're a Democrat, even in the state of Michigan, where universal background checks is 90%. It's a 90% issue. It's a 90-10 issue. I don't think that she's in favor of arming people more. I think she's in favor of taking away the guns. Okay? This is a very reactionary framework that she doesn't even believe in. She does not believe in giving the fucking Palestinians an Iron Dome. I am. I'm in favor of taking it away from Israel and giving it to the Palestinians, for the record, just so we're clear. Okay? I'll say it. I say take the Iron Dome from Israel and give it to Gaza. They need it far more than Israel does. Okay? That's my take. That's not her take, though. Okay? I don't think that's her take.
In this situation. And I guess how you think, because like this two-state solution line, right? It's the party line for a long time.
Since the 90s.
And it just hasn't borne out. I think probably everyone on all sides of this issue could agree with that. And so I wonder how you are breaking from the establishment in a way that would materially benefit the people who, frankly, like my tax dollars are killing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you framed it that way, because I think there's a difference, Matt, in how you asked your question versus Emma. One is the...
The knives are out. The girls are fighting. Hassan Farmi goes for Fox News again. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't give a shit.
Framework of the borders of the nations.
Yes, dude. One side is doing the genocide. The other side is being genocided. Which side deserves the fucking defensive weapons more? Do you think it's the side that is doing the genocide that deserves the defensive weapons? Or do you think it's the side that is being genocided that deserves the defensive weapons? From a purely moral perspective, which side in this equation deserves it more? What kind of fucking stupid shit is this?
The other is, what leverage does the Congress have to help facilitate this negotiation? I would have voted alongside the 40 out of 47 senators who voted in the past Sanders resolution blocking arms sales. And let's acknowledge how stunning it is that a year ago, that number was significantly smaller than it is today. My views on this have evolved because the reality on the ground has evolved. It has been horrifying to watch how Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right government have prosecuted this ongoing war against Palestinians.
War or
against
genocide.
Against Yemenis in a way that the United States cannot support. Simply put, the Congress holds the power of the purse, holds the power of funding and resolutions, and that is where I would view my role in coming in is keeping an open door to everybody within our community. Michigan is a very diverse state where we have the largest Arab American population living side by side with a very significant Jewish population. And Matt, your question is the universal truth. I was in an Uber a couple of weeks ago, and the driver said almost exactly what you said, which is, how can our country afford to continue bombing other countries when we can't pay for our own kids? That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough, and we need to bring this to an end.
I mean, you mentioned that how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab people living side by side. I think it's very American to believe in multiculturalism as an ethic, in that it engenders understanding, and when you can live alongside people who maybe have different views than you, it reduces the capacity for hatred. It's why we don't believe in things like segregation and apartheid, but Israel is an apartheid state. And, you know, when we're talking about who has the right to have land and to live in peace, I mean, we're recording this right now on the anniversary of the Nakba, and the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed since, you know, you could say 1948, but prior to that, from the land that is now Israel. Do you not believe in multiculturalism as an ethic for Israel and Palestine? Because a shared land would be, in my view, American, and also the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide fairness for everybody involved.
Yeah, and it may very well be. You know, there are...
May very well be? What does that mean? By the way, this is why people who are pro-Israel are actually not even low-key, but high-key, unbelievably anti-Semitic, okay? Or at the very least, unbelievably Islamophobic. The notion that, like, Jews and non-Jews can just simply never get along is, again, both anti-Semitic and also unbelievably Islamophobic, or at least anti-Arab, right? It's just crazy. It's a crazy argument to make. It quite literally is the segregationist argument in the United States of America. Separate but equal, please. We just can't have these. We can't have our kids go to school in the racial jungle, which, of course, famously was what Joe Biden said when desegregation was taking place. But it's a ridiculous argument to land on in 2026. It's crazy. We simply cannot have these fucking Arabs live with Jews. They just can't. They can't act right. That's the argument you're making. That's ridiculous. That's an unbelievably racist fucking argument. What are you saying? Like, oh, Jews just can't live with their neighbors? Is that what we're doing? Or is it that the Arabs can't live with their Jewish neighbors? It's bullshit.
People who have worked on this issue for far longer than I have, and I always try to check my own bias at the door. I can't possibly understand what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine what it's like to have my home stolen from me, to have my family killed. And I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds the role of a senator as a legislator.
Yeah, it's also a historical too, because Arabs and Arab Jews as well, but like, just Jews and Muslims lived in this region in relative peaceful harmony for centuries, okay? It is Israel that has fucked the entire thing up. That's what's so crazy about it. Like, the Ottoman Empire was literally a fucking safe haven for Jews that were experiencing pogroms in Christian countries, okay? Jews would escape Christian countries, Christian areas where they were constantly in the crosshairs, and they would come to the Ottoman Empire as a safe haven, okay? And that process went on for hundreds of years, and they lived in relative peace and harmony amongst the population. In comparison to you know, Spain, for example, it's just like, it's totally ridiculous and absolutely ahistorical to make it seem as though there is this like newfound Arab anti-Semitism that actually wasn't new at all. That there wasn't any enmity, or this enmity is not an enmity towards Israel, which bills itself as the Jewish state. Okay. But this was an ancient anti-Semitism that always existed amongst the Arabs. It's fucking bullshit. It's not real. It's a way for also Europeans specifically to abdicate their responsibility or to whitewash or launder their personal. Yeah. Jews were forced to pay a special tax that put them as second-class citizens. Oh shit, dude. No way. I didn't realize it was just a Jewish specific. Hey, maybe you should take that up with Jewish historians, okay, that have written extensively about the fact that the jizya was across the board for non-Muslims. Muslims had a separate tax that they were paying under the Ottoman Empire, and then also additional amenities were given to the non-Muslims where they didn't have to serve in the military. That's number one. Number two, it was still an unbelievable safe haven in comparison to Europe where they were getting fucking slaughtered. Yes, it wasn't peak wokeness for 2026. It was peak wokeness for, the 15th century and the 16th century. No one is saying it's fucking woke in comparison to modern day existence, dumbass. Yeah, but the idea that everything was fine was just not true. It abso-fucking-lutely was in comparison to what was going on in Europe. That's why Jews would escape Europe to come to the Ottoman Empire. You're wrong. And yes, you made it seem like it was just a Jewish-specific tax because you're a little bitch, okay? It wasn't. It was literally infinitely comparable to the Inquisition or the pogroms that Jews were withstanding. And two, it was a non-Muslim specific tax as in exchange for, or rather than doing the Muslim tax, non-Muslims would pay the non-Muslim tax. That's it. That's what jizya is. Like, this is so funny. It's like, oh, dude, you're fucking paying taxes. Like, it's crazy. Like, you would never make this argument. You would never make this argument for anything else. You would never make this argument for, like, chattel slavery in comparison to being able to live freely in a society with discrimination, right? It would be the equivalent of, like, comparing the end of the Underground Railroad, Canada, to, not just the Jim Crow South. I'm talking specifically chattel slavery in the South. That comparison is ridiculous, right? No one is saying that racial discrimination in Canada at that time, while there was literally slavery continuing, chattel slavery continuing in the fucking South, is somehow in any way, shape, or form comparable to like the current liberal society and the racial discrimination that currently exists in liberal society. Obviously, there was racial discrimination in Canada, but it was infinitely better than being held and bound and sold as not a human being, but as property, right? Relative to the continued legalized practice of chattel slavery, of course, it was better off overall for black people to live in Canada, to escape to Canada, where slavery was abolished, even though there was still racial discrimination. That's the comparison you're making right now.
Check their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both the Jewish community and the Arab community that you're right, Emma, a two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps in
the second line of argumentation here for all the fucking diehards that want to engage in ahistorical nonsense, for the record, is the idea that there was still conflict against Jews. In the Ottoman Empire, there were still uprisings that took place. Of course, it was a vast empire. It was an empire after all. And of course, there were still ethnic tensions that rose from time to time, many of which was ironically still in the hands of Christians against Jews and Jews against Christians, and rarely ever Muslims, even though there were some instances where Muslims also did this. I don't know why I'm fucking talking about the history of this, by the way, but let me just like dial it back here and have her respond to Emma.
Killed. And I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds the role of a senator as a legislator to check their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both Jewish.
No one's excusing European action towards Jews. I just reject the idea that Jews lived happily in a society as second-class citizens along with others. Brother, I said relative. harmony. Okay. Relative. Do you know what relative means? Okay. Adjusted to the current conditions, adjusted to the conditions at the time. Okay. Relative peace and harmony. That's it. You refuse the premise because you understand, at least if you're a little bit knowledgeable on it, okay, you understand that it was far better overall, but you just don't want to recognize that because it doesn't suit your current argument. It is an ahistorical approach to say Jews were never allowed to coexist in relative peace in Muslim lands before Israel. It's wrong. It's objectively wrong. Bro, you're not going to win the argument. Just admit you're wrong. It's okay to be wrong. Are you talking about me or are you talking about the other person? There's no way you genuinely think that this is, the chatter. Oh, okay. This is footage from the 1890s of Jewish people living peacefully in Palestine.
15 years later, the cinema is taking its first steps. Cameramen employed by the Lumiere brothers filming at Jerusalem Station provide the first moving pictures taken in Palestine. From now on, the camera is the recording eye, and what it records is this: a society much like that of...
Yeah, the majority of Jewish scholars literally call the time under certain Arab caliphates the golden age of Judaism. Yes. It's so funny. It's just like you're denying reality, man. You're fucking denying reality. That's all this is. It's so frustrating that people are doing this 10p camera. Brother, this is literally the first camera. What are you talking about?
Damascus or Beirut.
This is 1896, man.
In an Arab city, much like any other. By the end of the 19th century, Palestine has 500,000 inhabitants, of whom 30,000 live in Jerusalem. A veiled woman, a Sunni Muslim, one of the majority, from the camera, and Pope. Each of the Christian denominations has its church here in the Holy City. The holy places of the three religions are scattered across a few hundred square meters. The Great Mosque is close to Christ's tomb. Further along, at the foot of the Wailing Wall, a Jew is reciting a prayer.
Jew with a fez! Yo! That's crazy. That's a crazy sight. I didn't even know it was like that. See, I'm learning new things too.
He is wearing a Turkish tabush, and though he prays in Hebrew, his everyday language is Arabic. Jews form half the population of Jerusalem, but in the country as a whole, they make up less than 5% of the total. Christians account for 10% and Muslims 85%. All of them are subjects of the Sultan of Constantinople.
Bro, that's not uncommon. My grandpa was Jewish and Turkish. Yeah, no, there's there used to be a lot more, especially like even still living in Istanbul, a lot of Jewish Turks. I just think it's funny. I don't know. It's funny to see people wearing fezzes to me.
There are no frontiers in the Ottoman Empire. There are administrative divisions in which, in this immense territory, Palestine occupies a mere 27,000 square kilometers, made up of 3 small districts in the south of the...
But he was also crazy. He said all Greeks should have been murdered. Yeah, that's a Turk for you, okay? Yeah, again, American Jews are American first. Turkish Jews are Turkish first. That makes total sense.
The province of Damascus. The same empire in the 17th century. In the meantime, it has lost the Balkans. France and Italy have seized North Africa. England has moved into Egypt, Aden, and even Kuwait.
The first recorded video was 8 years prior to this one. That's crazy. Anyway, Palestine before Zionism, a golden age. The article covers a period of 1860s to 1910s when Jews, Muslims, and Christians were experiencing a golden age in Palestine, social life in Jerusalem, Tiberias, Hebron. Jews, Muslims, Christians lived in the same streets, shopped at the same stores, frequented the same bathhouses, shared residential courtyards. This is the type of shit that also pisses off Israelis more than anything else, because it directly undermines the argument that like Jews and non-Jews cannot get along, and that there has to be, this necessitates a Jewish ethno-state. Okay? Not only is that initial fear from oftentimes, Christian pogroms against Jews, okay, and the unbelievable amounts of anti-Semitism that existed in many Christian parts of the world, okay, that obviously is no longer as apparent. There's no like systemic discrimination that exists in the Western world largely against Jews, but it also doesn't suit modern day propaganda purposes because the allies now for Israel are, largely majority Christian nations in the West, and the ops are majority Muslim populations. So That's the reason why they have to constantly undermine this like important period of Jewish history. Christian musicians played at Jewish weddings, Jews performed at Muslim and Christian weddings. Jews, Muslims, and Christians started going to Ottoman schools as well as all the Israelite alliance schools. Palestinians, Jews, and Christians used Muslim religious courts to settle disputes amongst themselves. Jews formed business partnerships with Muslims in the wheat, livestock, and dairy industries. Muslim and Jewish children from one courtyard would defend one another against Muslim and Jewish children from another courtyard. Muslim and Jewish women also breastfed another one's babies in the event of a death or life and the mother is unable to nurse. Religious life, Jewish Arabs, like all this stuff. Zachary Foster is a historian of Palestine, has a PhD from Princeton University. I've had him on the broadcast in the past as well. He's written on Palestine before Zionism, a golden age. Many others have written about it too. It's not just him, but this kind of stuff is very frustrating for Zionists. One of the most historically illiterate attacks against Mamdani's Nakba post is outrage that he shared a Palestinian of Bosnian origin. Inaya Bushnak's family came to Palestine in the Ottoman era Muhajir migrations and became part of Palestinian society. See thread. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this video now.
Community and their Arab community that you're right, Emma. A two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps a multicultural solution where people are living side by side is a better solution, but I want that to come from the people who live there. It shouldn't be the role of me to assert my views on residents of another country.
Yeah, I'll move on a little bit, but I think it's just, to me, it's like Israel, who is the occupying power in this dynamic, I mean, as recognized by international law, does not want a multicultural state. Obviously, that is, when they say like, oh, you guys want to destroy Israel, what they're talking about is a destruction of the apartheid system. What they're talking about is bringing in equality. And so I guess I want to stay on for a second, like how you could use your leverage
good
as
push.
a U.S. senator to stop this violence, which we all agree has to stop, right? Like we mentioned, you draw a distinction between Israel's defensive and offensive weapons infrastructure and currently support funding for the defensive part of that, like the Iron Dome. I think a lot of people, though, might disagree with that distinction and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like, the Iron Dome allows Israel, one might say, to operate with impunity because they don't face the same threat of retaliation. So what would you say to that?
I hear you. As you can imagine, this is a conversation we have every single day in a state like ours, where we have vastly different viewpoints on the right course of action in the Middle East. And it is the job to go in with an open mind and to listen and to make the right, most objective decision that I possibly can. And as I said at the outset, it is increasingly the view of even Netanyahu himself that he wants to be able to do it on his own and doesn't want to rely on foreign aid. There seems to be a recognition that they are going at everything they possibly can and are losing the support of the world. They're losing the support of Americans. And I will always, my pledge is to always be objective. I am not so tied to an individual viewpoint that I'm not willing to change my mind when the facts on the ground change.
I guess then to that end, why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure? What is, I guess, sort of your positive vision in supporting that policy? You know what I mean?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well,
I mean, the horror of living in fear of being bombed constantly. Let's work with the outcome of how do we end the violence, period.
But I mean,
but then backing away from that, how do we protect people?
I think then, though, that sort of probes at like maybe we're coming from different worldviews here a little bit, because my worldview, and I think one that Emma has been talking about as well, is like multiculturalism, where we live amongst each other and where multiculturalism and a respect for one another.
Yeah, which is easier, justifying a defense package to Hamas, which once again, I need to explain this one more time. I am in favor of giving the Palestinian resistance an Iron Dome. They deserve it a lot more than the party that is doing the genocide. Okay? I've actually jokingly talked about this in the past, didn't realize that it's now Mallory McMorrow's foreign policy position. But what's easier? She's not to the left of me. Shut the fuck up, okay? She's not to the left of me. You don't... The Iron Dome is a starting point for what I think the Palestinian resistance and the Palestinian standing military in Palestine, the nation state of Palestine, deserves, okay? That's just a starting point. But also... What's easier, you think? Restraining Israel with a weapons embargo or giving both sides defensive weapons and let them duke it out? Are we going to pave a new fucking an airfield for the Palestinian resistance as well? Are we going to give them F-35 jets? Are we going to give them guided and unguided gravity bombs so they can use it when they're striking targets with higher efficiency inside of Tel Aviv, inside of Israel? Is that what we're doing? No, of course not. This is fucking stupid.
It keeps us safe. And so, like, I don't want to talk about like everyone getting their Iron Dome and everyone arming up and everyone getting more and more defensive and offensive and everyone getting more violent and everyone. I mean, I just did
They should have just asked, what other kinds of weapons would you be in favor of giving Hamas? It's so awesome. So you're in favor of giving Hamas an Iron Dome, which is, I have to say, very cool. A very cool position that I've never heard from a Senate hopeful before. That's true. This is the first time I've ever heard a Senate hopeful, a candidate that's running for Senate, say we should give Hamas the Iron Dome. Okay? Call it the Hamas Dome. Give Hamas the Iron Dome. We need to establish technological weapons parity between Israel and Hamas, and therefore they need an Iron Dome and possibly nukes as well, because Israel has nukes. So how far would you go in establishing this parity, okay, between the two belligerents? Yes, the balance must be restored. So how far would you go? Would you give them a nuke? She didn't even say it's her position. She just said, yeah, let's talk about that conversation. Like, we got to talk about how to talk about it first before she even considers it. Yeah.
Episode that actually comes out today, which I'm very excited about, with Naomi Klein, about Tucker Carlson's worldview that he has been espousing as of late. And he does view the world that way, where, in America, we should bunker down and have our white Christian nation, and everyone else is bunkered down in their own very racialized nations as well, with like tons of weapons, and we're all segregated. And like, I just find that to be such a grim reality, Yeah. And so I think, like, I'm wondering if your politics could come from a different place philosophically, where it's not like, what about funding also the Palestinian Iron Dome, where it's about taking away the Iron Dome from Israel, this thing that, in my opinion, allows them to continue operating as a genocidal apartheid state unchecked.
Well, and I think where you and I find agreement here is exactly that. Ideally, we should be at a place where we're not armed to the teeth against each other. We are a multicultural society in our country, and yet we have more guns than we have people in the United States. I sat on the state Senate floor.
Oh, now all of a sudden, domestically, no longer in favor of defensive weapons to the teachers and the students. Remember what I told you? This is a great analog for you to be like, okay, gun violence. This is an awfully reactionary perspective that you have here, where you're like, oh, we should have a conversation about giving defensive weapons, or we can have a conversation about a weapons embargo to Israel, right?
Below 4 men with AR-15s and full tactical vests who, I promise you, wanted me dead. That is not the world that I want to live in. The goal, yes, is let's have multicultural societies where we're not attacking each other. I do start at that place. And I want to make sure that I go in recognizing that I would have a responsibility. I have a responsibility today as a state senator to check my personal beliefs at the door sometimes and make decisions that are in the best interest of protecting as many people as possible.
Yeah, which, again, this all loops back to continue giving Israel an Iron Dome, but then also give Hamas an Iron Dome. That's awesome.
Do you think the Iron Dome is in service of that?
What is this?
I would love to get to a place where it's not needed, period, for anybody.
Okay. Do you believe Israel has committed and is committing a genocide?
Yeah, we went through this on our campaign. Based on the legal definition, I've said this, I do believe that it meets the definition. What I also heard in response from many of my constituents who had family that they lost in the Holocaust is there is such a personal, visceral reaction.
Oh shit. Oh, I didn't realize. My bad, dude. Why didn't the international authorities factor in the feelings of people who are whose grandparents passed away in the Holocaust? I didn't realize that's how it works. This argument, again, is so fucking stupid. You literally are saying they should get one, okay? They should have a little bit of a Holocaust themselves as a treat, okay? That's what the argument is. You don't get a fucking freebie. What is this conversation? Also, Matt is Jewish. Incredible argument. Okay. So what comes next for the Palestinians if they have, if you're cognizant of the reality that they've experienced the genocide, do they get to have one of their own too? Like, how does this work? Where does this end? Again, just be fucking honest. This is what I hate about politicians. They just can't be normal. They can't be fucking honest. Everything has to be unbelievably centrist framed. Everything has to be focus tested where you end up saying insanely stupid shit. Okay? Oh, well, you know, it just hurts people's feelings. It's a genocide, but it hurts people's feelings. Okay, I don't give a fuck if it hurts people's feelings. What do you mean? It's a genocide or not? And if you're like, well, they get to have a little bit of a genocide as a treat because, you know, their ancestors were genocided, then okay, do the Palestinians get to now genocide another group of people because they were genocided as you recognized? Like, where does this end? Again, centrists and like liberals who try to frame this like weird middle ground on objectively black and white issues of morality end up coming up with an unbelievably unreasonable solution. It's the same fucking thing with the whole like, well, we should give the Palestinians an Iron Dome, maybe. Okay, cool. I mean, sure. But where do we go? Which one is the easier solution? To give the Palestinians an Iron Dome, which I think they deserve for the record, and should get one. Okay. Or restrain fucking Israel. What are we talking about? It's so stupid. You become unreasonable in your effort to appear as the most reasonable. Okay?
To that word that moves us apart from each other. And when I believe that most people...
yeah, slay it forward.
In both the Jewish community and the Arab community and people who are not impacted want the same outcome, why would we spend our time debating whether or not you agree with the definition of a word and recognizing we have the coalition who wants the same thing? How do we keep them together?
I think that the definition is important because of international law, and we're seeing right now the Trump administration and, frankly, the Biden administration was also a part of the degradation of international law and the rules-based international order. And, you know, there was a Quinnipiac poll from August 2025. This has probably increased since then, that 77% of Democrats, over half of independents, believe that Israel is committing genocide. Don't you think that it's important to articulate that just to support international law at a time when the foreign policy of the United States and by extension Israel is might makes right?
I think it is important to listen to everybody that I would be asking for faith and trust to represent, and to build the coalition that.
Yeah, we gotta listen to those who are being genocided, and we gotta listen to those who are doing the genocide. Both sides have a role to play. One side is doing the genocide, the other side is being genocided. Okay, this is how it's got to go. This is like again, it's not radical to just say. I think if there is a tier of radical statements that just sound objectively insane, when you're so predisposed with trying to figure a fucking comfortable middle ground, you end up coming across like the insane one. These guys literally do this all the time. Liberals do this all the fucking time. Okay? Like, I know you guys are saying be radical, be specific, be extreme. You're not. She is extreme. She's the more extreme position. I don't think our position is more extreme than this position. Okay? There is no other issue where you would be like, okay, this guy is a pedophile. Let's hear from both sides. Like, it doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? You don't go, hey, let's hear from the pedophile first. I know this is a convicted pedophile, but let's hear why he did the pedophilia, and then we'll hear the victim as well. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't fucking work that way. What are you talking about? Yeah, let's hear from Jeffrey Epstein and then from the victims as well. So that we can, and meanwhile, we're only funding Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like, it's ridiculous. You sound ridiculous. Because the other hidden premise there is the notion that sometimes mass murder and genocide is okay. And it's not okay. That is at odds with everything that people learn since birth in modern liberal society. Okay? Yeah, I have German voters and we want everyone to come together, so I can't call the Holocaust a genocide, is the argument that you're presenting here, which is an objectively insane argument. Okay? You run a pretty hardball stance when it's just video. Would you would love to hear this type of pushback when they're on stream too. You got it, big dog. I mean, if Mallory McMorrow comes on stream, I'd love to have this conversation with her. You do also understand, you said, oh, with like people in Steyer and the like. I mean, with Nithya, I was, pretty stern, right? And she was seemingly in agreement with me, right? Was I not? I don't understand why people will accuse me of not doing this. Like, there are certain people to have this sort of conversation with, right? PA3 candidate Sharif Streets get out the vote rally with Senator Cory Booker and Mayor Sherrell Parker. Several empty seats can be seen as New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, Mayor Sherrell Parker. I mean, maybe it's just starting. Maybe the event has just started and that's why it's empty. But again, I don't think you guys understand, man. You guys don't realize something, okay? This is the most consequential, most impactful demographic in the district, okay? Older black voters run the show here, okay? You guys are looking at it and going, oh, it's there's no motion. There's no motion. It was at 11 a.m. Eastern rally. It's been over for 5 hours. Okay, still. Like, even when people were talking about, like, oh, why are they doing this on a Monday at 10 a.m.? It's because they're all retirees. I'm far more worried about Chris Rabb's chances than many here are, it seems. Anyway, that's totally different, though. That's irrelevant. Let's get back to this for now, and then we'll talk about it later.
Same goals. There is no doubt that war crimes have been committed. There is no doubt that the pain and suffering at the vast expense of our taxpayer dollars, Matt, to your point, that we continue to pay for this, needs to end. And I want to keep my people together at a moment when so much of the emphasis is on how to tear them apart.
Yeah, I don't mean to be pedantic. I really, really don't with like the genocide label. But I think to me, identifying it as a genocide is important to, like Emma said, give an internationally understood and legal label to what is currently happening to a group of people. And to me, like, anyone's feelings about that word, I think, are not as important as like recognizing what is still happening to people right now, which is a genocide under international law,
How does your family feel about it? How are those conversations going?
Well, it
depends on the family
depends
member.
on the family member, and it's tense. But ultimately, I assume you're asking that because I'm Jewish, and you'd be right for that, because it's, especially intergenerationally, it's a tense conversation because people have different levels of Zionist indoctrination and also differing sort of proximities to the Holocaust and the timeline. But I think, though, the difficult conversations that are happening within my family are less important than the reality of what is.
She's pretty good. I hate to give her credit because that's a really good way to not respond to the question and flip it back to be like, see, you're having a hard time getting across to your older relatives, but that's not the question. You are a senator, okay? You are a senator. You have an obligation to the truth, okay? My grandparents believe a litany of different insane things is the retort here. They don't believe in climate change. Are you going to fucking come out and be like, I don't believe in climate change because some of my voters don't believe in climate change? You would never do that. What if I have relatives that think every child should have an AR-15? Are you going to turn around and say, you know what? We have to factor into our advocacy as Democrats that maybe some children should get AR-15s. How about 10% of children that get AR-15s in school, in classrooms, as a reasonable mechanism of defense? Sometimes constituents have a litany of different insane opinions. You are placing emphasis on certain opinions, and you're giving a lot more priority to certain opinions, even if they're fucking objectively ridiculous. That's it,
happening to the Palestinian people.
So we've had those same conversations. My husband is Jewish, and though I'm a step removed, there are certainly really, really hard conversations, to your point, among generations, within families. I respectfully...
You're a Democrat trying to win a Democratic primary in a state that literally was lost to Donald Trump because Kamala Harris wouldn't address this issue with conviction. That was in 2024. It's 2026 now. This is a 90-10 issue. There is no let's listen to the 10% here, okay? There's only let's listen to the truth here, okay? And then if you can't listen to the truth and you only make these electoral calculations, then there is no fucking need to listen to the 10%. It's ridiculous. There is no world where Mallory McMorrow would be asked what her stance is on protecting women's bodily autonomy. Okay, Israel and being pro-Israel is polling at the same level of should we restrict abortion access? Should we restrict medical access to women when it comes to abortions? Would you say that about abortions? No, of course you wouldn't. You wouldn't go, well, some of my constituents want to stop women from being able to have, abortions. We got to listen to them. You would never say that. The only reason why people say this about Israel is because of donors. That's it. That's it. That's fucking it. It's so ridiculous, dude. What the fuck? She wouldn't say, I don't want to say I support abortion rights because it offends pro-life people. So I just say reproductive health. Exactly. She wouldn't say, well, my husband is a devout Christian. And as a devout Christian, he thinks women shouldn't be able to get abortions. So it's a tough conversation in the family. And that's the reason why I have to, strategically position myself on this 90-10 issue. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So why would you do it for Israel?
Disagree, and I believe the responsibility of a legislator, somebody who represents, I'm asking for the trust to represent 10 million people in a very diverse state that is a purple state that could very easily go to the Republicans.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, Republicans, by the way, also independents, Republicans even, are no longer as favorable to Israel as Mallory McMorrow presents it.
Biggest joy in this job as a legislator is when I get to help people one-on-one and when I get to be a part of their story. And keeping coalitions together is hard work. And
I mean, this is the type of shit that I would have said, by the way, if I had the opportunity to talk to Mallory McMorrow. It'd be great. I'd be like, would you say that? Like 10% of your constituents, 10% of all Michiganders, but certainly more than 10% of all Michiganders, but 10% of Democratic Party constituents believe that there should be restrictions on abortion. Would you talk about the issue of abortion with this kind of language, with this kind of wishy-washy, centrist, middle-of-the-ground language? You wouldn't. You would never do that because that would be fucking ridiculous. So why do you do that for Israel? That's the question. Why do you do that for Israel? If it's also a 90-10 issue.
I believe we can respect international law and the ICC and have a legislator who respects their stances and understands that in order to move forward to the goal that I think all of us on this call share, is to keep a state like mine together and to not let this issue tear people apart. Because if we let it tear us apart, we get Mike Rogers. Trump gets a win. And there is no love lost on the other side of the aisle here with an administration that allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to convince us to go to war with Iran.
I think, because we're still in the primary, especially, like I'm pressing, Democrats a little bit more on this because we're not yet really talking about the general. And, you say that it's more important to keep the coalition together than to sort of fracture over this one issue. But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise. But sort of when I look at what a candidate like Dr. Abdullah Sayed is doing around this issue, it doesn't feel like we actually have to abandon dignity and actual justice for Palestinians to keep that coalition together. I mean, like we said at the beginning, you guys are all, neck and neck.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think we need to either. And that's not my goal at all.
I guess, we on this topic, we've exhausted it a little bit. But you also have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out just because I think that when we're talking about how to keep a coalition together, the 77% of Democrats that think Israel's committing genocide, the 90% of Democrats that have a negative view of Israel or don't want to send them more money, that would, I would imagine, be the position that would be as unifying as possible, because it appears like this is kind of a consensus opinion now within
Get him, Emma!
the Democratic base.
I mean, I hear that it's reflective in...
I'm listening. I'm hearing, I'm listening, and I'm speaking. Okay? McMorrow gives me hope because it feels like the maximum amount of lying establishment Dems are willing to do and is still not working. The problem with McMorrow is that she's not running in 2018. Okay? This would be a banger. In 2018, oh my God, Resist Libs would be going crazy for her. Problem with McMorrow is she's running in 2026. The environment has shifted so much. Okay? That's it. That's the problem. We have a much more diverse media diet. Okay? People have an outright rejection of mainstream media. There's not a lot of credibility there. There's no like universal approach to shit like this. So when you do actually have a coalition, when you do actually have consensus politics when it comes to Israel, and someone is still trying to hit the fucking middle ground, people are very skeptical of that. They go, no, I don't actually like what you're doing here. Okay, that's it. I think what a lot of people don't realize is that politics in the Democratic side have always been about agreeability, okay? Trying to be as agreeable as possible with not just like as large of a chunk of the base as possible, but like agreeable with, you know, all the different elements, all the different stakeholders within the party infrastructure, corporations, foreign lobbies, you know, big donors, and the voters, right? In 2026, disagreeability actually works sometimes far better than that, okay? Disagreeing with the centrist forces within the party infrastructure, disagreeing with mainstream media, disagreeing with corporations, that's actually good. That is how you establish credibility.
Polls and reading polls and asserting how campaigns should be run based off of polls is not a way that you win in a state like ours. And Matt, I hear that you don't want to talk about
polls and morality, both polls and international law and morality.
And talking about morality, Trump put out an AI-generated video of Trump Gaza and has told us we cannot afford daycare, we cannot afford Medicare, we cannot afford Medicaid. And not only that, but that states should tax themselves even more to pay for those selfish things so that we can pay for a war that he...
Oh, she's trying to bring it back to Trump. Like, we both hate Trump, right? Emma won't bite on that. She'll be like, you're running in the Democratic Party's primary. If you were to win, this would send a message about what the voters want. Your job here isn't to oppose Trump. Everyone opposes Trump. Everyone in this room opposes Trump. We are all in opposition to Trump. We are currently talking about the distinction between yourself and someone like Abdul El-Sayed and someone like Haley Stevens. Yeah, you're 100% correct. She knows that her donors don't want her to say genocide, but her constituency wants that, and that's why she's having a hard time saying it. I think this is the type of thing that should be addressed. I mean, and by the way, I held fucking Steyer's feet to the fire on this issue as well, even though he's objectively far beyond every one of the top contenders in the California governor's race. You know, I did. I was like, you can't call it a genocide? Like, you don't think it's appropriate to call it a genocide? He's also been more responsive on this issue in the other interviews that he's conducted as well since then. But like, again, this is important. This is an important thing to call out. And the reason why it's important is because there are also additional considerations that come along when you come to that recognition, because then you look fucking ridiculous. If you call it a genocide and then you say, but we still got to give the genocidaires money and weapons, then you look fucking insane. Okay? Yeah, same with taxing the billionaires. You held him. He was so bad in those questions. Yeah, but he's now good on those questions. Ironically enough, he's changed his perspective on those questions.
Took us into because Netanyahu convinced him to do so. And every single Republican in the House and the Senate refused to vote on the War Powers Resolution. So I agree. You'll find agreement. And I live and serve in a deeply purple state that has to focus on November and Mike Rogers and the tens of millions of dollars that will be funneled into this state, because it is a coalition of...
Deeply purple state that also recognizes that Israel's committing a genocide. By the way, deeply purple is bullshit. It's only purple because Kamala Harris. You can literally make the argument that it's a purple state because Kamala Harris did not recognize that Israel was committing a genocide and wanted to put an end to it. That's literally the only reason why it's fucking purple. It was not purple. It was supposed to be blue. It is supposed to be a blue state. And it would have been a fucking blue state if Kamala Harris actually nipped that shit in the bud and charted a different path forward with Israel. Openly said, Israel's committing a genocide. We have to put an end to it, and I will put an end to it if I'm president. Okay? I disagree. I agree with a lot of the things that Biden did. He's my president. He's been great. But this is one issue where I think now is the time to say enough is enough. Okay? That's it.
As many people in the state as possible. You don't win in Michigan without independence. You don't win in Michigan without Republicans.
Yes, independence. Overwhelming majority of independents also fucking consider what Israel's doing to be a genocide and want to stop it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That is. You don't get to angle this as I am doing reasonable, moderate centrism to win this fucking election against Mike Rogers. This is stupid. This is dumb. This is actually worse for independents.
So it is keeping the Democrats together, keeping the Democrats engaged, keeping our diverse communities together to recognize we have the shared goals. We do. And it's hard work, and it's work that I'm in every single day. So hopefully you see there's not disagreement here, but it is the work every single day.
God, I would love to have Mallory McMorrow on the show.
Keeping our people together so that we don't lose a seat to somebody who would rubber stamp everything Trump wants to do, who will certainly not end this war or secure security for Palestinians anytime soon if it were up to him.
Yeah, and I'll wrap up. I know you probably have to run, busy day running a campaign. I think neither of us would argue that like every Republican is doing all of this and worse, much worse. And none of us would argue, in favor of anything Trump is doing. I just think especially, during a primary season.
No, this is a problem, though. This is absolutely a problem. This was the problem with Trump versus Kamala Harris. When you take a wishy-washy attitude here, yeah, look, among independents, this is a new poll that just came out, 44% among independents sympathize with the Palestinians, while 29% side with Israel. 68% oppose U.S. providing military aid to Israel, while 28% support it. In case anyone cares about the general election, says Adil Haq, it's over. It's done. It's done. It's gone, baby. It's over. New York Times Siena poll, 37% of all Americans, including Republicans, sympathize more with the Palestinians in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, while 35% side with Israel. 57% oppose the U.S. providing military aid to Israel, while 37% support it. I'm a numbers guy. I ChatGPT it. I grok it. It tells me you're a numbers guy. Patrick Bet David, you're a numbers guy. And it says the numbers tell me it's over. It's time. I look at my watch, very expensive watch. I look at it. It's Audemars Piguet. And the watch tells me it's time to say fuck Israel.
When we are, being given the chance to put our, what we think is our best Democrat forward, that we're, pushing you on some of these issues, because I think something that I'm sure you've heard is that a lot of Democratic voters feel like we have an establishment that isn't fighting sufficiently.
And I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
This is a party that's not meeting this moment, not only on this issue.
Yeah, which is why I also will refuse to meet the moment. It's great.
On voting rights, on civil rights, on...
Could you ever be normal again if they ever actually let you on Patrick Bet David? Absolutely not. I would probably do a Patrick Bet David voice for the rest of my life if they finally let me on Valuetainment to valuetain the Valuetainment fans, because I'm a Valuetainment fan. I would probably rewatch my Valuetainment broadcast over and over again. I'd be grokking it. I'd be doing ChatGPT.
Childcare and healthcare and housing. There's so much at stake here, which is why I'm doing what I can. I believe truly that we built a blueprint in Michigan, in the legislature, when we flipped control of the legislature for the first time in my entire lifetime, that we can take with us to Washington and build a party that knows how to fight and knows how to win and knows how to actually get things done for people.
Totally. And I just want to mention, as a New Yorker, I got to rep my city and, push back on the idea that we have to make these sort of middle of the road concessions on some of these issues, especially a humanitarian issue. We had Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who just won in my city, and 1 in 10 Mamdani voters also voted for Trump. There was a small but mighty MAGA for Mamdani coalition, and you know what? It's confounding, but that's, I guess,
amazing.
It's amazing. It's how the world works, and he's someone who really didn't concede on his beliefs on any of these issues. So of course I would be remiss if I did not encourage you to do the same. Mallory, thank you so much for joining today. I really mean it. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you to you both.
All right. I mean, it's fine. They held her feet to the fire. I wish they were a little bit more aggro, but they were. I mean, she is purposely very agreeable. She's a much better politician than I initially thought she was. It's this. She knows exactly how to sing to the tune of liberals in the exact same way that Pete Buttigieg does. I will admit, the fact that she even went on this obviously contentious interview is good. It automatically gives her brownie points. And while they did push her, they never actually got her to flub. She was very good at deflecting away from the main points.
Thank you to you both.
Cool. And that is our interview. I've been really enjoying talking to candidates, honestly, more than I thought I would.
I hate talking to candidates. I can't believe Matt likes talking to candidates. That's crazy.
And making these sort of like auxiliary episodes has just been a sort of nice creative outlet for me, in addition to like the conceptual episodes we make over here. I want to thank Mallory.
They were a million times nicer to her than anyone who's ever talked to Abdul. Oh, for sure. But you also can't come across like a, you can't come across like you, you know, you got the knives out from the start.
Again, for coming on and giving us her time.
LMFAO, man, you can't admit
she
that.
She probably knew we'd disagree on some things. She was gracious for that, truly. And I owe it to you, the listener, to say that.
Okay, her final final conclusions are just you know, please hear me out. This is only day 3 of me trying to get you to see the truth. It's a Blue Sky link. I'm not clicking on that. Patrick Buick David. What's Matt's last name? Bernstein. Yeah. Carjordy reported Matt Burnout Steen. Okay, stop with the car puns. Please stop with the car puns. No more. Patrick Bentley David. Oh my God. Updated. Mamdani stands by Nakba Day video amid fierce backlash. What backlash? Why the fuck is there any backlash to a recognition of an ethnic cleansing campaign that took place? Oh my God. Everything is busted, dude. We live in unbelievably busted times where if you fucking recognize a real ethnic cleansing campaign that took place, you're a bad guy. And the people that don't want you to recognize that ethnic cleansing campaign that took place are the good guys somehow.
Does the door need to remain open to work with the Jewish community to fight anti-Semitism? And then just on the substance of one of your posts last week.
Could I first answer the first question, then we'll go to the second one? Thank you very much. My message to Jewish leaders across this city is that my door is always open, that I look forward to welcoming a number of those leaders to Gracie Mansion this evening for Shavuot. And I also know that that is a door that we will keep open beyond just this evening's event, beyond just Jewish American Heritage Month. And it is part of a commitment to be the mayor for every New Yorker. And that means a mayor for those who voted for you, who didn't vote for you, who didn't vote at all. And that also means that there will be times where you will meet New Yorkers at an event, at a specific conversation, out on the street. I look forward to all of those interactions. Your second question.
My second question is, you want to be the mayor for all New Yorkers. You've made this promise. Yet the city of New York seems to be now taking more, you know, the city of New York posted this Nakba post last week, which was upsetting to some Jewish New Yorkers who felt that perhaps there at least should have been an acknowledgement that Holocaust survivors were also facing painful displacement. So, you know, what should Jewish New Yorkers think about the fact that, you know, using your official city account?
There are many Nakba survivors in New York City. Acknowledging everyone's pain does not produce you from the acknowledgement of other people's. Mamdani insists on his door is always open for Jewish leaders. She hits the Holocaust survivors are upset about it line, which is crazy. Like, can you imagine being like, hey, you recognize the horrifying nature of chattel slavery, but there are Holocaust survivors who were offended because it takes away from, you know, their pain. The fuck? First of all, there are Holocaust survivors who also recognize the Nakba. Like, it's such a ridiculous fucking argument. Like, what do you mean? There are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews who survived the Holocaust as well, for the record.
Now, statements about Israel, you know, using your official city accounts. People understand your views on Israel, but, you know, they don't necessarily feel like you speak out about all these other sorts of situations, other conflicts, other issues.
So I was proud to commemorate Nakba Day, which is an annual day on May 15th that commemorates the expulsion of more than 700,000 Palestinians from 1947 to 1945 during the creation of the State of Israel and for the year that followed. And it was a privilege to be able to share the story of Vinia and her story as not just a Nakba survivor, but also as a New Yorker. And I firmly believe that acknowledging any one's people pain does not preclude you from the acknowledgement of another people's. And when it comes to New Yorkers like Ania and so many others, not only has their pain never been acknowledged, but so often we have seen that even their identity is up for debate. And my message to each and every New Yorker is that this is a city for you and that we will continue to... So May 15th has long been the day of commemorating the Nakba, and there are many Nakba survivors in New York City. And we wanted to ensure that the focus of this was just to hear from a New Yorker herself on her own memories of what it meant to be expelled and what her life has been like and how she has found that home in New York City. We wanted to have a Nakba survivor be at the focal point of this video as opposed to myself. I was intending to be there as part of it. However, I did fall sick and we didn't want...
Yeah, it's not like he didn't acknowledge Holocaust Remembrance Day. Like that would be insane and also completely inappropriate for the record, for any mayor to do. But yeah, it's crazy. Like they don't do this for Armenian Remembrance Day. I mean, Turks do. Turks get mad, right? But like no one gives a shit, and no one should give a shit. Do you see what I'm saying? Like not that long ago, last month, he put a post out for the recognition of the Armenian genocide. A lot of Turkish people got mad in New York City. There's Turks living in New York City. There was no media cycle, right? There was no fucking media cycle where people were taking sincerely the grievances of fucking Turks about Zoran's recognition of the Armenian genocide. It would have been fucking crazy. That would have been insane. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the New York Times or like any number of different articles being written about like, is Zoran Mamdani undermining the Turkish position on the Armenian genocide by recognizing the Armenian genocide? That'd be fucking crazy. Yeah, Mallory McMorrow would be like, my Turkish constituents don't like the term genocide. Eric Adams would never betray the Turks like that. Yeah, Eric Adams almost went to prison for his, for his loyalty to the Turk. Shout out Eric Adams, the real mayor, my real mayor. Okay. Yeah. There is no, you know what's really fucked up? It literally is the same as like people that sound pissy, people that get pissy that Juneteenth is a holiday. That's what you fucking sound like when you're like, oh, how dare you recognize the Nakba? Your analysis of Maureen Galindo was correct. She's a fan of Professor Jiang. Yo! I know my cranks, dude. I know my fucking cranks. Okay. I'm telling you. She's got something. She's got something that might be magic. Okay. She got something. Maureen Galindo might have something that we cannot understand yet. Okay. Okay. A Professor Jiang lover can spot one in the crowd like a fucking stand user. Okay. That's who I am for all of you. I got a real eye for this sort of thing. Okay. I'm telling you, I love my cranks. I know my cranks. When I see a chunkist in the wild, I can spot them from a mile away. Yeah. Acknowledging the existence of Palestinians hurts my feelings and is a form of racism is an insane belief. It is deluded and racist and solipsistic. Why does anyone have to take these lunatics seriously? Yup. Yeah, my spidey senses tingled when I learned about the existence of Maureen Galindo. Did you miss the New York Times? No, you didn't. I mean, I basically gave you some top line like Israel related parts of the New York Times. I'm sure Harry Emden will do a whole piece on it, and then we'll look at it Holy Toledo style later. Toledo. Also, Turks did get mad about Mamdani's Armenian genocide recognition. Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter. What do you mean? Like, that's my point. There's no motion in this. No one in the media takes that shit seriously. That's my argument. My argument is like, yeah, Turks get mad about it, but no one gives a fuck, right? It's like totally ridiculous. If this was no serious institution, no serious newspaper in circulation in the United States of America would ever genuinely bring this up with one of their beat reporters. Okay? Why aren't you defending Eric Adams, a real warrior for the Turkish people? Always and forever. Okay? We lost the real one. We lost the fucking real one with Eric Adams. You know, what a shame. What a shame that Zoran did Taqiyya to me. Okay? As a Shia 12er, he did Taqiyya to me, Sunni Muslim, classic, and caused me to believe in him. And then he betrayed the Turks. Erik Adamoğlu would never betray the Turks. Many of you don't understand. You say, oh, he became Albanian afterwards. It's like a loss for New York, but a gain for Albania. Albania is the most Turk-coded European country out there anyway. So like his move to become Albanian has made him even more Turkish than before. Truly an honorary Turk, He even severely mismanaged the budget and committed petty corruption. Oh my God, that's right. Eric Adams, in many respects, was ahead of the game because there has been a real alarming Turkification of American politics, something that I've talked about quite a bit. And honestly, Eric Adams was doing all of that. That is unbelievably Turkified. Respect to Eric Adamoğlu. Okay, Ankara impressed. Anyway, United States is headed in the wrong track. 57% of U.S. voters says don't know. 11%. Right track. 32%. Nation's economy poor. 49%. Net fair / poor at 76%. Excellent / good at 22%. Oh my God. Thinking ahead of the November midterm elections, are you almost certain that you will vote? Very likely to vote. Someone likely to vote. Almost certain across all U.S. registered voters at 43%. Not at all likely at 5%. Not very likely at 2%. Somewhat likely at 11%. If we look at the crosstabs, I want to see from party ID. Almost certain at 51% for Republicans. Almost certain of Republicans, or 51% for Democrats. 43 for Republicans. 39 for Indy. It's not looking too good for the Republicans there. Very likely at 40% for Republicans. Very likely at 38%. Somewhat likely at 10% for Republicans and 2% not very likely, and not at all likely at 4% for Republicans. Nice. Looking back at combined congressional ballot, includes leaners. If 2026 general election for Congress were held today, which party would you vote for? Which candidate? Democratic candidate 50%, Republican candidate 39%. Comparing Trump-Harris results in the final 2024 New York Times Siena poll with today's generic ballot, the only group that hasn't swung towards Dems is white college grads, probably because their 2024 voting preferences were never about gas prices and inflation. This is consistent with what we find in our surveys, too. It's an apocalyptic 2026 environment for Republicans are definitely probably voting metrics were D plus 10 a month ago, but one driven by young Hispanic and non-white voters rather than whites and white college voters. Now, I'm not, contrary to my Patrick Bet-David impersonation, I'm not a fucking numbers wizard, okay? I'm a numbers guy, but I'm not a numbers wizard, okay? But I told you this a fucking mile away. I told you this was going to happen, that they were going to snap back. Low propensity voters and voters that voted for Donald Trump for the first time ever, that thought it was a gamble and that they were like, fuck it, we ball. Let's break this system all together. It's not working. Would realize very quickly that Trump was not going to follow through on his promises, and they snapped back. The problem is, it's not enough. The Democrats need to do more, and they're not doing more. Their communications, their comms are ass. Okay, why do PBD and Big Yahoo sound alike? Why you wear accountant uniform, if not numbers guy? This is not an accountant uniform. This is a young college Republicans uniform, if anything. Trump net approval 37%, which is still unbelievably high, by the way. Holy fuck. And net disapproval at 59%. Goku Ash Naruto says cope. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, because I said young? Is that why you wanted to hit me on that? You son of a bitch. Anyway, let's take a look at some other polls that came out while I go pee.
Say they're stretching their budgets. In a new CBS News poll out this morning, 59% of Americans say gas prices are a financial hardship. 65% say the U.S. economy is performing badly, and 67% disapprove of how President Trump is handling the economy. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with some of the implications. And Ed, it's an election year, and people vote with their pocketbooks.
They sure do, Nora. Very good to see you. Happy Monday. President Trump is back from his trip to China, and he's facing new lows in our CBS News poll for his handling of the economy. With gas prices up more than 50% since the start of the war, the president's now ramping up his threats to Iran. The clock is ticking. President Trump warned Iran better get moving fast, or there won't be anything left of them.
We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Just days after insisting he's more worried about that than how the war is affecting Americans back at home.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation.
A new CBS News poll finds 7 in 10 say they're frustrated or even angry about Trump's approach to the economy. 2/3 say his policies are making it worse. And 77% say incomes aren't keeping up with inflation. House Speaker Mike Johnson acknowledged Iran is a drag on the president's poll numbers.
As soon as we get that straightened out, we will get back to the kitchen table issues.
But Trump did notch another big victory over the weekend.
Thank you, Louisiana!
In Louisiana's Republican Senate primary, Trump-backed Congresswoman Julia Letlau now heads to a runoff after defeating Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted to convict Trump in his impeachment trial after the January 6th attacks. On Saturday, Cassidy said this about how to handle political defeats.
You don't pout, you don't whine, you don't claim the election was stolen.
Now, attention turns tomorrow to Kentucky, where the president's trying to unseat one of his top House Republican critics, Thomas Massie. Massie has bucked Trump for years on policy, including his handling of the war with Iran and the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
They're desperate. That's why they're sending the Secretary of War to my district tomorrow. That's why the president's losing sleep.
Dude, this is one of the most insane stories, by the way. As of like this past month, given by expenditure, the Thomas Massie primary has been the most expensive, historically the most expensive primary. Number 2 is Jamal Bowman, and number 3 is Cori Bush. Notice a pattern there. Do you see what's going on? What's going on? Democracy is supposed to be a pressure valve, a civic duty. And yet, democracy is no longer as democratic. Foreign lobbies are spending billions of dollars, sometimes dumping $10 million into one Democratic primary race to make sure that certain Democratic candidates are unseated. What's going on? What happened to the democracy I love? What happened to the country I love? The top 3 most expensive House primaries in history have all involved pro-Israel group spending to get rid of an Israel critic. Number 1 at Thomas Massie, number 2 at Bowman, and number 3 at Cori Bush. How ridiculous. KY4 being the most expensive primary in history is objectively nuts, and clear evidence is about sending a message more than Massie as such. Why is this appropriate? Why is this allowed? Seriously. Massie's being targeted because he represents his actual district, not Israel, and he refused to back down over the Epstein file cover-up. It's crazy that any Republican would want to replace him. GOP elderlies need to find some self-respect and vote for a man with a backbone. And yes, finally, with the, the tens of millions of dollars dumped in to this race, of course, it worked. Eddie Gallrain is at 51%, and Thomas Massie as incumbent is at 44%. 2 factors at play here, obviously. The fact that Donald Trump is aggressively posturing against Thomas Massie, but also the incredible amounts of money into opposition research and marketing. And what's even crazier is Ed Gallrain has not even done like a fraction of the campaigning that Thomas Massie is engaging in right now. It's so fucking annoying.
There's been a lot of talk about a civil war inside MAGA.
We've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives.
Fissures? Yeah, it's blown up.
The administration's top counterterrorism official resigning in protest over President Trump's war with Iran.
Betrayed his campaign.
Massie also rejects the left very aggressively. He might lose in Kentucky. Are you insane? For a fucking lifelong deep red Republican? No, of course he's going to fucking reject Republican. He's a psycho, first of all. Like, I have respect for him for having consistency on this position and standing by his convictions, but that doesn't mean that he's like a good guy overall or has a decent worldview. Of course he's going to be fucking anti-left.
How
the 25th Amendment is
I mean,
asked.
honestly, like the president at 380 chest, fucking shut up about that shit.
That fight might be coming to a head right here in northern Kentucky.
This guy named Thomas Massie. There's something wrong with him.
Representative Thomas Massie has held this seat since 2012, and despite his loyal support for the Republican agenda,
I vote with my party 91%. 91% of the time.
He's in trouble, big trouble, with President Trump.
Thomas Massie is a disaster for our party.
What's landed him in this fight for political survival? 2 issues that have the potential to split the MAGA base: foreign wars and the Epstein files.
It's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion.
This is bigger than Watergate.
Major combat operations in Iran.
I don't think we should start another war.
Because of this, Massie is now facing a Trump-endorsed challenger in his campaign for re-election.
This is a real hero, Ed Gallrain.
And big money is backing up.
Doesn't even know his fucking name, by the way.
Trump's attempt to smear Massie. This is officially the most expensive U.S. House primary in history. with over $25.6 million spent on ads.
Where'd that money come from?
It didn't come from regular people. It's come from billionaires. At least 95% has come from the Israeli lobby.
But this race isn't just about Massey and Trump. It's a litmus test for the future of the MAGA coalition. So I'm driving around Kentucky to find Trump voters and ask them, what's driving their vote in this primary? Is it loyalty to the president? Or are the cracks in MAGA really starting to form? Hey, we're down making a video. We're looking to talk to voters about the Republican primary that's coming up. Can we talk to you a little?
This guy is awesome because he looks and speaks fluent Haganese. Okay? He's so perfect for this. I swear to God. Every time, he just does not stick out at all. Like, you see this guy in the fucking Tractor Supply Co. parking lot, you're like, oh, he's just, purchasing tractor supplies. I think he's from West Virginia, right? Originally. He's so great.
A little bit about it?
Well, yeah, okay.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Or no, not West Virginia. He's a Northeast Ohio boy. Okay.
Yes, I did.
I voted for Trump this last election.
I've got my Make America Great Again hat at home.
It's nice and refreshing to actually have someone to stand up and say, enough's enough. And so that's why I've been a Trump supporter. And why anybody opposes that, I think you're a traitor to this country.
President Trump laid out the stakes for his base in this election. Are they loyal to him or not? And with his popularity lower than ever, it might be a question of the strength of MAGA as we know it. So we asked Massey about it.
Do you view your race as a fork in the road for the MAGA base?
Well, I think the MAGA base is already split, as you point out. Some have gone with the principles that Trump campaigned on. Some have gone with Trump, even when he's changed his mind on things like Epstein.
Okay, let's dig into Epstein first. For supporters of the president, the promise Trump and company made on this issue was clear.
Would you declassify?
Thinks they sell stuff at tractors, stuff for tractors at Tractor Supply, lol, winky face. Brother, I'm a city boy. I grew up not only in American cities, but I grew up in Turkish cities. Okay, I grew up in Istanbul and Ankara, and then I went to Miami, and then to New Jersey, and then now I live in Los Angeles. I have never even seen I've never even been around a Tractor Supply. I don't even think I've been around a Tractor Supply. I've been all around the country. I've been to the South. I've never seen a fucking Tractor Supply. It's not Tannerite. They sell explosives. Hell yeah, partner. I fucking love me some Tannerite. I love shooting a Tannerite with my 50 cal. A little bit of overkill, but I love doing it anyway. I bought ducks at Tractor Supply once. I love me some ducks to shoot at as well as Tannerite. I get beekeeping supplies there sometimes. It's kind of somewhere between a small town hardware store and a Home Depot. Nice. Stop LARPing. I ain't LARPing. I love shooting me some Tannerite. You know what I like getting at Tractor Supply Co.? Ivermectin, and not for my horsies, if you know what I mean. Ivermectin for me, and a little bit of ivermectin for the ponies. That's right.
The Epstein files.
Yeah, I would.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
But that urgency from the campaign trail seemed to evaporate once Trump was in office.
I thought it was ridiculous.
John Wardrop voted for Trump in 2024. He told me that the whole Epstein thing was a big reason why.
I thought it was completely ridiculous for the people who had gone on the podcasts, millions and millions of views, and then turning around and calling it a hoax or that there's nothing in here. And I don't know if anyone in this country is going to get arrested for it, but there's only one guy that's really trying, and that's Thomas Massey.
Massey is the co-author of the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, which he guided through a hostile Republican Congress to force a public release of documents related to the case.
We fought the president, the attorney general, the FBI director, the Speaker of the House, and the vice president to get this win.
But now that they're out, how do the voters feel?
You think those files should have been released?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you're happy with how Massey's fought?
Yes.
For that?
Yes.
Look at that goddamn tie, brother. Hell yeah, Vietnam veteran of the Army. These are the real Americans, okay? None of them pussy boys. with an English degree from a liberal arts university. Oh, this was a fire. Yeah.
We got to certainly have that as well. Yeah.
It's so bad, dude. I grew up.
Debating at Texas Republican IRL featuring Austin and Will Neff. This was awesome. Except I don't think I can get away with doing this shit anymore. This was fucking 4 years ago. This was 5 years ago. Not 4 years ago. This was literally 5 years ago. Almost down to the day. And I don't think I have the low profile necessary to do that. I've been on Fox News too much. So there's no way that I could do incognito at that point. Yeah, Muslimic. God, we had such fucking fun times, though. You know what I mean? God, I was so freaking fat, too. Look at my fit. Oh, God. What am I wearing, dude? What was I doing? Why didn't nobody stop me? What was my hair? Everything that I had on was just garbanzo, dude. Fuck.
Okay, the file thing, to me, that's a dead horse, okay?
No corona face mask, brother. We were in Texas. They shoot your ass if you wear a corona, fake corona face mask in the midst of the pandemic, brother. We're in a goddamn cowboy store. You think I'd be caught dead wearing one of them pussy diapers on my face? Are you out of your goddamn mind for the China virus?
End of story.
I say release it and let the cards fall where they may. You know, who knows? Maybe it might implicate Mr. Trump or President Trump.
The Epstein files, they're not important to me. Everybody and their brother's on it. I mean, what are you going to do?
And I'm certain Republican and Democrat.
They would have lassoed me right there in their cowboy store. Ooh, like a pig. They would have lassoed me and lathered me up. They would have had their way with me, patriotic style. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
A lot of them don't want it released because there's something in there that's going to come back and bite them in the buttocks.
Yeah.
This guy's awesome. I can't believe real humans talk like this. God damn. He said buttocks.
But with no new convictions following the release of the files, it seems like the only ones bit in the buttocks are the Republicans who actually followed through on Trump's own campaign promise.
He was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition.
Stupid people like Marjorie Trader Green.
I believe he's trying to protect friends and donors.
Perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, this stupid person named Massey.
It's typical politician stuff, breaking promises that helped get you elected. But a lot of people voted for Trump because he said he wasn't like your typical politician, and they believed him when he made big promises.
At the top of my list, we'll be stopping the slide into costly and never-ending wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. People don't believe that.
When Donald Trump was campaigning, one of his big campaign talking points was no new wars, no foreign wars.
Yeah.
How important was that to you during the campaign?
That was really important. You're going to ask me about Iran next.
Of course.
For a self-described America First peace candidate, the president's second term has been international and violent. And Republicans on the whole have been pretty silent, except for Massey. In January, U.S. military intervention in Venezuela forced a regime change.
The executive's military exercise to capture the leader of Venezuela represents one of the most blatant usurpations of congressional authority we have seen in modern times.
In February, the U.S. and Israel began military engagements in Iran.
Why are we going to war with Iran? This administration can't even give us a straight answer as to why we launched this preemptive war.
Massey's opposition to this war is one of the reasons why the pro-Israel lobby has spent so much against him. The United Democracy Project, a super PAC linked to AIPAC, has spent $2.6 million on anti-Massey ads, and the Republican Jewish Coalition spent $4 million. Another super PAC named MAGA Kentucky, which is backed by 3 pro-Israel mega donors, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson, has spent $5.6 million. But what do voters, who were promised no new wars, make of all of this?
How important when you were voting for him was that campaign promise?
It was really important.
Trump is actually backpedaled.
Yeah.
He's backpedaled.
How did you feel once that campaign promise was broken and now we're in Iran?
because he's doing what BB tells him to do, and that's AIPAC, and I'm not for that.
It needed to be done for a long time.
Did you also feel that way when Trump was running, promising not to get into wars? Did you feel like, well, even though he's promising this, we do need to go to Iraq?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
He's the only person that didn't kick the can down the road, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been doing that for 47 years.
Yeah.
Somebody had to stand up and do something.
That was important to you.
Yeah.
Now we're in Iran. How does that land with you?
I haven't got an opinion on it. It depends how it turns out.
What the fuck? Totally makes sense. Representative Massey has been the most vocal Republican critic of the administration and his party, and not just on Epstein and foreign conflicts. Where the Trump administration has been pushing for immunity for pesticide manufacturers for the use of potentially cancerous chemicals, Massey has been pushing to hold those companies accountable.
They want get out of court free cards. We're not going to give it to them.
He voted against Trump's big beautiful bill.
Well, guess what? It added $2 trillion to the debt. I said it would, and it has.
And he bucked the majority of his party by voting against an extension on legislation that allows the U.S. government to spy on its own citizens.
A short-term infringement of the Constitution is still an infringement of the Constitution.
All of this independence, it's made him vulnerable in this primary race.
Give me somebody with a warm body to beat Massey.
Massey's primary is May 19th. He's up against Ed Gowron, Trump's hand-chosen opponent.
He's a hero. He's a farmer hero.
In a way, the election is a test of the price anyone might pay for going against Trump. Will Massey be punished by voters for disloyalty or rewarded for his independence? How important is it to have someone who's just loyal to Donald Trump and whatever he says versus putting a check on Donald Trump?
No, definitely putting a check. You should put a check on anybody because there shouldn't be one person to rule the country.
Okay, now.
How did Hogs learn about AIPAC? It's awesome, dude. It's because it's over. It's fucking Jover. That's why.
So that's a fine line there too. As long as your president is taking care of the country and the people from the country, then I give him 100% of support. No matter what.
So, back to the reason I came out here. Which way are these voters leaning? Is it enough that Trump supports his opponent? Would that do it for you?
No, I don't know that would swing it one way or the other. I'll look at it.
What do you think of Thomas Massey?
I think he's good. I like what he's going for. I'll definitely vote for him.
Are you voting for Ed in this race?
Yes, I am.
And what's behind that? What makes you vote for Ed?
Well, number one, Trump's endorsing him. That helps.
Fuck me, dude. Of not a single thought inside of that thing, okay? Not a single thought in that noggin, bro. Not a single one. Well, Trump is my God, and I love it. I love him. He is my Alpha and Omega. Donald Trump is God, and God demands that I vote for this new guy now. Him and the dog share the same brain cell? No, the dog is way smarter than this fucking thing. The dog has survival instincts. He does not.
I believe that Thomas Massey was MAGA before MAGA was coined phrase.
I want a clear thinker. I want somebody to make their own decision, not make a phone call. How should I vote?
So does Massey have your vote?
Massey has my vote.
I talked to a lot of voters on this trip. What I found is that while there are some cracks in the MAGA movement, we don't know where they're going to go yet. And even the people crossing the president's endorsement and voting for Massey don't see it as turning against Trump. You want more Masseys? Yeah.
Yeah, if we get enough of them, and if maybe a few more Trumps, we can actually get stuff moving.
If that contradiction sounds confusing to you, you have to remember, voting against Trump's preferred candidate is still a big deal, even if the voters I talk to don't see it that way. Up until now, almost all of Trump's endorsements...
It's a cult. 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 It's a fucking cult. It's a fucking cult. That's it. It's a cult. And I do think that because it's a fucking cult, this like relatively unknown Ed Gallagher or Ed Galrain or whatever the fuck his name is might actually win. And he's done he has such little presence, an unbelievable amount of money that they're spending against Massey. And it still doesn't fucking matter. It's a goddamn cult. Trump said it. And on top of that, there's 15 million or even more than that now. A tremendous amount of money being spent here. And centrist Dems want to win over said cult. Wow, what other conclusion can you come to other than we should reorient the entire pro-Palestine project towards groveling at these demographics? Yeah. The only demographic groups with majority support for additional funding to Israel are voters who approve of Trump at 68%, Republicans at 66%, Trump voters at 62%, voters 65 plus at 53%. The West and Northeast are the least pro-Israel, while the South is the most pro-Israel. Evangelicals are in a death cult, okay? And that death cult has a leader. His name is Donald Trump. It's over. Just stop trying to win these fucking guys over, okay? There is any calculation that revolves around trying to win this suicide pact cult, this suicide cult that exists in the United States of America that just genuinely wants to commit suicide, by the way, that's what the rapture is delusional. You're out of your fucking mind. Stop. You can win them over by saying, hey, I know you're in a suicide cult, but in the interim, before the rapture happens, would you like some health care? And if they say yes, then great. But trying to reorient your politics to win these fucking psychos over is insane. Okay? It's insane. You are not going to win them over with centrism anyway, because there's always more madness on the other side of the cult. You can't just be like 20% of the way into the cult to win these guys over. It doesn't work that way. What the fuck? You know what's really fucking annoying about this shit too? Like with the whole like Kamala could have won people, right? The Kamala just didn't pivot and didn't hard pivot to being moderate hard enough. Now all of those people recognize that it is a cult. On the one hand, they say it's a fucking cult. On the other hand, they still go, and we got to win them over with more moderate positions. You just don't want to win. You don't want to win at all. Okay? That's all this is. Isn't this basically what we wanted President Bernie Sanders to do? Use his power to target corrupt Democrats and help install his ideological allies in Congress? Yes, except Bernie Sanders is good and Trump is bad. Both in Bernie Sanders and Trump can have good politics, but have diametrically opposite policy. Okay? Trump has horrifyingly bad policy. Good politics. I'm not going to argue against it. I mean, he's ruling with a goddamn iron fist. They're doing good politics. Trump is doing good politics. He's doing horrible policy, though. He's doing good politics to advance a horrible policy agenda. Okay? Ugh. Just fucking ridiculous.
Picks have won their primaries. And this isn't just about the voters in the district. Politicians across the country are going to be watching the results of this race closely to find out what are the consequences for standing up to Donald Trump in 2026. Maybe that's why even Massey, the Trump-critical candidate, is campaigning on their similarities and not on their differences. Despite being the target of the president's rage and the receiving end of millions of PAC dollars spent against him,
he's cheating with the squad on the America First movement.
Massey told me,
I'm telling you right now, dude, like this is about subverting democracy. It's not about the democratic process, right? And it's certainly not about policies. It's certainly not about like someone who will fight for you. We saw this in Idaho, right? We saw this in Idaho in the primaries. We saw this with what's his face, the doctor that dared, who just lost his seat. He couldn't even get third. He barely got third place as the incumbent in Louisiana. Okay, what's his name? Bill Cassidy. Like, it's just a fucking cult. It's just a goddamn cult. That's all it is. What Trump says goes. Okay, Trump is God, and if Trump says, Massey's got to go, there's a good chunk of Republicans that will say, all right, Massey's got to go. That's it. We got to vote him out. He's betrayed MAGA, because MAGA is not a certain set of defined principles. It's whatever fucking Trump says it is. That's all this is.
He doesn't see much of a problem.
I'm not running against Donald Trump. I'm running against a guy who was endorsed by Donald Trump. People recognize that. And the bulk of my voters in my polling are people who support Trump and support me. I think if I win this race, we can get the team back together. We can get the band back together.
Yeah.
It shows that you can still be for the principles that MAGA ran on.
We'll find out if that's true or not with next week's election results. But this race has got me thinking about a bigger question too. How many broken promises is too many? And which promises are the ones that matter?
Do you think if Donald Trump continues to break campaign promises, that he puts at risk the movement of people who believed?
100%. He risks people.
Yeah, Cassidy came in third place just because he voted to convict Trump for January 6th 5 years ago. That is where the Republican Party's politics is. Also, holy shit, look at the belt. That's where it is. That's where the Republican Party's politics is. They hold on to like insane, idiotic grievances of politicians that have offended Donald Trump. Donald Trump's grievances are their grievances. It's just a cult. How else can you describe it? There is no other way to describe it.
People, even if he might be right on some things, feeling at least like they were lied to or even worse, betrayed.
Because broken political promises have actual costs.
How's the pain at the pump been lately?
Oh, it sucks, especially with the business we got and we're trying to start. We started this spring. 3 Amigos Lawn Care. It's me and my 2 brothers, and right now we're behind just because of the gas.
Yeah.
Because when we first was planning it all, the prices weren't here.
Yeah.
So I did vote for Trump, but Trump here lately, I've been kind of, because everything he's saying ain't really happening, you know? I do call myself a Republican, but who knows, 5 years from now, things might change.
Smash like and subscribe to More Perfect Union like Phil right here. Right, Phil?
Yeah.
And if you liked what was in this video, you can leave story ideas in the comments. You can tag us on Twitter like Phil here.
A TikTok to cheer you up. Okay, checking Twitter on my laptop. Dude, come on. We've watched this so many times today. It's so funny. Yeah, Trump is live with the farmer thing that he's doing. I don't really care about that, though. Let's get back to modern day America right now. Americans largely disapprove of Trump's handling of the economy. CBS News.
You heard the congressman say it there. The Pentagon confirmed Secretary Pete Hegseth is set to make a campaign-style appearance today in his, quote, personal capacity for Congressman Massey's Trump-backed opponent, Ed Gulrine. It's already the most expensive House primary campaign in history, totaling more than $25 million spent so far, Gail.
All right, we'll see how this turns out tomorrow. Ed, thank you very much.
And we're joined now by Republican Congressman Thomas Massie. Congressman, thank you for joining us this morning. You just heard Congressman Raskin right there saying the Democrats are going to move to block this funding if the deal goes through. Will you vote to block it?
Well, I think we should change the laws. It's almost impossible to sue the federal government if they infringe on your First Amendment, your Second Amendment, or your Fourth Amendment. And so we should change those laws so that to give people standing when they've had their rights violated.
Trump's taking questions on Iran right now? Oh, nice. Okay.
Getting very close to making a deal, and if we can do that where there's no nuclear weapon going into the hands of Iran, I think, and if they're satisfied, we will be probably satisfied also. We've informed Israel, we've informed other people in the Middle East that have been involved with us, and it's a very positive development, but we'll see whether or not it amounts to anything. We've had periods of time where we thought pretty much getting close to making a deal, and didn't work out, but this is a little bit different. Now, we're ready going tomorrow, very big, and not something I wanted to do, but we have no choice because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Yeah.
The Justice Department has this new fund that was announced today, $1.7 billion.
Yeah.
Why should taxpayers pay for the January 6th?
Well, it's been very well received, I have to tell you. I know very little about it. I wasn't involved in the whole creation of it and the negotiation. But this is reimbursing people that were horribly treated. It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized. They've been, in some cases, imprisoned wrongly. They paid legal fees that they didn't have. They've gone bankrupt. Their lives have been destroyed. And they turn out to be right. I mean, it was a terrible period of time in the history of our country, and they worked on it. I know the Justice Department, it's really been working on it very hard. There's been numerous other occasions over the years where things like this have been done, but these were people that were weaponized and really treated brutally by a system that was so corrupt, with corrupt people running it, and they're getting reimbursed for their legal fees and the other things that they had to suffer. Yeah, please. Daniel, go ahead. Hold it, Daniel, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's pretty remarkable seeing you and Mark Cuban up there, and the fact that obviously Mark endorsed Kamala Harris back in 2021.
Well, he made a mistake. It was a big mistake.
What does this say about what you two are building here?
Well, it says we love people. We love our country. He's got a good company, and he's going to do a lot of business with this. And I'm going to get drugs out through Amazon, through the whole group, and we're going to get drugs out. And Mark wanted to be a part of it. And I think Mark was very gracious. He said, this is something that really works. The first time you've seen it. And he had to believe that if he said it about me. You have to understand that. But look, I think I have a lot of respect for Mark, frankly, and I always have.
And then, sir,
Go ahead, Ebola. Ebola, you said Ebola.
Yeah. Should Americans be concerned about Ebola?
I'm concerned about everything, but certainly am. I think that, it's been confined right now to Africa, but it's something that has had a breakout. I could ask Bobby or Oz to say a couple of words about it if you'd like. Want to do that?
I think Heidi Overton is going to come up and give us a few words here. Dr. Overton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, the CDC held a press briefing that provided a lot of the answers and information, but we have stood up a full interagency response. The Department of State, the CDC, the Department of War, everyone is fully involved in tracking. Today, we do have an announced today at the press briefing. There is an American that is symptomatic and has tested positive for it's the Bundibugyo virus, a strain of Ebola. That American, as well as 6 other high-risk contacts, are going to be taken out of that region and taken to Germany. We want to thank our German counterparts.
Yo, that shit jumps to America, we're fucking dead, dude. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know what the leadership of RFK Jr. looks like with Ebola. It's so Jover. Oh my fucking God.
We have instituted just today entry restrictions for non-U.S. citizens that have been in the region in the past 21 days. So in Uganda, Democratic Republic of Congo, and South Sudan. So very serious measures that have been taken. We are working to communicate very frequently with everyone. Your question was, should Americans be worried? Right now, there are.
Everyone will take mandatory ivermectin to make sure that the fake virus of Ebola is cured. It's both fake, but also you should still take ivermectin for it. It's so good.
Well, they dangled a peace deal in front of you saying one was coming. Nothing has come into fruition. You mentioned this.
Well, a lot's come into fruition. We've taken a country that was going to have a nuclear weapon, and we've virtually destroyed its military. They have no navy. They have no air force. They've been virtually destroyed militarily. That's a lot. That's a big. We could leave right now. It would take them 25 years to rebuild. And the last thing they're thinking about, I think, is nuclear. Now they have to put it down in writing. But when you say nothing, we've totally destroyed, excuse me, from CNN, we've totally destroyed their military. We've destroyed their leadership. As you know, their leaders are gone. Their leaders are gone at the first level. The second level, we're dealing with half of the third level. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And it's very simple. We don't want to go through this. We had the greatest economy ever. We still do. The stock market at a brand new high a little while ago.
Brother, I know Ebola is not as transmissible because it kills. RFK would find a way to make it. RFK would be like, you need to all get Ebola to make sure we develop a strong herd immunity.
Iran, because they are desperate to have a nuclear weapon, and the only reason they want it is to use it. And I said, I hate to do this because we're doing so well, but this is the most important thing we can do. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So we did that. And when we did that, we were met with a little force, and we ended up destroying them. We now have a tremendous, we built really a steel wall where no boats to blockade, where no boats are able to, not one boat has been able to get through our blockade.
So good.
Look,
our blockade is even better than the Iranian one.
Anywhere in the world. I just left China. And I will say President Xi was very, very complimentary of our military. He was amazed, actually, at our military. We have the greatest military in the world. We're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So I was called by these 3 countries, plus others, and they're dealing directly with our people and, right now, Iran. And there seems to be a very good chance that they can work something out. If we can do that without bombing the hell out of them, I'd be very happy. Please.
I have a question on weaponization. Do you believe that people who committed violence against Capitol Hill police officers on January 6th should be eligible for compensation from this DOJ fund? And are you or your family members going to be seeking compensation from that fund?
It'll all be dependent.
Why
on
is
the committee.
RFK's ties so
Committee's being
thin? He
set
likes
up
his
of
thin
very
ties, man.
talented people, very highly respected people. I think it's a committee of 5. And again, I didn't do this deal. It was told to me yesterday. They said they're doing something. I do believe there has to be compensation for people that were destroyed. You have families absolutely destroyed, and it's all going to be determined by a committee of 4
The
or 5
IRS thing is
people that
so
are-
nutty, bro. Also, new reporting came out this morning or yesterday that Trump has made $700 million to almost $1 billion in trades in the beginning of this year alone. It's just so much corruption. So much fucking corruption. And now they're dropping the IRS case and they're forcing the IRS to do a $1.7 billion slush fund that Trump has complete control over. He has complete control over the slush fund, and he's going to use that slush fund to pay out January 6 families. Okay. Which, by the way, he probably won't even do that. He'll probably just like take the money and pocket it. But like, what the fuck are we doing? How are Americans not grabbing their pitchforks? How are the Trump supporters not grabbing their pitchforks? Oh, that's right, because it's a fucking call.
Really? Do you really
It's
want
a
to do
call.
that? Please, sir. I'll lose my job if I don't do it. I was very proud to hand her identification and everything else. I mean, you want to have proof of citizenship. You want to have a voter ID. You want to have all these things. But to me, maybe the worst of all is the mail-in ballots where they come in. So, as you know, in Maryland, 500,000 fake ballots were sent out. When they were caught, they said, oh, we'll pull them back. And they issued 500,000 new ballots. And as you know, they never got the original ballots back. So there are 1 million ballots out there. Many of them went to Democrats, and it's a very serious thing. And I'll tell you, I've looked at Maryland for a long time, and I know Maryland pretty well. And I was told that it's automatically a Democrat state. And I don't believe that because I think I did really well there, and I don't believe it. But they issued, as you just got caught recently, 500,000 ballots, illegal ballots were sent out, and they were totally fraudulent. And then they said, oh, we'll pull them back. Well, they didn't pull them back, and they have 500,000 new ballots go.
I would have won in California if it wasn't for the mail-in ballots.
They come in and infect our system. So it's a very, very serious thing that's happened, and I've asked the law enforcement to look at it very, very strenuously. I want to thank you all. We're so proud of it. And I want to thank Bobby and Oz and Mark and all of the people that are here. And Joe, great job. You are really something. I heard about you for a long time. And now you're doing something that's more important than anything you've ever done. And you've done some beauties. Thank you very much, Joe. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
How are they missing it? He knows they went to the Democrats. Yeah, no, he knows. I know it. Otherwise, it would... Any vote that was cast against me is obviously a fake vote. All right, getting back to Thomas Massie. As you guys might have noticed, we're talking quite a bit about how cultish MAGA is. And of course, Thomas Massie is on the receiving end of the MAGA cult for standing by his constituents and also standing by his principles.
Because people have been wronged. We need to make it easier to get that money, but that's action that Congress needs to take. I don't think you can do that. You can't just take $1 billion or $10 billion unilaterally with the executive branch. Congress has the power of the purse.
So to be clear, then you would vote to block this funding and change the law in other ways?
I don't think there's going to be a vote to block the funding. I would change the law in other ways.
Well, the congressman just said there would be. I guess we'll find out if there is. Meantime, you're facing a primary on Tuesday. In the wake of Senator Bill Cassidy's loss in the primaries yesterday in Louisiana, the president has been up posting on Truth Social throughout the night and into the morning about you. Just a few minutes ago, he posted this. I want to show our viewers right now. Bad Congressman Tom Massie voted against tax cuts, the border wall, our military enforcement. Actually, he voted against almost everything that is good. The worst congressman in history. Kentucky, vote the bum out on Tuesday. We can't live with this troublemaker for another 2 years. He's a true negative force. Your response?
Well, I think that's going to help my fundraising at thomasmassie.com. Every time he tweets about me, it's good for, some money coming in because people don't like that. And, you know, how did this race become the most expensive race in the history of Congress for a primary? It's because 3 billionaires from outside of Kentucky have funneled millions of dollars in here. They're trying to buy a seat. And so it's not just the president's tweets. I could sustain those without a problem. It's because Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer have dumped money in here. In fact, Miriam Adelson has given so much money to my opponent that instead of paying for the ballroom, they're going to need taxpayer money for the ballroom now.
Well, you've actually said this week that your vote is a referendum on whether Israel gets to buy seats in Congress. What did you mean by that?
Well, the RJC, AIPAC, and Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer, they're all part of the Israeli lobby, and that's where all the money comes from. And it will be a referendum on foreign policy, whether Israel gets to dictate that by, you know, bullying members of Congress. And I'm the one they haven't been able to bully, so they're putting all the brunt and the force on me. But you can tell that I'm ahead in the polls and they're desperate. That's why they're sending the Secretary of War to my district tomorrow. That's why the president's losing sleep and tweeting about this. That's why...
Bro, is Chud Zoran? No. No, not at all. Because Trump loves Zoran. Trump fucking hates Thomas Massie. Ironically enough, he's actually kind of the opposite of Zoran in many respects, because Trump is more likely to endorse Zoran Mamdani for re-election before Thomas Massie, okay?
PAC has dumped another $3 million into my race this weekend. It's because they're panicked and they really haven't been able to gain a lead in this race.
You say the president is desperate, but he's got a pretty good record of defeating people he wants to target in Republican primaries. We saw Bill Cassidy yesterday. We saw what happened in Indiana. How are you going to be able to overcome the president's opposition?
Well, I have the endorsement of the Right to Life organizations, the gun organizations. I had 4 members of Congress come here yesterday and campaign with me. So my situation is a little bit different. Plus, I've had millions of dollars come in from the grassroots, tens of thousands of donors to my website, thomasmassie.com, and it's still coming in, and that's how we're going to beat them.
The Senate is poised to trying to pass $1 billion in funding for the White House renovation that includes the ballroom, the security funding. The parliamentarian has ruled it out of order, but the Senate Republicans say they're going to fix that. If it comes to the House, will you vote for that funding?
No, I don't think we should. You know, we were originally told that the president's friends were going to pay for this ballroom. And again, one of those was Miriam Adelson, and I think she's poured so many millions of dollars in my race, they don't have enough money for the ballroom anymore from her account.
Congressman Massie, thanks for your time this morning.
Maybe Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer didn't particularly go to Epstein Island. They probably have enough money to buy their own islands. But they certainly go to dinner with the people that were at Epstein Island.
To Israel interests?
Of course. Like Jeffrey Epstein was part of Mossad's operations and even our own.
Congressman, do you think that all of this money that AIPAC and other pro-Israel donors are pouring into your race is equivalent to bribery? Is it quid pro quo?
Because it's all foreign interest money, I think it's a dangerous precedent. If this were people who cared about America and our Constitution and our infrastructure and our rule of law, that would be different, I think. But these folks are trying to send a message, which is, if you're a Republican, you better do whatever Israel wants. And I think it's going to backfire on them. They're going all in. They've pushed all the chips in. Miriam Adelson's probably spent more money on my race than she is on the ballroom.
What are your, would you extend that logic to the big pharmaceutical companies, the defense contractors that are big oil companies that are pouring money in? Do you think that that is also corrupting sort of the democratic will of the American people?
Well, AIPAC.
Now listen, I'm still a Republican now, okay? I said AIPAC. I didn't say oil and gas was bad. Oh, come on, man. Not right now. Not right now. Let him say the chorus. That's good old wholesome American-born corruption. I like that. None of this Israeli corruption. Yeah, I said AIPAC, not all PACs.
AIPAC is kind of a proxy for the military-industrial complex.
when they used to try to lobby me, they tried to convince me that the aid to Israel would help our country because it would all be spent in gift certificates at your local Lockheed Martin and Raytheon outlets. And I'm not buying that. Like, Americans are not better off when we build bombs for Israel and then pay for them and then drop them on people in the Middle East.
You think this has to do with the fact that you've led the push to investigate Jeffrey Epstein, and he's had ties that have been established between intelligence
this has
like
well,
Mossad?
Well, no, this has a lot to do with the Epstein class. Is it just pure coincidence that one of the 3 big donors against me is in the Epstein files? Organizing an event for Howard Lutnick and shaking down Jeffrey Epstein for money for that event. I mean, I think it's pretty interesting. And maybe Miriam.
What's Republican about Massey? He's anti-genocide and anti-Epstein class. That's as good as a progressive in my non-American books. Yeah. Just don't look at anything else. Okay. Pretty much everything else is maximum Republican, right? Like we're talking mass deportations. He's on board with. He loves ICE. He venerates ICE. Oil and gas, drill, baby, drill. Pro-life. Women can't have abortions. Unbelievably anti-LGBTQ. He is, he is a Republican through and through. Okay, down to the goddamn bone. You're kind of ruining the moment when you ask questions like this, because I want to say like he's damn. Oh yeah. Tax cuts for the rich, small government, deregulation, all of that good stuff he's on board with. I mean, he's voted with Trump's agenda 91% of the way. He's just literally the only thing he's good on and he's exceptional on. I'm not even going to say good. I'm going to say exceptional is his consistent anti-war position, to be fair, across the board. Like he's one of those kinds of old school Republicans where he wants to incinerate the poor, certainly, but he's one of those guys who's like, oh, why are we spending a lot of money on war? And also definitely very anti-Israel, holding the Epstein class accountable. He's on board with. He's what Ron Paul used to be like, sorry, I was thinking of Rand Paul. Rand Paul is worse than him in many respects. It's kind of crazy. He's Republican Fetterman? No. I think John Fetterman at this point might be worse than he is, because John Fetterman flipped on every single position. So I think Thomas Massey might be better than John Fetterman, actually. Dude, American politics is so busted. It's so fucked up. It's so strange. He doesn't care about tax dollars being spent on Israel. He cares about the existence of tax dollars. I mean, no, he does care about it being spent on Israel for sure. He has definitely been consistently anti-Israel across the board. He's across the board anti-taxes too, but he's definitely also anti-Israel. So yeah, when you look at John Fetterman, I'm almost certain that John Fetterman might be worse than Thomas Massey at this point. Is Fetterman against abortion and gay rights? I guess, has he been? I don't know. I don't think it's been presented to him, because if it had been presented to him, he probably would be, right, at this point. Because guys, not yet, but most likely. And the reason why I say that is because John Fetterman is anti-immigration now. Okay, John Fetterman is anti-immigration. The reason why this is hugely important, as far as like what has changed in his mindset, is because his website, what is this, securing LGBTQIA rights? I don't think he's still, none of this shit is consistent anymore. Yeah, this is when he was running for office. He's not the same guy who was running for office. I mean, here, let's look at his fucking guaranteeing healthcare, securing LGBT, fighting inflation, lowering costs, promoting American energy, supporting workers in the union way of life, building a humane, safe, and secure immigration system. I fundamentally believe immigration is what makes America great. America. This issue is personal to me. My wife, Giselle, was a dreamer who came to America when she was 7, fleeing violence in Brazil with her family. I would not have my family if it weren't for immigration. He's literally anti-immigration now. That's not true. Fetterman isn't anti-immigration. He is pro-2008 Obama-style immigration. Buddy, You're out of your fucking mind. American immigration attitude has shifted dramatically to the right across the board. I know you're trying to probably make a joke to say, oh, well, Obama was anti-immigrant in 2008, but Barack Obama's anti-immigration came along with DACA protections. It never at any point said that migrants were a national security threat. And on top of that, his deportations were largely on the border, which we can discuss the morality or immorality of such actions as well. I certainly had an issue with Barack Obama's immigration policies. But right now, we have interior removals. With Trump 1, we moved away from just like border stoppages and like direct removal from the border to interior removals. This was a key distinction that happened with Trump 1. Okay. In most circumstances, interior removals only happen for edge cases, like, you know, someone who had done a heinous crime, and it happened inside of prisons, inside of the prison systems, right? Trump swapped that, where Trump very openly and very deliberately started doing interior removals for like non-offenders, like for immigrants with like minor crimes and whatnot in Trump 1. Okay. Something that didn't happen prior to that to the same degree. And then under Trump 2, we've moved away from that to mass deportations. Okay. We moved away from that to mass deportations. John Fetterman is in support of doing that. You are now lying about interior removals. My mother was deported under Obama. No, I said, for the record, Homan loved interior removals under Obama. Asked my mom. Apologies, chatter. I said there were interior removals, but the focus was largely on the border. Okay. Never to the same degree as Trump 1. Trump 1 increased interior removals. We have data. Like, we can look at the actual data. Interior removals did happen under Barack Obama as well. And also, I'm not in favor of Barack Obama's immigration policies either. I don't know why you're making it seem like I'm in favor of it. I'm not. Trump shifted the focus. Okay, at first you said Trump changed it as if Obama didn't. Yes, Trump shifted the priorities of ICE to focus largely on interior removals. I wasn't saying Obama's good or Obama didn't do interior removals. I'm saying Trump shifted the focus to offenders and interior removals specifically to change the demographics in a more aggressive manner. Okay? But that was Trump 1. Trump 2 has largely focused on interior removals in a way that even Trump 1 didn't, where they started talking about mass deportations, and the Democrats themselves also openly started saying that immigrants were a national security threat. And once again, there was always, under the Democratic leadership, even though I disagree with the way they handled this, under Democratic leaderships prior to the genuine shift in the way that Democrats communicate, and this happened in 2023. Okay. Before then, Democrats would always get something in exchange. At least they would say, oh, it's tit for tat. Sure, we'll be the deporter in chief, but we'll do DACA, right? And that was only because of the unbelievable amount of pressure that Dreamers were putting on Obama to get DACA passed. 2023, we just dropped all tit for tat. No more quid pro quo, just straight up militant, a militant response to immigrants being seen as a national security threat, right? Like, no shit, someone whose parents got deported is going to be sensitive about this issue. Yes, chatters, you need to fucking dial it back, okay? There was a misunderstanding, and it's fine. I will use better language. I will use more precise language in the future, chatter. And apologies to your mom getting deported. I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to undermine your experience, okay? Chatters really need to stop fucking immediately piling on people. That's crazy. Anyway, and John Fetterman's assessment is absolutely not 2008 Barack Obama. It's far beyond that. Because John Fetterman's assessment on immigration now is very different than what he was claiming when he was running for office, saying like, oh, my wife is an undocumented immigrant. Like, what the fuck? I wouldn't have a family if it weren't for a safe, humane amnesty program or something like that. Like, if it wasn't for the Dreamers, like, my wife wouldn't have a citizenship. totally ridiculous. Now he's on board with the Trump anti-migrant agenda. That is a much, much more right-wing attitude. Look at this.
Focus on the secure our border, deport all the criminals, and that we can figure out now. And I also say now, some of the agents wearing masks, I think primarily that's driven by people are going to dox those people. That's a serious concern too. Absolutely. They could target their families, and they are organizing these people to put their names out there. So don't ever dox people and target their families too. So that's part of the churn as well now too.
Okay. With the time we have left, I have a couple other topics.
Like folks.
Yeah, that's come on, chatters. That's crazy. That's definitely different. Anyway, the reason why I was saying that is because John Fetterman is literally to the right on virtually every single issue. He is a Republican in every way, shape, or form, and also more pro-Israel, clearly way, way more pro-Israel than Thomas Massie. So in a matchup, in a 1-to-1 matchup between Thomas Massie and John Fetterman currently, I don't know which one is more technically progressive. I think Massie might literally be a more progressive overall figure than John Fetterman.
Adelson and Paul Singer didn't particularly go to Epstein Island. They probably have enough money to buy their own islands. But they certainly go to dinner with the people that were at Epstein Island.
To Israel interests?
Of course. Like Jeffrey Epstein was part of Mossad's operations and even our own.
Working Families Party came out with a video. This candidate for Congress is running for the people politicians have forgotten. Chris Rabb.
Are we ready? Every transformation, every political revolution in this country began as a dream.
If you believe another world is possible, this is our moment. And Chris Rabb, he's our candidate.
Some noise for Chris Rabb.
This is a moment of abundance. This is radiant love.
It really is like making people enthusiastic about politics again.
A morale boost across the state. We need that.
What are you calling? Rep Rabb, that's right. Can I hear that again? You only get a name like that when you are beloved. Couldn't be anybody better for us.
I sat next to him for 6 hours on a bus. A friend of mine got snatched out of his house in the middle of the night by ICE, and we needed somebody to support us. And the first elected official to show up was Chris Rabb.
Come on, stand on your feet and shout it out. Chris Rabb for Congress. Chris Rabb for Congress. Chris Rabb for Congress. Let all of Philadelphia know, Chris Rabb for Congress.
I am all in for Chris Rabb. When he wins, we can change the current state of politics. That's why I'm here. It's hope.
If you're in this building, I believe you already know what time it is. Am I right? On primary day, we could be a model for the rest of the country.
So what kind?
I still worry. I feel like everyone is way too confident about Chris Rabb right now. I am still very worried. I know, what is this? Streets Campaign DNC is attacking you. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about that. That's great. They should do that. The reason why I'm worrying is because the Democratic Party is pulling off all the fucking stunts, pulling off all the goddamn tricks. And the district is primarily, like, the district has a lot of older black voters, machine politics turnout voters. And when machine politics turnout voters are dialed up in the direction of Sharif Street, that could be a very, very difficult barrier to overcome for Chris Rabb. To maybe lend something to your doubt, there were almost 100% old black women running for Democratic Party committee in my area, and they all supported Street. Yeah. You need to relax and stop worrying. You're too much of a negative Nancy, killing the vibe. Dude, I'm just letting you know, okay? The odds are against our boy. You're not trying to put this win or loss on your shoulder, though. You drive yourself crazy doing that shit. No, they didn't. They barely even covered me in this race. I'm not worried about that at all. I think the Democrats are getting smarter about this shit. Days before Tuesday's primary election, anonymous text bombarded Philadelphia's voters with attacks on 3rd Congressional District candidate Chris Rabb, accusing him of spreading conspiracy theories and holding extremist views. The unsigned text violated federal election rules by failing to clearly state who sent them. Philadelphia's Democratic City Committee, which is coordinating with Senator Sharif Street's campaign after he won the official endorsement of the party. Federal Election Commission rules state that the campaign communications to voters, including tests, must identify who paid for it and state that it was authorized by the candidate or campaign. Street spokesperson Anthony Campisi confirmed the origins of the text on Monday, but said the campaign had no control over DCC's communications. The negative text targeting Rabb, a state representative who was one of the 3 frontrunners in the 3rd congressional district race, were familiar. I don't give a fuck about Kalshi, man. Stop. Kalshi is irrelevant. Guys, every fucking institutional Democrat in the state is out to knife Chris Rabb. Okay? Lock in. It is nowhere near as pretty as you think it is. This is not a sweet and easy ride to victory. He's got tremendous endorsements from every single left group, Working Families Party, DSA. All of this stuff matters. Okay? I wish Bernie had endorsed him, but honestly, I don't even think Bernie has any motion in this race at this point. Chris Rabb, this is a incredibly safe district. It is very it is a very black district. Okay? A lot of older black voters that are lifelong, reliable Democratic Party voters. Okay? But machine politics works in Philadelphia. Okay? The older residents are not to the left wing of the party. No, that's not even the case. Okay? The Philly Dem machine is extremely strong. And you're right. Yes, Philly is a black city. The older residents are not to the left wing of the party. That's not even the problem here. Okay? The older black residents are a part of the Democratic Party's turnout machine. So if they literally boost the dial in favor of one opponent of Chris Rabb over the other, like one opponent of Chris Rabb over the other, then it's a real problem. It's not like an ideological predisposition problem. It's more so machine politics. Okay? That's why whenever people were saying, "Oh, like look at how little the rooms look at how tiny the audiences Sharif Street is capable of bringing out," you need to look at the demographics. Chris Rabb can fill rooms with a lot of young voters, with a very diverse audience. A decent number of black voters, a decent number of white voters, decent number of voters from every different background. Street's rooms are all elderly black aunties, okay? That is literally the base in Philadelphia. That is the base in Philadelphia, which is why I've been worried from day one. And that base organizes, that base moves, that base goes out and votes, okay? It's true what you're saying about Philly. It's an incredibly controlled city with a very unengaged voter base. It's changing, though, but not as fast as other cities. Negative text targeting Rabb, a state representative who was one of the 3 frontrunners in the 3rd congressional district race, were familiar territory in campaign season that has seen plenty of mudslinging. One text message since deleted social media post made by Rabb that claimed the anti-Semitic attack at Bondi Beach was a false flag. Another references support for leftist political commentator Hassan Piker, who's campaigned with Rabb. Others depicted an AI-generated image of Rabb acknowledging his supposed lack of legislative accomplishments in Harrisburg. Chris Rabb has embraced the controversy and online extremism over serious leadership, read one of the unsigned messages. While violations of the FEC disclosure rules typically, by the way, this is the Democratic Party in fucking in the state that's like using me as an attack ad and doing AI attack ads. They're so nasty because Rabb has a good shot at winning this. Okay? Black voters in general tend to be more progressive but are captured by the Dem establishment. The left has historically failed in building the outreach infrastructure and real inroads in the most progressive demo in the country. Is a big fucking problem. Absolutely. It is one of the number one problems for the left. And it is a structural problem, though. A lot of people think this is because, white liberals or white DSA is too out of touch. That's not the case. Okay? Sure. I'm certain that there are issues. Give Kaida a loving family. She already is in a loving family. But there are structural hurdles. Okay? Church groups, community leaders, they are a profoundly important part of machine politics in every black city in this country, okay? And they will whip votes in favor of whatever the establishment pick is in every single city. That's it. It's one of the demographics that's most predisposed to the electability arguments, one of the demographics that's the most loyal to the Democratic Party by tremendously large numbers. Breaking through that noise and trying to bring out a candidate requires a lot more mobilization. Law digging a hole again. Law, here we go. Don't dig a hole. Lol doomer. Lol doomer and not a hoper. Lol digging a hole again. I'm just saying it's tough. It's a tough race. A much tougher race than the way people think it is. The white left brushing off critiques and black leftists don't help. That's not, dude. Come on. Please be serious for a second. You think like a 65-year-old auntie cares about the minutia between like DSA politics or some like fucking random internet beef? No. I mean, that's serious. That's a part of the problem for sure. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about outreach. The DSA definitely doesn't have enough cachet with actual working people. Oh my fucking God. Shut the fuck up. You're so stupid. That's not true. The DSA is entirely comprised of working class people. It's just what kind of working class people are we talking about? Yes, the DSA doesn't have enough cachet if you think the actual working class is plus 55 people who are about to fucking retire any day now. Okay, yes, the DSA is not very good at that kind of working class. Every other type of working class, the DSA has tremendous cachet with. Okay, Jesus Christ. These are all tropes. These are all silly, like anti-left arguments. They're utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. What matters is the turnout machine that the Democratic Party has. This is one aspect of their fucking turnout machine that they're utilizing. Anyway, Party Chairman Bob Brady, a former representative of U.S. Congress, did not respond to a request for comment on Monday. Other political observers viewed the text as a sign of uncertainty ahead of the primary election of Philadelphia. A highly competitive race is unusual in one of the bluest districts in the U.S., and there is still no clear frontrunner among the top three candidates with the election just hours away. For a lot of the older voters, I will say this much, okay? Like, being loyal to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, this is the one demographic we're saying, like, you love Joe Biden actually fucking works.
Here's a graphic from 2 weeks ago showing every local labor union who's endorsed Senator Street here in Philly. Today, it's over 30 labor union endorsements for the establishment black Muslim candidate. And here's the list of labor union endorsements from the DSA Working Families Party progressive Democrat, Chris Rabb. The rabble-rouser has convinced one.
Ugh, God, this is the vibes are so fucked with this dude. This dude is like everything that's wrong with the fucking Democratic Party today. Yes, I know. Nancy Pelosi endorsed Connie Chen.
Union to back his campaign. And
yeah, yes, of course, all the fucking labor unions endorsed the Democratic Party guy. Yeah, I don't even want to watch this shit. This pisses me off. Fucking blue MAGA. Rabb, a progressive who is long jockey with the local Democratic Party, is running against Street, a moderate state senator, an influential party figure. Also running is Alice Stanford, physician with deep-pocketed backing from pro-science super PAC. Outside interest groups have spent millions on television ads and other campaign materials. And that's the story. Be nice to him. He's just a heckin' small bean millennial. I know. I hate looking at stuff like that because it really bums me out that, like, these guys are so deluded, so delusional. Yeah, visual breakdown of the census data for this district. Congressional District PA breakdown is 47% male, 53% female. It's 51% black, more than double the rate of Pennsylvania at 10%. It is a very black district. Age range is 20 to 29 at 18%, 30 to 39 at 18%. It's a relatively young. The 18 to 64 is at 66%. It's a young district. But some of the demographics that are young don't actually turn out. Many of the young voters don't normally turn out, but especially in this district as well. So when you look at the actual like voter, the likely voters, the fact that Chris Rabb is actually doing well when youth turnout doesn't even get adequately polled, specifically in primaries like this one, in the midterms, especially because remember, when you look at who is more likely to go out and vote, if we're talking about the primaries in a safe blue district for the midterms, it's mostly just going to be 65 plus year olds, right? So pollsters don't actually poll adequately for youth turnout because there is no data to point to for youth turnout from prior election performances. This is where DSA's door-knocking machine works incredibly well with upset victories. So the fact that Rabb is still doing decently well and winning in many of the polls implies that he has a really high likelihood of pulling off a tremendous upset. Okay? Like really good numbers. Because most of those polls have probably not weighed the likelihood of youth turnout being much, much higher than any of us could foresee. So we shall see. I'm obviously very hopeful about it, but my approach is not like, oh, this is in the bag. Okay? I'm hitting the global communism button, bro. Done with your ass? Oh, no. That's not exactly it. Youth sampling is also still very hard to do. A lot of these surveys are done via mail, phone, landline, still or cell. I know. Youth sampling is already difficult. And for the record, this was a very, very hopeful statistic as well. Mamdani's campaign knocked on 1 million doors in a city of 8 million. It's 12.5% of the area's population. Raab's campaign knocked on 100,000 doors in a district of 700,000, which is 14.3% of the area's population. So the turnout machine is in full swing. This is one of those keep running past the finish line type situations, not we've got it, just cruising to first place spot type situations. Yes. And the reality of the matter is insurgent campaigns like Chris Raab's or Abdul al-Sayed's or any number of different candidates that I'm backing are always going to have an uphill battle. Okay. They're always going to have to climb over so many different hurdles. They do not have the institutional backing. They often don't have the adequate endorsements that normally come along with machine politics with that drive turnout for some of the more reliable voters, right? Labor unions, local organizations, church leaders, and the like. So it's always going to be difficult. So you pick losers. Well, one of those losers' name was Zoran Kwame Mamdani. Okay? I don't pick because a candidate is going to be a fucking easy victory. I work with candidates who I align with politically, okay? The only loser I'm picking on right now is you. They all the same. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up. If the Democrats obviously made no distinction between certain insurgent candidates and machine Democratic Party operatives, then they obviously wouldn't be doing these like disgusting little tricks to rat fuck Chris Raab. God, so fucking stupid. It's all the same from where I'm standing, dude. I'm the most intellectually pure, ideologically pure guy. But you made the exact opposite argument for the mayor in LA race. What exact opposite argument do you think I'm making for the LA mayor race?
Represents the bluest district in America.
I need you to hear me. There's only one way to run, and it's in community. This is a movement. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Status quo. Is it working for anyone in this room? No!
We will no longer tolerate a Democrat.
Do you understand, by the way? 50% of the district is black. 50% of that room is not. Do you understand why I'm worried?
Democratic Party more accountable to corporations than working people.
I was with the Democrats for 12 years on the committee and they gaslit me. Working Family Party rules.
I can't stand the Democratic Party machine.
I know Philly loves a good underdog story.
Rep Raab cannot be bought. He went up against the Philadelphia machine. He was not supposed to be here. Philadelphia, city of brotherly love, is the city of abolitionists and organizers in this country.
But Rep Raab doesn't come from the establishment. He is a labor organizer. He is an abolitionist.
Rep Raab is Philadelphia.
Philly deserves Chris Raab because he's a fighter.
For the first time in my life, I can actually have a real representative, somebody who actually comes from the people, who represents the people.
And to the billionaire class, we're coming for you. You're not safe. Your money will not protect you. See, we're worried that they're coming for us, but they've always been coming for us. As we're turning the tables, we're coming for you. And I'm here for justice. I'm here for justice. And if you're an enemy of justice, you're an enemy of mine.
These regular people can win. Did you hear me?
And on May 19th, they're gonna hear from all of us, aren't they?
We are on the precipice of an extraordinary victory.
They are scared because they see what is being built.
We have to win this election, and the only way we can win it is for all of us to get our heads in the game. So Philadelphia, let's make this happen.
I'll be like, Chris Rabb for Congress. Glory be to God. All power to all the people. Let's win for working folk on Tuesday. Let's get it done.
I didn't know that this would happen because you all keep showing up for me.
You will have an opportunity to send this man to Congress, Christopher Rabb.
This is our time, and we will build and rebuild as many times as possible because freedom is a place we make together.
This is an attempt to dilute my vote.
It's called redistricting, and it's redefining America.
It's unconstitutional, it's unfair, and they're trying to suppress the black vote.
Is Donald Trump tearing up civil rights to boost his chances of holding on to power?
This is white supremacy, straight up white supremacy.
To answer that question, we've come to the Deep South, to Memphis, Tennessee. It's the home of the blues, but it's being forced red by the redrawing of election maps in midterm election year, a process that has wiped out the only majority black voting district in this entire state.
I never thought that I would be in a position where I'm fighting for the rights that my grandparents and my great-grandparents already fought for.
Split down the middle, this is Shotwell Street, the latest dividing line in America. 9th District, the only Democratic seat here, has been carved up to benefit Republicans. But it's the only majority black district in Tennessee.
They try to dress it up, that this is about politics and numbers. No, it's about politics and racism.
Voters choose representation. Representatives don't choose voters.
Dr. King was shot at the Lorraine Motel.
They've been here before. This community knows all about struggle. It was here that Martin Luther King gave his last speech and breathed his last breath.
And the shot rang out. Kapow!
District 9 is holy ground to the civil rights movement.
How do you feel about the fact that it's happening in the very district where your father paid the ultimate price?
I mean, voting is fundamental to what democracy represents. So as it relates to my father particularly, yes, he was there in Memphis and was gunned down in Memphis. So it is like a devastating blow.
Hopes of the past now replaced by fears of the present. Fears that this city is losing its soul.
Old times there are not forgotten. Look away, look away, look away, Dixieland. Old times here are not forgotten. And there are a lot of people, especially in the rural areas, which is the MAGA areas and the Republican areas, that have never forgotten the Civil War. They've never gotten over it.
The future's unclear for his constituents. Steve Cohen is the congressman whose seat's been commandeered.
He's evil incarnate, and he wants these seats. The most evil, degenerate, thieving president in the history of the United States.
Both parties are scrambling to redraw maps, but the president is winning this race, backed by the Supreme Court.
That's the kind of ruling I like. Some states don't need to redraw, and some do.
Republicans have added most seats, making it much harder for Democrats to flip the House of Representatives in November.
President Trump has been very integral in this whole process.
Trump ally Brent Taylor now sees a seat for the taking.
We drew these boundaries for political purposes. We want to maintain the Republican majority in Congress. That's not a secret.
But redistricting means much more than politics in a place like this.
Memphis is a 64% black city. It's the blackest city in the entire country. And to combine it with the same district that the Ku Klux Klan was founded in is truly unconscionable.
But there are two sides to this story. So we headed east to a place of politics and prayer.
Lord, I ask that you be with us as we seek to do the things that need to be done to make it a better place to live.
The monthly meeting of Republicans in Bolivar. They are right behind their president's power move and reject claims of racism.
I think people assume whites are voting one way and blacks are voting another way, and it's not true.
I think everybody's trying to win, and it's gamesmanship now. If you believe you're right and you want to win and do the right thing, you're going to do everything in the world to retain power and win.
We've got people on both sides of the line, a lot of friends that are on both sides of that line, but really, I would love to see just everyone come together and serve what's best, or do what's best for Tennessee.
Bolivar is 70 miles from Memphis. They're now in the same voting district, but there's a world of difference between them. When the sun goes down in one, the lights come up in the other.
From blues to country to rock and roll, the music of Memphis is its own map of American history. But the city of Elvis, B.B. King and Otis Redding is getting a political makeover, and there's nothing these streets can do about it. This is Donald Trump's town now, and in his quest to hold on to power, it's now or never.
When she's gone too long.
David Blevins, Sky News, in Memphis.
This morning, sources say the president is one step closer to creating a new $1.7 billion fund of taxpayer money to pay his allies. ABC News learning the president is expected to settle a $10 billion lawsuit he brought against his own government as early as today. Sources say as part of the deal, the president would drop the suit in exchange for a commission to pay Trump allies who claim they were mistreated by the Biden administration. One group that could benefit from that, the rioters.
By the way, it's not. It's a slush fund. So he's lying about that too. I mean, that doesn't make it any better, but it is very funny that he's lying about a thing that doesn't even make it better. It's just a straight up slush fund for Donald Trump to use as he sees fit. These are people who belong in prison. It's ridiculous. This is the United States of America, though. This is what we're doing. This is what we're dealing with. Fucking awesome, dude. January 6th reparations fund, a payout for terrorism. Yeah, this is Trump just dunking on us. That's what it is. He's pooping on us.
Who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. The president sued the IRS earlier this year, claiming damages from the leak of his tax returns in 2019. He has also sued his own Justice Department for $230 million for investigations he faced during the Biden administration. An American president has never sued his own administration, something the president acknowledged last fall.
It's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And, that decision would have to go across my desk.
Sources say the president would have control over who runs the commission and the authority to remove members without cause, and that the commission would not be required to disclose to the American people how it runs or its decision-making process. Most Republicans staying silent, but some moderates shocked.
I don't even know how that's allowable to happen.
Democrats calling it an abuse of power.
It's outright corruption. What we're seeing here is outright corruption.
Only Congress has the power to appropriate money, and Congress never voted on creating this $1.7 billion political slush fund at the Department of Justice, and Congress would never pass that.
So sources caution that the details of this plan are not finalized until publicly announced. In a statement, the president's legal team says that the president continues to hold those who wrong America accountable. The Justice Department declined to comment, George.
No question this will head to the courts. Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
Again, this is taxpayer money.
Mm-hmm.
Taxpayer money.
From President Trump. Here we have this tweet from Trey Yink saying President Trump says he is holding off on a scheduled attack of Iran at the request of Gulf leaders. Now, we have the Truth Social post here on the monitor here from President Trump saying this: I have been asked by the Emir of Qatar, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and the President of the United Arab Emirates to hold off on our planned military attack of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow, in that serious negotiations are now taking place, and that, in their opinion, as great leaders and allies, a deal will be made which will be very acceptable to the United States of America, as well as all.
This is not a boss call. This is Trump trying to make it seem like he's not bargaining from a position of weakness. That's all this is. He's like, oh, I was going to attack again, but I'm not because all these regional allies demanded I don't. So I'm just listening to them. When in fact, this is him tacoing again.
Countries in the Middle East and beyond. This deal will include, importantly, no nuclear weapons for Iran, all caps. Based on my respect for the above-mentioned leaders, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff General Daniel Kane, and the United States military that we will not be doing the scheduled attack of Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to be prepared to go forward with a full, large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice. In the event that an acceptable deal is not reached, thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Again, President Trump putting there on Truth Social, making the announcement that he has called off a scheduled offensive on Iran and will instead be continuing negotiations at the request of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates.
There is no further threat. Both suspects in this case are deceased.
This is the San Diego situation. Trump on Ebola, I'm concerned. Yes, I know Candace Owens with Hunter Biden is coming out on Thursday. I wanted to show you more fucking MAGA is a cult commentary.
That it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to bring that ballroom finally to stand where it needs to stand. It's extraordinary. We only had to wait 200 years. It's hard to believe that it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to.
Yeah, that's what the Lord is predisposed with. Building a fucking ballroom, dude. Incredible. Anyway, Iranian officials said to Donald Trump's response this morning, as Iran previously stated, it has no intention to build nuclear weapons. This claim is just an excuse and deception by Americans at this point. This point is also emphasized in the new text. Trump, this deal will include, importantly, no nuclear weapons for Iran. He just keeps dancing around the nuclear weapons thing as though he's making tremendous gains there, when in fact it's not even a significant point of contention. What is this? Oh, this was the Trump statement from that same religious conference, by the way.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land.
And that's why we're building the ballroom.
Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And as for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you, and shall observe my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of my kingdom according to as I have covenanted with David your father, saying there shall not fail you as a man to be ruler in Israel. But if you turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I pluck them up from the roots out of my land which I have given them, and this house which I have sanctified for my name will I cast out of my sight, and will make it to be a proverb and a byword among.
Why is everybody saying fucking AI, dude? Why? I can't tell if you guys are like joking because you think Trump is like incapable of reading or something, because it is. It's not, man. It's not fucking AI. Jesus Christ. No way he got John before you. Oh, Matan.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Why is this shocking to you? No, I mean, we've been in contact with his team. He's just, I don't know. He's not going to do, I mean, he says he's going to do it, but I don't think he is. There's something off about it. Yes, I know Dave Smith is collabing with Nicholas Fuentes. I know. Anyway, here, all right, we'll do the San Diego mosque shooting. 3 killed, 2 suspects dead in San Diego mosque shooting, police say.
All of the kids are safe. At about 11:43, we received a call of an active shooter at the Islamic Center. Within 4 minutes, officers arrived on scene and observed immediately 3 deceased, what appeared to be deceased victims out in front. They immediately began to deploy with an active shooter response into the mosque and adjacent school. At about the same time, we began to receive calls from just a couple blocks away.
Careful, there's stuff you can't show on screen related to this event. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think the Associated Press release is gonna show gruesome, blood and gore footage. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that's gonna happen in the press release.
That we had more active gunfire. Officers were also responding to that call for service.
San Diego police say two teenage suspects ages 17 and 19 carried out a shooting at a mosque in San Diego, killing 3 adults in the process, including a mosque security guard. Both shooters are now dead and are believed to have shot and killed themselves. NBC News, investigators are examining possible anti-Islamic writings found in the car where the police found the deceased suspects from the Islamic Center of San Diego shooting, 2 senior law enforcement officials say. San Diego Police Department reports, we received the first 9/11 call reporting an active shooter at the Islamic Center of San Diego in the 7000 block of Ekstrom Avenue. The first officers arrived in less than 4 minutes. 5 people are deceased, including 2 male suspects ages 17 and 19. 3 victims were killed at the Islamic Center, including a security guard. At 11:52 a.m., we received another 911 phone call in the 7100 block of Salerno Street reporting the suspects had fired multiple rounds at a gardener. Officers later located the suspects in a vehicle at the 3800 block of Hatton Street. There is no ongoing threat to the public. This remains an active investigation. One of the suspects in today's shooting at a San Diego mosque took a firearm from their parents' home and left a suicide note that contained writings about racial pride. Additionally, hate speech was scrawled on the weapons that was used for the shooting. Looks like another Order of 9 Angles hit, another terrorgram hit. That's what it looks like to me.
At the same time, moments later at the 3800 block of Hatton, officers were called to that location where they found a vehicle in the middle of the street with who we believe to be the shooters in this incident, both deceased. So we have our 2 suspects that are deceased. We have 3 victims at the Islamic Center. All 3 are adults, for a total of 5 people that are deceased. Because of the Islamic Center location, we are considering this a hate crime until it's not.
We got some critical information from the San Diego police chief, specifically the timeline. What he said is just a little over 2 hours
God, Jake Tapper's the worst guy to cover this.
ago, authorities were called to the Islamic Center of San Diego due to reports of gunshots. He said they arrived within about 4 minutes, police did, and then found these 3 men victims in the parking lot of the mosque. He said authorities then went to try to enter the mosque, as they often do. They'll try to identify any potential shooter, but then police got calls of yet more shots fired at another area near the mosque. They then went to that location. They said they learned that there was a landscaper there who had been fired upon, but thankfully was not struck by bullets. But here, I have to admit, Jake, is the most strange, bizarre, however you want to describe it, part. Authorities say that they found 2 men ages 17 and 19 in a vehicle they believe to be the suspects. They believe they died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. That raises a lot of questions about, A, who those people are, but obviously what potential motivation there was here. We have had this question
You
over
will
the
not
last
believe
couple
this?
hours whether the shooter or shooters, plural, may have been associated with this.
Morrow, it's a Sunni mosque location. Why do I bring that up? Because Iran is a Shia nation. I mean, what can you fucking say? Here, let's just look at the details first. I mean, it seems like a pretty straightforward hate crime, an act of terrorism, as always. Most likely Order of 9 Angles, terrorgram. Yeah, I don't care, man. I don't care that there's a fucking live stream on YouTube so that people on YouTube can watch. Okay, stop spamming it.
This was complete, targeted violence from the outside. We did appear to get some indication of an answer to that from the police chief, because he said that they've now brought in the FBI, the San Diego field office. He said they are treating this as a hate crime until they've determined that it's not. And of course, what that signals to us is that that would not appear to be someone who was a member of the Islamic Center there if they're describing this as a hate crime. But again, a lot of questions here. We've covered, you and I, so many acts of mass violence in this country, so many shootings. Rarely do you ever see 2 people engaged in the same type of targeted act of violence in a shooting. But here, authorities say they believe that these are two teens are indeed the suspects. A lot of questions about who they are, what the motivation was, and obviously why they decided to take their own lives outside this houses of worship. A lot of we often say that there are a lot of questions, more questions than answers. This is truly one of those very peculiar situations that authorities are trying to get to the bottom of, Jake.
Steve Moore, what was your first reaction to what we heard from police, the San Diego Police Department, about the shooting at the largest mosque in San Diego County?
I was kind of surprised at the fact that we didn't know that there were 5 fatalities until now. It obviously happened in a very short amount of time when and they found the shooters fairly quickly. What's interesting to me, Jake, is that
Yeah, it's 5 because the 2 are the shooters. The 2 deceased are the shooters. They seemingly walked into a mosque, shot up the mosque, killed 3 people in the mosque. 1 was a security guard. And then they left the mosque, they got in their car, and then they killed themselves in their car.
obviously 2 shooters, you rarely get that. The other thing is that I responded to an active shooter one time who went to a Jewish community center. After escaping from the Jewish community center, he shot a postal worker who was non-white. And the reason was he was a white supremacist, and that was fair game for him. The fact that they just randomly shot at a gardener makes me wonder if they had an agenda that would involve.
Yes, most likely. I mean, dude, suspect profile fits the bill perfectly. 17-year-old, 19-year-old. What's actually unique about this shooting is that there are 2 shooters rather than 1. Normally, this is a lone gunman style situation, oftentimes radicalized by Terrorgram, these Telegram groups that are black pill, nihilistic, extremist, obviously unbelievably racist. Like, if you think Nick Fuentes is bad, which he is, right? He's not the maximum. He's not the maximum worst type of politics in this world any longer. There are still even more racist and more nihilistic, more extreme types of politics out there. Order of Nine Angles is one of those groups. They oftentimes target vulnerable young men and even vulnerable young women. And they try to radicalize them, and they try to get them to do random acts of violence, such as this one. They glorify previous white supremacist mass shooters. One of the reasons why I said this looks like an Order of Nine Angles job is specifically because one of the telltale signs is that they put in a lot of these different mass shootings, they will carve out or write out the names of other mass shooters that they venerate on the sides of their weapons, which that's what the police said. So it kind of looks like it. And yes, by the way, these white supremacist mass shooters aren't always white, and they aren't always male either. Obviously, there was an Order of Nine Angles shooter that was 17 years old, and he was a black teenager. He was a self-proclaimed incel and neo-Nazi who hated black people and openly wrote about how he was ashamed of being a black person. This was the Antioch High School shooter that killed 2 students in Nashville. There was also a female school shooter as well. Again, like, these are unique profiles. Sometimes there's even, trans school shooters as well. So they hit like every demographic. But I guess the uniting principle is that they always operate on Telegram, on these Terrorgram channels. They get radicalized in these like unbelievably nihilistic, black-pilled, far-right extremist communities that goad them into engaging in acts of violence like this.
I don't know, white supremacy, something like that would cause an anger at Muslims, and at the same time, people who might appear not to be citizens.
Josh Sherrard, police said the suspected shooters appeared to have died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. They were 17, they were 19, we were told. What does that say to you?
The questions that we're going to have to answer concerning where to go from here is Were they involved in a larger operation? We're going to need to be digging into investigating their.
Is Order of Nine Angles connected to Atomwaffen? No. I mean, they're complementary organizations, but Atomwaffen recruits from the military. Atomwaffen is a white supremacist neo-Nazi movement that recruits exclusively from the military, from the ranks of the military, active duty and veterans. Order of Nine Angles is specifically operational on Telegram channels. They're both neo-Nazi organizations. Order of Nine Angles has a satanic aspect to it. Also, some groups within the Order of Nine Angles and 764 will literally they will, how do I describe this? They're not just like openly neo-Nazi. They're just pro-violence, if that makes sense. In certain instances, they can even be presenting like Islamic Jihad. Like there are certain branches that are pro-Islamic Jihad, but also neo-Nazi. It's white people still, usually. It's not like Muslims or anything. But it's an accelerationism group that is... they're an accelerationist group that is non-aligned, oftentimes leaning into white supremacist neo-Nazism, but non-aligned across the board. Whatever gets the job done.
The Order of the Nine Angles, O9A, extreme occult and radical philosophy.
The fuck is this video?
The Order of the Nine Angles, O9A.
I read an article about it, and is a grooming pedophiles operation too? Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, they pluck little kids usually too from Roblox.
Homes, their digital assets, social media accounts, discords that may have been a part of, wondering if they were part of a larger organization or group, and wondering if this is just the first in a series of possible targeted attacks. Like Josh and Steve both pointed out, we don't see multiple shooters in these attacks very often. The vast majority of active shooters across the country for the last 25 years have been lone wolves. Is this part of a larger organization that we need to be concerned with? We need to rule that out as quick as possible, especially when we're talking about this age group that is very, very susceptible to that radicalization, as we've seen over the last several years.
Josh Campbell, how unusual is it when there are horrific mass shootings like this one? How unusual is it for there to be more than one shooter?
It's exceedingly rare. I mean, we almost never see it.
It's true. I mean, a big part of the reason why, like not a big part of the reason why, but like a big point of radicalization is the isolation that these people feel. So you rarely ever will have two people physically next to one another in some of these shootings. I mean, Columbine is obviously one of those examples, but most of the time, these are isolated figures that don't have any loved ones in their immediate family. They have like a bad home existence. There's a lot of instability in their lives.
Talk about the number of acts of violence that happen in this country involving firearms. Rarely do you see two people involved or two people or more trying to go toward the same target. We have seen incidents where people are firing at each other and they end up striking people. Again, this is very rare. We've seen incidents. I'm in Los Angeles.
Another one that was also somewhat, I mean, I guess like the Bondi Beach shooters, they were also working in tandem, but that was more so like, that didn't have the same profile of this, because this is like directional. It's a hate crime very clearly, but I'm surprised I'm surprised they're even covering this, aren't you? No, I'm not surprised. This is a huge fucking story, of course. There was a DC sniper father-son combo as well.
Angeles, over in the San Bernardino area several years ago, there was a terrorist attack at a government building that involved multiple fatalities. That involved a man and a wife, two actual shooters. But again, this is very rare.
Oh yeah,
but
San Bernardino is another
a lot
one.
Of questions, a lot of work for law enforcement ahead. And just to break this down, I mean, we're seeing the images.
Bondi Beach was a hate crime.
Looked like.
I mean, it was an act of terrorism. It was like of course it was a hate crime. It was not only just a hate crime, but it was also an act of terrorism. I was going to say this is like, this fits more of a profile of like a random school shooting, but honestly, it probably doesn't. I mean, we'll have more details when we find out. But if it's Order of Nine Angles, then it's not, it's like accelerationist terror that happened to focus on this one mosque. Whereas the Bondi Beach shooting was very deliberately an act of terror against the Jewish community. DC Sniper wasn't father-son. Am I misremembering?
At the time, whenever police were responding, but now that it's secure, they believe that there's no longer a threat. They believe the suspects have now been neutralized and are deceased. They have to work to try to identify them, but they also have to scour that area to gather any potential evidence that they can. These two people aren't going to be prosecuted, obviously, but they will try to work to determine, was there someone else who might have been assisting in this? We're not saying that that's the case right now, but that is textbook, something that authorities want to determine. Is this a group of people that were inspired to conduct an act of violence targeting Muslims? Was this something much different? Was this, targeting specifically the people who were indeed injured and then killed? Again, a lot of questions. And then opening the aperture. We know the FBI is now on the scene. They would not only be assisting with the crime scene forensics, but the authorities have said they're going to treat this as a hate crime until it's not. If it turns out that these two men have some other connections elsewhere around the country, which we've seen in a lot of instances, the FBI would then be able to work with their resources around the country. And then the final thing I'll note is sometimes whenever you see an act of targeted violence, people are proud. They'll actually leave behind some type of note or communication, a so-called manifesto indicating why they did what they did. A lot of times they often don't, which obviously makes it much more difficult for authorities to try to get to that motive.
Yeah, good thing we got the best guys at the FBI on board. I'm sure they will fucking figure it out any moment, any day now. They'll get right on it. Total confidence in fucking Kash Patel.
There won't be a prosecution of these two individuals, but authorities still want to identify what was it that inspired
hate crime against Muslims too. I mean, that makes it even less likely that it'll get the adequate coverage. Incredible stuff.
this. Oftentimes that will involve looking at the electronic media of these individuals if they have it, social media if they have it. All of that is where you see federal investigators coming in. They work very closely with the various social media and online companies as well to try to gather information as quickly as they can. Again, to try to rule out, to make sure there isn't someone else out there who may have known what was about to happen.
Josh Gerard, what more are you hoping to learn about the motive for this? Obviously, law enforcement saying that they are presuming this is a hate crime until that is disproven.
The hate crime tag on this crime really doesn't change the way it's investigated. It may be changing the way that it's prosecuted down the road, but it's going to be investigated like any other attack. And that's exactly how it needs to be. Understanding the motive between these two teens, interviewing those friends and family, understanding where they came from. And then, as Josh Campbell just pointed out again, making sure that this isn't part of a larger organization. Is this a group that we need to be concerned with? Are there further attacks that we need to be concerned with? We also have to take a look at the way that this was carried out. We've got two shooters that didn't make it inside the building. Now, we don't know what their plan was, but most likely it was to do as much damage as possible, which means getting inside. But that little bit of resistance, having that security guard outside, seemingly prevented them from making it inside.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions of these brilliant people? Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. The white? Yes.
Mr. President, on the IRS,
They're giving a briefing on it a little while at the mosque. They're giving a briefing, and it's a terrible situation. I've been given some early updates, but we're going to be going back and looking at it very strongly. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Justice Fund created $1.7 billion. Can you speak a little bit about
It was a pivotal day in the case against Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing United Healthcare.
You bet your ass if it was a synagogue, this would immediately be blasted as an anti-Semitic terror attack. I'm sick of the double standard. Yeah. Here, let's take a look at Fox News and the way that they covered it, by the way. Yeah. I have prayed at the Islamic Center of San Diego. Like me, the Muslim Americans who were targeted today pray for peace, for the future of their kids, for a better tomorrow. That's what we all hope and pray for. I'm horrified by the shooting there today, but I'm not shocked or surprised. When politicians directly target Muslim Americans, when the media fails to check them, this is the result. My prayers go out to the families of the victims. All people deserve to worship and gather in peace, free from fear and hatred. Islamophobia, bigotry, and hate of all kinds have no place here. Yes, I do know that the alleged founder of the Order of Nine Angles was a Satanist, a Nazi, and then later an Islamist jihadist extremist. Yes. But he wasn't, but that's not like it had nothing to do with the ideology. Like, he wasn't like a fucking real Muslim or anything. He was like a fucking insane person That's why I said Order of Nine Angles is a very strange one. It goes beyond what you would expect of like a ideological militant Nazi group. They still are Nazis. Like they're still far right extremists, but their highest calling is their highest calling is just like maximizing violence. That's part of the reason why the FBI has created this new designation of like extreme nihilistic or what is it, like nihilist violent extremists, I think, right? Is it MVE? Yes, they're esoteric Nazis. They're esoteric neo-Nazis first and foremost. But their goal is just to activate, to find, they're accelerationist. Their goal is to find like young people on the internet through Roblox, Minecraft, Discord servers, filter them into these Telegram groups and goad them into purchasing weapons or taking their parents' weapons and doing mass shootings. They primarily operate through Telegram channels that are called terrorgrams, and the cult basically worships school shooters and white supremacist terrorists. Very commonly, you'll see in their guns, like on their weapons. There was one in Indonesia too. This is an international issue. There was an instance. There was a fake school shooting that turned into a real shooting of the kid in Indonesia, where he like found airsoft weapons, and even on the side of those airsoft weapons, he had painted the name of the names of like Anders Breivik and numerous other people. Yeah, Elliot Rogers gets mentioned a lot. Anders Breivik gets mentioned a lot. They venerate famous, infamous mass shooters, many of which are, it's happened in Turkey a bunch of times as well. There was a knife attack in Eskişehir in Turkey. It's an incredibly strange phenomena. Laura Loomer apparently says, in light of the Islamic Center shooting today, I think it's time to make sure Muslims are safe. The best way to ensure their safety is for our DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen to deport every Muslim in America back to the Middle East, where they can live in fully Islamic societies and blast their call to prayer without triggering Americans into psychosis as a side effect. How edgy. Oh my God. Ooh, I cut myself on this edge. No, dude, you can't even fucking give her the response. You can't even dignify this with a fucking response. Last post by the security guard. What is success? Too many people's success is financial stability, good reputation, beauty. As for me, wallahi, tumma wallahi, it is returning back to Allah, our creator, with the same pure soul he loaned me at birth. Having the malaika of Allah Ta'ala saying, don't fear and don't grieve, but receive the glad tidings of Jannah, which you were promised by the most forgiving and most merciful. May Allah Ta'ala grant us husnal khatimah. Ameen. This was his last post on Facebook. What is this? Developing shooting at Islamic Center in San Diego. All Jewish institutions are on lockdown, including schools.
Conversation with police.
What?
There looks to be a bit of an issue here where people want to get closer because of some concerns. I heard her say.
I can't tell if they're just like trying to. I don't know. I mean, it's a place of worship that they attacked, so maybe that's the reason why they locked down other places of worship as well. Since I tweeted about this, I've been getting nonstop bots and bigots in my response talking about how this is probably Muslim on Muslim or Shia versus Sunni. Who's coordinating this messaging in an attempt to frame the narrative? Elon Musk and maybe even Israel. That is what's going on. Let's be real. 3 Muslims were killed in a shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego after 2 teenager shooters entered and opened fire. While anti-Muslim, anti-Arab racism has been systematically fomented in this country for decades, the last 2.5 years have seen every major institution, political, media, and educational, manufacture outrage about anti-Semitism in service of those who support the slaughter of Arabs and Muslims. Every institution has pushed anti-Arab, anti-Muslim racism without pause because Muslim Arab life has no currency here and is created to be expendable. It's 100% true. Like 100%. What did Zoran say? I'm horrified by the deadly attack at the Islamic Center of San Diego, an apparent act of anti-Muslim violence. Islamophobia endangers Muslim communities across this country. We must confront it directly and stand together against the politics of fear and division. My thoughts are with the victims, their loved ones, and the entire community grieving this devastating attack. The NYPD is increasing deployments to mosques across the city out of abundance of caution. There are currently no known threats to the NYC houses of worship. Islamophobia is a made-up word by Muslims to erode Western civilization. This is likely a hate crime hoax Spread by Muslims who love. Dude, Laura Loomer is literally such a fucking Nazi. It's so crazy. I mean, she just, like, this is what people say about anti-Semitic hate crimes. Like, the fuck?
A similar situation right here. I'm trying to get some information about it. According to what I see here, it is a Sunni mosque location. Why do I bring that up? Because Iran is a Shia nation. And some of the stuff that we've seen lately relative to Iran, like, for instance, Hezbollah-linked attacks that were planned to go off here in America, that has a Shia footprint. And if you do counter, I did 15, 16 years of counterterrorism, you think in those terms. What do I have here? Where should I be looking? What connections should I be looking for? Who's identified? So some of the atmospherics here. But of course, the most important thing right now, control the situation and make sure nobody gets.
It's fucking insane. Yeah, no, it's a fucking sectarian battle for sure. Thank you for the evil ass commentary. When you assume things can't get worse, just go to Fox News for the absolute worst, mathematically the absolute worst take you can find. In the United States of America, when an Islamophobic hate crime takes place, do you know how many times it's been in the hands of a Shia against Sunni Muslims? I think it's 0, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's fucking 0. In the overwhelming majority of instances of white supremacists. Same with fucking anti-Semitic attacks. It is remarkably rare for Muslims to actually do anti-Semitic hate crimes and vice versa. It's almost always white supremacists, neo-Nazis. Almost always. Okay? There are rare exceptions, but it's almost always white supremacists, neo-Nazis.
CEO Brian Thompson, a New York state judge, allowing the alleged murder weapon and Mangione's diary to be used as evidence in the case. The judge also ruling that prosecutors cannot use certain evidence seized from Mangione's backpack during a search at the Pennsylvania McDonald's where he was actually arrested. Our Peter Harlambis and legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer join me now for more. So, Peter, which evidence is going to be allowed exactly and which isn't?
So really the two biggest pieces of evidence for prosecutors, the gun itself, which they allege is the murder weapon, and Mangione's writings, which they say amount to a confession, are allowed in. What the judge basically did was separate this evidence into two different buckets. The materials that were taken from Mangione's backpack when he was originally apprehended at the McDonald's in Pennsylvania, and then the actual items they came across later when they did an inventory at the police station. And the judge said that those materials that were taken from the backpack at the McDonald's without a warrant, those can't be used. So the actual weapons magazine, a cell phone, a passport, those were taken out at the McDonald's. They can't be used because they didn't use a warrant. But the items later that they found at the police station when they were doing an inventory, including those writings and the alleged murder weapon, those they can use.
So what do you make, Brian, of the judge's ruling here? What's the potential impact on the trial?
So, Kira, the ruling makes a lot of sense to me, and I think it makes a lot of sense to the defense attorneys for Mangione, and that's probably where you're not hearing this chorus of saying, we're going to appeal, we're going to appeal. I think first they've got to figure out where this all lands for them. New York has very specific laws about searching containers that are closed, and I think that application is why we're seeing the difference between the New York State case and the federal case in terms of what evidence is going forward. Now, moving forward, I think Peter's kind of alluded to this to some degree, that it's not all that different of a case. The prosecution really wanted, of course, that smoking gun, both figuratively and literally, and they also want the writings in that red spiral notebook, and that's going to give not only a murder weapon or alleged murder weapon, but also what they believe to be the inner workings of a killer to be able to present to the jury. I think for the defense, not having certain pieces of evidence like the wallet or the passport or the computer chip will help them try to massage the narrative as to what this is, what it's about, who might have committed this crime, and finding the perfect juror for them. Because for them, I don't think it's about the facts. I think it's about who's receiving the facts, that being the 12 people who ultimately decide Mangione's fate.
All right, so what's next, Peter?
At this point, all eyes are on September. This state murder trial is set to begin on September 8th. There's a brief hearing scheduled for June to put some further dates on the schedule. But that trial, which is expected to take multiple weeks with more than a dozen witnesses at least, is scheduled to begin on September 8th.
All right, we'll track it. Peter, Brian, thank you both.
A California jury unanimously dismissed Elon Musk's lawsuit against OpenAI and Sam Altman. They found Musk waited too long to bring the suit, which alleged Sam Altman unlawfully enriched himself in the company that Musk helped create. Musk co-founded the company and invested.
This is a real let them fight style situation. I mean, either side wins or loses is great. One side is going to win, one side is going to lose. We're all going to win regardless. I hate them both. It's literally a win-win, no matter what. It's great.
$38 million in its early.
Also, Elon Musk isn't technically wrong in advancing this lawsuit, but of course, he took too long to even put it together, apparently, so it was dismissed.
Years. CBS News senior business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent closely followed this case and joined.
You think Sam Altman's on the same level as Elon? Yes. Elon is obviously the number one evil, okay? But yeah, Sam Altman is pretty fucking close. I feel like at that level of evil, it doesn't even matter. Like, you've already maxed out beyond normal human comprehension. You're like, oh, who's worse? Is it Peter Thiel? Yes, Peter Thiel is technically worse than Sam Altman. Like, there are billionaires at that level that are, I mean, at that point, you're basically doing atrocity Olympics, right? Like, it's you know, which genocide is worse, the indigenous genocide or the genocide of the you know, Rohingya Muslims or the Palestinian genocide? Like, it's a real Baal versus Moloch situation. It doesn't fucking make any sense. They're all unbelievably bad. They've already maxed out. Elon Musk is definitely the worst guy because he's the worst guy of all time. Obviously, Sam Altman has a higher ceiling for evil, so we haven't fully seen exactly where he could go, you know? Whereas Elon Musk is more developed in his evil. And that's why, obviously, Elon Musk is number one, Peter Thiel number two. There's a couple other people before we get to, like, Sam Altman, but, you know, they've already maxed out far beyond, like, the level of evil that the average person can do. So I genuinely don't know who would be at the top of that. Like, I mean, I guess Elon is still worse.
Me now, Jolene, walk us through how this trial played out and how it ultimately.
Why is Elon worse than Thiel? I think it's mostly just the aesthetic difference in that situation, because like Elon does get his hands directly involved, like he's more directly involved as opposed to Peter Thiel, and he has more money, so he has more destructive capabilities. But Peter Thiel's output is pretty fucking evil overall. You know, Palantir, mass surveillance technology, real death dealer. Elon also then has fans as well, like legions of fucking morons who love him. Whereas I feel like Peter Thiel is more so like a behind the scenes guy. You know what I mean? Yeah, Larry Ellison's pretty bad. Miriam Adelson obviously is a huge Zionist too. So then there's that. There's the Israel angle there. But most of the billionaires are pro-Israel, and do lean into certain initiatives that aid and abet Israel's genocide. Like Elon Musk has certainly played a big role in the misinformation that runs around on Twitter at the behest of Israel, right? So I don't know. But ChatGPT across the board is a pretty evil invention. So, you know, I do think Sam Altman he has a higher ceiling than perhaps all of these other guys when you think about it. He's in a special category of his own. Like, we're in the infancy stages of Sam Altman's evil. Does that make sense? He's like baby evil. I mean, he's only been in the market for a couple years at this point in the billionaire evil villain Olympics. He's a newcomer. He's relatively green. He hasn't actually been around the block quite a bit, and so it's difficult. But he's a very promising young recruit, you know, as far as being an agent of Satan. So it's kind of like it's kind of like looking at like Elon's start. In Elon's rookie season, many people didn't see the warning signs at all. So if we are to assume that exponential evil, like exponential growth of evil theory, is still consistent with Sam Altman as it was with Elon Musk, you're looking at a much, much bigger capacity to go fully evil, like more evil, you know? Because Elon Musk at his roots was not even considered evil at all. He was seen as like a good guy, whereas like Sam Altman kind of came out of the gate swinging with evil, even in his rookie season. He was putting up Wemby numbers in his rookie season out of nowhere. So you're like, okay, if one is like the LeBron of evil, the other one is like the Wemby of evil. So he has a much longer bandwidth, a much longer career, tremendous growth potential. And yes, Elon did have an immaculate public perception before the Thailand rescue diver stuff. It was very, very common to just call him a real life Tony Stark. He also wasn't too much more cringe than the memes at the time either. So people saw him as a billionaire who gets us. I'm really just noticing how conspicuously widespread these references were for a short period of time. It came up in Star Trek 2. Did he pay a PR team? No, everyone was writing. I haven't liked Elon Musk even when he was beloved. Like, I always thought he was cringe and wasn't a big fan of him because of my, somewhat consistent, even though, with Tom Steyer, it's a little bit inconsistent, anti-billionaire position. I don't trust billionaires in general. Maybe you can use them as a tool, like in the California gubernatorial race. But even then, it's like, a little bit of distance and a little bit of scrutiny is healthy. Whereas with Elon Musk, I would say Elon Musk, there was a tremendous amount of positive coverage.
Ultimately culminated in today's verdict.
Well, it was a blockbuster trial that certainly took the attention of Silicon Valley.
Ooh, this is a good one too. Yes, the league has changed. So the dynamic of the league has changed dramatically. Great point, Profound Egg 13. So if Michael Jordan is playing against plumbers, right, there are very different rules of engagement at that point. Elon Musk was absolutely constrained by trying to present himself as like a virtuous figure, because like the overall Silicon Valley environment at the time when his development was happening was a relatively liberal one. So he had to be like woke as fuck, right? Whereas Sam Altman is not constrained by the environment. As a matter of fact, the environment now demands you aggressively pursue some of your most violent ambitions ruthlessly. So the environment is actually, again, favoring Sam Altman to be much more evil in the long run than Elon Musk. Yeah, he still needed to scam environmentalist funding in the past. True. It's a good point.
And brought it inside a federal courtroom in Oakland, California. But what happened today is there was less than 2 hours of deliberation, and then the jury unanimously delivered a verdict that they recommended to the judge, which she accepted, that the case be tossed out because Elon Musk did not file his lawsuit in time. It's a 3-year statute of limitation, and they said that they believe that Musk knew about his allegations before those 3 years expired. And as a result, OpenAI is not liable for any of the claims that Elon Musk was bringing in court. But this was a very quick decision. And as a result, all of the different communications, the interesting things that we learned within the case were not really discussed or analyzed or brought to a verdict due to the statute of limitation. And I want to read to you Elon Musk tweeting today after his own legal team says they do plan to appeal this. He said the judge and jury never actually ruled on the merits of the case, just on a calendar technicality. Now, in response to that, the OpenAI team said that what Elon Musk calls a calendar technicality is what they believe to be a fundamental part of the case, that if he really was so concerned about this, why didn't he file his lawsuit sooner? They allege it's because he has.
NBC identified the shooters, Caleb Vasquez and Kane Clark. Previously, law enforcement officials said the suspects died of self-inflicted gunshot wounds. In a brief this afternoon, police said the suspects were 17 and 19. No motive has been provided. Investigators are examining possible anti-Islamic writings found in the car where the police found the deceased suspects, 2 senior law enforcement officials said. Kane Clark and Caleb Vasquez. Wait, is Kane Clark, that's not a woman, right? It's not like a couple, right? I don't know. Guys, stop saying, don't even fucking joke about whether this is a Shia name or not, please. I get it. I get the reason as to why you're doing it, but is that a boy's name? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what kind of name Kane is. It's a biblical name, Cain and Abel. Oh, I thought Cain and Abel was spelled with a K. Okay, don't get mad at me. I'm fucking Turkish.
Sour grapes about OpenAI becoming a success, a competitor. And keep in mind that OpenAI is slated to go public later this year, along with xAI, Elon Musk's company. So OpenAI, that legal team, saying that they were celebrating the case today and also believing that if this was not a sour competitor, so to speak, this lawsuit would have been filed earlier by Musk himself.
All right, Jolene Kent, thank you so much.
Turning now to travel chaos involving the country's biggest commuter.
Cain is a man's name and the biblical is Cain. Oh my God, I was right. Oh, get fucked. Get fucked, chatters. I thought Cain was with a K, baby. Let's go. Thank you, Piggly Wiggly. Piggly Wiggly flexing the golden kappa. Am I wrong? It's not Cain, it's Cain. It's C. It's with a C. Chatter. God damn it. They're full of shit. English didn't exist. It's just a sound, and C/K sound the same. He's wrong. I grew up Catholic. Wait, fuck. It's K. It's with a C. Yes, it's Cain, and I'm Hindu, and I knew this. Okay, weird flex, man. Citizen Cain is with a K. A Cain and Abel is written with a C. Okay, bro, they're both in Islam too. Man, I just don't know. I don't know.
Rail system. Workers at the Long Island Railroad.
It's okay, man. It's okay not to know things sometimes. Okay, can we calm down? Jesus Christ! What the fuck? Chatters, find the one thing that I objectively don't know and openly admit, and immediately it's, oh my God! It's like, dude, you're fucking idiot, dude. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Okay, my bad, bro. I'm fucking stupid. Okay, you're getting your news from a stupid guy. What does that say about how stupid you are? How about that? Fucking got him. Okay, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me, motherfucker.
Travel chaos involving the country's biggest commuter rail system. Workers at the Long Island Railroad are on strike and trains are at a standstill. Both sides are deadlocked over wages and health benefits for thousands of workers. Jerika Duncan is following this. Jerika, good morning.
Good morning. An event like this has not happened in almost 30 years, Adrian. And I just spoke to a construction worker, who says normally his commute is an hour and 15 minutes, but today over 2.5 hours because of this strike. Also spoke to some of those workers that are on strike here to my right. They are hopeful that there will be a resolution soon, they said, because of the amount of
Claire
money
Valdez was there too, demonstrating. My queen.
being lost. But as of right now, negotiations are at a standstill.
When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
It is day 3 of a strike for workers with New York's Long Island Railroad. 5 unions representing about 3,500 employees walked off the job early Saturday after contract negotiations stalled over wages and health care. Normally, this railroad services New York City and a large stretch of its suburbs with roughly 250,000 riders every weekday. But now the entire operation is suspended.
All we're asking for is fair wages.
The unions blame the Metropolitan Transportation.
Might as well be an apostate at this point with your lacking of Old Testament and Quranic knowledge on son of Ali and Fatima. Shut up, bitch.
Authority, or the MTA, for the failed negotiations, saying many of those on strike have gone 4 years without a raise. MTA Chair and CEO Janno Lieber.
Remember, these are by far the best paid workers in the entire national railroad system, and they want a better deal than every other MTA worker.
At a news conference on Sunday, New York Governor.
All right, let's get back to the live
Speaking
police.
with the mom began to piece together bits and pieces of information over an extended period of time. The information that she was gathering and conveying to us began to elevate the threat level that we were perceiving with this information. She believed her son was suicidal, and she began to share information that several of her weapons were missing, her vehicle was missing, in addition to her son. She also said that her son was with a companion and that they were dressed in camo, and that is not consistent with what we would typically see from somebody that is suicidal. That began to trigger a larger threat assessment picture. Our threat management unit began to take the tips and leads that we had and utilize the technology we have available to us. Our license plate readers was at the top of that list. We began to have, we noted that there were hits with the vehicle down in Fashion Valley. We dispatched officers into the area of the mall as a possible location that was a threat. We also gathered information that one of the individuals was associated in some form or fashion with Madison High School. We alerted the school police department, and we dispatched officers into the area of Madison High School. While we were gathering this information and we were trying to zero in on where these individuals were at, we received the call
Wait.
at approximately 11:43.
Wait, so all the flock camera and precursory knowledge couldn't stop them? Wait,
Officers
I
were in
thought
the
this was
area.
after the fact he was gathering information. Wait,
Still
what?
talking with mom, trying to piece together where they might be, the locations that she felt that they would be at, and that was just a few blocks away. Those officers, once they heard what was happening at the Islamic Center, immediately dispatched themselves to the mosque. And just to recap what we talked about earlier, when officers arrived on scene, they came across, in some form or fashion, 3 deceased individuals, victims. One was a security guard at the center. We'll get some questions in just a minute, sir. Thank you. Because of what the officers were encountering, and because we know that this is a large gathering facility with kids, with adults, with community members from throughout our county, officers immediately began to enter the facility, utilizing our active shooter protocol, looking for a suspect or two. At about the same time as they were making entry and searching through the facility, room by room, we received calls of a vehicle a couple blocks away that was shooting at a landscaper. The landscaper is going to be okay, but we are still investigating that scene. It appears he may have been shot in the helmet that deflected and saved his life, but that is not totally confirmed at this point. A couple blocks away from there, we also received a call where a community member reported our 2 suspects in a vehicle, and it appeared they had gunshot wounds, and upon our arrival, we determined they were deceased. We are in the process of serving search warrants that will continue tonight and on into the days ahead. We're going to continue following any
There's
leads
no photo.
and any information that comes forward, as we're all focused on figuring out how this happened. and
Mom
what could
called
we
the
have done
authorities
to
when she
prevent it.
saw them leaving camo with guns in her car.
I will end by saying it's not a cliche. If you see something, if you hear something, if you know something, that is an integral part of preventing things like this from happening. And it's an integral part for us to be able to take that information, utilize the tools that we have to try to prevent something like this from happening. So with that, I'm going to bring up Mark Remley from the FBI to discuss a little bit more information.
Thank you all for coming, and thank you, Chief. My name is Mark Remley. I am the Special Agent in charge of the FBI San Diego Field Office. As was reported earlier, 3 adults have lost their lives in today's senseless act of violence. We also know the 2 teenage subjects responsible are also deceased. The FBI is determined to uncover all the facts associated with this incident and learn why this shooting occurred at the Islamic Center of San Diego. Here's what we know at this time after our preliminary assessment and working closely with our law enforcement partners to gather evidence. Victim specialists deployed to the Reunification Center at 4125 Hathaway in San Diego. We're also having additional victim services personnel deploy from our headquarters in Washington, D.C. to assist with the families that have been impacted. Our bomb techs have cleared the vehicle associated with the subjects. We are in the process of interviewing family and friends of the subjects, and evidence response teams are gathering all the evidence from the scene for review. We will process everything as quickly but as meticulously as we can. We again thank you for your patience as we work through the scene. The FBI stands with the communities we serve, and our hearts weigh heavy for those killed and everyone who was subjected to this violence today. Shooting incidents like this not only impact those within the immediate vicinity, but everyone in the community also feels the effects. We will continue to coordinate with our law enforcement partners and work closely with them for as long as it takes until we understand what happened. We will leave no stone unturned. We thank the public for your continued cooperation. As we continue to work through this active investigation, we ask that you send photos, videos, or any visual evidence or information you may have to fbi.gov/Islamic Center of San Diego shooting. As I mentioned earlier, no
That's
piece
a
of information
crazy
is too small.
URL.
Everything helps us gather all the relevant evidence we need to better understand why this horrific incident occurred. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor for some comments.
Thank you.
Fucking direct result of your leadership! Your leadership! The brothers have been talking. You have fucking listened to the night. It was golden ice. Golden science propaganda. And you'll keep doing it as long as it lines your fucking pockets, won't it? Show something. Approval rating that a fascist dictator with shit in his pants.
Today, our city was shaken by a violent act of hate here at the Islamic Center of San Diego, and my heart is with every person that is impacted by this horrific tragedy. No one in our city should live in fear because of their identity, their faith, or their place of learning. I'm grateful to the San Diego Police Department, our San Diego Fire Rescue Department, and our partners at the local, state, and federal level, all of whom showed up here to help with this investigation and this response and help to bring this threat to an end. This tragedy is particularly hurtful to our Muslim community as it comes together at the start of the Dhul Hijjah, one of Islam's holiest periods leading up to the Hajj and the Eid al-Adha, a time of deep faith, reflection, and unity.
Oof.
Hate has no home in San Diego. Islamophobia has no home in San Diego. An attack on any San Diegan is an attack on all San Diegans, and we will not stand for it in America's finest city. Let there be no misunderstanding. For anyone who would seek to bring this kind of violence to this city, you will be met with the full force of our law enforcement partnerships. And anyone who seeks to do harm here will understand the response will be swift and you will be brought to justice. In the meantime, I want to assure San Diegans, in particular our Muslim brothers and sisters, the San Diego Police Department will be guarding all of our local houses of worship with additional presence to assure your safety during this very, very tragic time. We'll be guarding other houses of worship and making sure that we anticipate and try and prevent the very worst. We didn't meet that mark today, but I have deep gratitude to the security officer who was here, whose actions and heroism undoubtedly saved lives. And I'm grateful to every law enforcement individual who ran toward this call to help bring these people to justice. My prayers and my thoughts and our whole hearts community is with the Islamic Center of San Diego and all Muslim San Diegans. With that, I'll turn it back to our chief.
Before I open up to questions, we're a little over 5 hours outside of this incident. Understand the complexity of and the dynamics of a situation like this and the emotions that are without a doubt behind everything that's going on. Much of what else there is to answer is currently being investigated, and I cannot go into some of those details. But I will do my best to try to make sure that you guys have the information you need moving forward. So with that, I will open up to some questions. Yes, sir. Hang on. Trevor, go ahead. Yeah, we are actively
San Diego recently passed a law
as a hate
equating
crime.
anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. That's why the person was yelling. Yeah, the mayor is pro-Israel, which should come as a surprise to no one.
Is to exactly what those what the hate speech or the hate words were that were conveyed. Some of that is going to have to take more time to develop further to see where that information is coming from. But yes, it's being investigated as a hate crime at this point. There was definitely hate rhetoric that was involved. I'll leave it at that for now. Yes. It's still preliminary. We're still looking into that. We do believe the security guard was able to help at least minimize the situation to the front area of the mosque.
All right. Has anyone found anything about the
Until we know
shooter's
more,
background?
I don't want to speculate, but at this point, I think it's fair to say his actions were heroic, and undoubtedly he saved lives today.
I mean, it's pretty fucking black and white, man. It's pretty open and shut, don't you think? Pretty open and shut, it seems. Two teenager white supremacist dickheads get radicalized on the internet, decide to take matters in their own hands, go shoot up a fucking mosque with the mother's weapons and car. Yeah, the only thing we have is Kane Clark was a high school wrestler. That's all we got at Madison High School. Yeah. Also, it's fantastic that fucking all the flock cameras didn't do dick. Isn't this supposed to be the whole point of the flock? Mass surveillance at all times? Nope. Turns out it's to fucking creep on people, I guess. And to figure out where the undocumented migrants are, or people who look like undocumented migrants. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean shut the fuck up? Buddy, The mother literally called the cops ahead of time, worried that her kid had taken her guns, was fucking rocking camo, and took the car. And then the cops were like, oh, where did they go? San Diego police, mother of one of the suspects, reported this morning that several of her weapons or vehicle were missing. Her son was suicidal, and he was in with a companion, both dressed in camo. Police were actively looking for the suspect when the shooting at the Islamic Center happened.
Put out their identity right now. We will put that information out here.
Guys, you see, the Flock stuff didn't work because we just haven't built more data centers. We need to build more data centers so we can do mass surveillance adequately. It's just one more fucking data center, okay? Just one more data center, man. Just one more Flock camera, one more ballroom, one more data center, and then we'll be able to fucking find out perfectly. CNN is covering this as well right now. All right.
17 and 18. Yeah, I think it's 18. And then I need to correct that. I think I put out earlier it was 19. I believe it's 18. No, unknown. At least one, but unknown about the other one. It just in general. I think it's fair to say that all religious facilities across this country, around the world, in today's world, are well aware of the risks that are associated. It's an unfortunate reality of the world we live in today. But I would say absolutely, everybody feels that insecurity. Well, first, let me make sure I'm clear. There was no specific threat, especially no specific threat to the Islamic Center.
Yeah, it's just the cost of doing business, going to school, going to a place of worship, going to the fucking mall. Sorry, guys, but Charlie Kirk was so unbelievably honest when he said, you know, some schools are going to get shot, but if that's a price to protect the Second Amendment, then it's one I'm willing to pay. And he did pay. He literally did pay. So it's just how it is, you know? It's just the cost of going to a place of worship in the United States of America.
So the question is, was there a specific threat to the high school? There was no specific threat to any facility or any place with what we knew. There was generalized hate rhetoric.
Oh, you
speech.
found him.
Mom believed that her son was suicidal, but the additional bits of information led us to believe that there was a bigger threat picture here that we needed to consider. One person that's suicidal is not going to take 3 weapons from a location. Those little bits of information were significant and important that triggered a much bigger threat assessment that began to bring additional investigators in to utilize the technology that we have available to try to get out in front of what we feared would be coming. But there was no specific threat to this center or any religious facility or any school or any mall in any way. I want to make sure that's clear. We don't get that wrong.
Is that related, or is that something?
We're still investigating, but yes, we do believe that's all associated with the larger picture of today's events. It's not. They're not separate. Sir, go ahead.
So, Chief, I want to know, and probably these sites of worship, what should I stay your officers?
Yeah. So, first of all, this is why we need the community. This is a partnership. Public safety is a shared responsibility. It is important that people share information when they see, hear, or know something that pertains to threats of violence. That is what allows us to filter through who is going to cause harm and who is not. So that information is priority one.
You know when you're going to reopen the mosque?
I'll let Imam Taha speak to that. The younger. All right, listen, folks, we'll sit here all night and go question and answer. We will provide more information when more information is available and we have more of the information confirmed that we're now starting to speculate on. I want to make sure that you have the details thus far so that you understand exactly what we were responding to, what we were dealing with. And I'll close by saying this. As police chief, I am grateful that we have police officers and sheriff's deputies
and flock
throughout
cameras.
this county. Our hearts go out to the families, obviously the greater Muslim community. We're one city and we're one community. As police chief, I am grateful
What the fuck is going on with this goddamn stream? Anyway, I mean, the rest of it is just the outro. We'll get the CNN commentary in a second. Hopefully when the live feed is fixed. Let's see. Yeah, their live feed is busted.
And 2 men dead. A short time later, they discovered 2 more who they believe to be the shooters, both also dead. Their gunshot wounds apparently self-inflicted. Again, officials have just spoken to reporters. CNN's Kyung La is at the scene as she joins us now. So we heard authorities say, Kyung, that they received a call from the mother of one of the shooters this morning. What more have you learned about exactly what happened?
That she had discovered some hate speech, some generalized hate speech, not targeting any particular institution, but it was alarming enough that she found it to be suicidal and threatening enough that she reached out to law enforcement. What you're hearing behind me is this press conference is still going on with other members of the community, but I'm going to keep explaining what authorities say they have been able to put together is that younger person, that younger suspect, the 17-year-old, then connected with someone, either a friend who was 18 or 19, and they came to this mosque. The mosque is just, this is a press conference right over here, the mosque is just over my right shoulder, and that is where law enforcement found 3 different adult men who had been shot. The 2 suspects were making their way through this middle-class community. They came across a landscaper, engaged with the landscaper who he was unarmed. They appear to have hit him in some capacity, but he's doing okay. And then authorities did catch up with them, and the 2 suspects, 17, 18-ish, the police chief said, had died by self-inflicted gunshot wounds. So that's the very latest that we've been able to piece together. One other thing, Anderson, that they are treating this as a hate crime in large part because of some writings found on one of the weapons. They say at this point, this is what they know. They are going to continue to investigate this and try to share more as they learn, because this happened just mere hours ago, Anderson.
And Kyung, I know you were able to speak with a friend of the security guard who was killed. What did he have to say?
It's really important to remember that this isn't just a mosque. This is a community center, and this is also where children, young children, 3rd grade and younger, were going to school. And there was a security guard standing out front, and that security guard is a friend of a man who you're going to hear from. And I want you to listen to what he says.
I truly know in my heart, from knowing that man, that he was sacrificing his life and took that bullet knowing that I'd rather take it than the kids. And that is what makes me emotional.
And the important thing that he wanted to add, that man, his name is Sam. He is a father of 3 who go to school connected with the mosque, and the school connected with the mosque. He said that he gets to put his kids to bed tonight. He gets to tuck them in. But the security guard, who also has children, that he can't do that. And so that's something he doesn't want to be left unsaid, that a man took a bullet to protect so many children here in this community, Anderson.
Kyung La, I appreciate it. Thank you. Joining us now, 2 of our law enforcement analysts, John Miller and Jonathan Wackrow. John Miller, you've been speaking with law enforcement sources. What have they told you about the 2 gunmen? What may have motivated them?
Well, these are kids, 17, 18 years old. One of them, as we're learning now, left what is in effect a suicide note, but we are told by law enforcement sources that it also had references to racial pride. It seems that based on the targeting and the fact that there was hate speech written on one of the weapons recovered, where the 2 young men took their own lives after escaping the scene of the shooting, that this fits into a pattern that we know fairly well. Writing hate speech on the weapon, leaving the notes, the target selection of a mosque, shooting at a landscaper at random during the getaway. Very similar to the New Zealand attack from 2019 by Brenton Tarrant, who in that case killed 51 people and shot 40 more, where he wrote hate speech all over the weapons. In the Buffalo case in 2022, Peyton Gendron, he wrote hate speech all over the weapons, even mentioning Brenton Tarrant. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw one or both of those names turn up in the writings in this case. This is developing into
Tons of
a hate
repliers
crime
think it's
that is
implausible that
probably
mass
going
shooters
to
would
be
leave
linked
writings
to
dictating their motives and
an
ideology
alt-right
behind.
culture of white nationalism,
Interesting.
white supremacy, and what they call the great replacement theory, where people act out violently.
Oh, it's cool. We're back
on the
to
idea that
we're back to this being a psyop now. You know, because the victims in this circumstance are not one that they can make some kind of anti-left panic off of. You know, I mean, this is the most common form of like political violence that takes place on U.S. soil. So I don't know what to fucking say. It's just white supremacist radicalization.
New Zealand attack. Obviously, there was the Columbine a long time ago that was school-related. There was the attack in New York, the bomb throwing involving 2 people.
It's very anomalous, right? And I think that there are a lot of factors that are present in this matter that are anomalous. It's the fact that there were 2 attackers. Typically, we oftentimes refer to as a lone gunman or a lone actor, but they're oftentimes influenced by other people. Here we have 2 people who were engaged in the attack, but their ages, 17 and 19 years old. It's not normal for them to wake up and decide to go out and kill somebody, right? So something preceded this, and this is right what the commissioner was getting to, is that there was some sort of radicalization that they went through, that they felt it was right for them to go and launch this attack against this Islamic center, this symbol of that community in San Diego. That, again, needs to be looked at with a microscope to really understand, did that radicalization come online? Were they radicalizing each other through, this Christian nationalism, this white nationalism movement that, John was just talking about, or these other factors? So what we do know as a denominator, hate is the motivator here. It was the motivation for their attack. But we need to get better and smarter at how this radicalization happened so quickly and happened really in silence. This didn't, basically follow the pattern of violence that we've seen, this pathway to violence where it's grievance, ideation, planning, this whole attack cycle goes through before they launch. These are people that literally got up, took some guns from home, dressed in camouflage, and went out and launched this attack. They were motivated by somebody or a group. We have to find out.
It's insane how easy it is to just do relentless violence on U.S. soil, readily available guns. I mean, what do you fucking
They
say?
went out to practice
Yeah,
shooting.
some
And
guns.
also,
You just go and you have an arsenal of weapons at home and you just take them. It's fucking nuts.
This note and alerted authorities, and when the shooting actually took place.
Well, Chief Scott Wall from San Diego PD gave us a little bit of a timeline, which is, they got that call from the mom in the late morning hours, and immediately they did a threat assessment. This is exactly what you are supposed to do with this. It's a missing person, but it's also a missing person who's talking about suicide and maybe other things, who is left with weapons. From there, he took the mom's car. They took that license plate. It's a white vehicle. They put it into the LPR system, license plate readers. They started to get hits at different locations and have units be on the lookout for it. Interestingly, I think the chief told us that they got a license plate reader hit near the mosque, which they sent out to units right about the same time they got the phone call of shots fired. So they were leaning very forward on trying to figure out, how do we get to this kid, not knowing that there was more than one kid apparently, or what exactly their plan was.
It's also, Jonathan, we've now become used to having security guards at houses of worship. It clearly seems in this case, this security officer, may have prevented much worse.
I'll put a finer point. He was a hero. He prevented the loss of life, especially of those children. Here's why. These were motivated attackers. They had a plan in place. They had no exit plan. They were going in to kill and to harm. As they were going in, this security guard basically put himself between the threat and those children. We have eyewitnesses that say that he literally did that. And what he did is he caused a tactical shift. He caused the attacker to turn and address him, as opposed to engage in killing of these children that were outside. In that instance, he stopped the chain of attack by putting himself in harm's way. That was only for seconds, but those were critical seconds because we heard from an eyewitness as he was being shot, teachers and others were bringing these children and rushing them inside. From a tactical standpoint, we call that getting off the X. Those kids got out of the field of danger because this security guard did his job, stood up and identified and addressed the threat.
Jonathan Wacker, amazing. Thank you, John Miller, as well. Coming up next, a shocking settlement to the president's $10 billion lawsuit against the government that he runs.
Why aren't people calling this a fake
$1.8
shooting?
billion of your
Brother, what are you talking about? They are already calling this a fake shooting. Laura Loomer is literally saying it was good that it happened and more of it will happen unless you self-deport to Muslims. There's hella people saying like, oh, it's a psyop. The fuck? Wake up, dude. How is that shocking? I mean, this is also somewhat of a consistent thing that happens in the aftermath of every mass shooting in the country where it happens so frequently. I think people are just basically bored of the fact that it happens so much. It's so goddamn commonplace. Yeah, the mosque was supposedly shot up today. Just remember the people who attended this mosque want us all to be killed. We will be told that they are such amazing people. I'm not advocating for violence. I condemn violence. I'm showing you how evil this mosque is and always has been. It should be raided by the ICE and FBI. Laura Loomer wants this to be Israel so bad. She's like, her dream is to complete the Israelification of America. Another thing the slop tuber Nazis are saying is the mosque housed 9/11 attackers too. Oh, wow. Great. How is this not stochastic terrorism? It is. I just need people to really start calling Laura Loomer a stochastic terrorist. It doesn't matter. So the logic here is if 9/11 represented all Muslim sentiment, this sentiment persists among the world's 1.2 billion Muslims, and they're all fair game to kill as a result. Sick. This person is sick and has 16,000 followers. America First nationalist. They're hitting that this is because of Sunnis in Iran already. New commentary by attorney and retired NYPD. Yeah, Mossad commentary hitting the line that this is a Sunni Shia conflict. Yeah, the dude's name is fucking Caleb Vasquez. And Kane something. Okay, it was not fucking Sunni Shia conflict. That's not a real thing that happens on U.S. soil, regardless. The Israel First Laura has deleted this post saying the shooters at the Islamic Center of San Diego were Muslims when it's clear they weren't. It's Muslim on Muslim jihad, dude. They don't even hide it. Like, this is just how it is. If it's a white person, they'll say, oh, transgender, right? If the victims are Muslim, then it's, I guess, Muslim on Muslim violence. It's never the actual perpetrators who always overwhelmingly happen to be white guys, white supremacists. Yeah. Tree of Life, Pittsburgh, Charlottesville, Tops Market, Buffalo, Islamic Center of San Diego. White supremacy will not stop in this country until it is stopped. Downside of right wing getting dumber is they don't have to try anymore. I know it's getting. I mean, it's been ridiculous, but it's getting even more ridiculous. Anyway, here we'll get back to the Long Island Railroad. Representative Fine, I think that Hassan the Hun does not speak proper English. They're too busy teaching Muslim terror at his Turkish madrasa. What? Editor in chief at DC Reporter. It's so they're right. I'm illiterate. Then you have a Nazi in the replies too. It's great. What an incredible time to be alive.
And it will cost taxpayers $1.8 billion to settle.
Okay, this is the Trump IRS thing. Okay.
Governor Kathy Hochul, flanked by MTA leadership, urged both sides to make a deal.
The bottom line is no one wins in a strike. Everyone is hurt. The hundreds of thousands of people who rely on the railroad and the thousands of unionized workers who are losing out on wages.
The Long Island Rail. That's what I depend on 5 days a week.
Officials asking commuters to work from home if they can.
I have a feeling it's going to be mayhem. I think everyone's going to be really late to work and it's going to be a lot of traffic.
The New York State Comptroller saying that this loss could actually amount to $61 million in loss in economic activity in total. Nora?
All right, Drake Duncan with that big story. Thank you so much.
As we've been talking about here all morning long, it's day 3 of the LIRR strike, and there is no deal on the table just yet. We're joined now by John Samuelson.
Great framing by Kathy Hochul, acting as though the LIRR workers are actually on the opposing side of the commuters, when in fact, it's actually those on the state side and the city side that are not abiding by or not offering them a contract for what, fucking 3 years at this point, or almost 4 years. Totally ridiculous. Okay. It's not the workers versus the commuters, it's workers versus the state.
the international president for the Transit Workers Union. John, thanks for taking a couple of minutes here just to help us kind of, I guess, clear through the air here. Your union, not part of this strike, but you have negotiated with the MTA before. How do you expect this morning's negotiations to go now that a weekday commute is being impacted, as we've been detailing? And from what we've heard after last night into the early morning, some significant progress has been made for the first time.
Yeah, so there does appear to be progress.
So much misinformation spread about what LIRR workers make, what their job duties are, etc. It's so fucking frustrating, dude. It's all coming from people on the left. No, those aren't leftists, okay? Those are nasty fucking liberal perverts who hate labor, okay? It's a common thing that happens all the fucking time amongst liberals who will, anytime there's a work stoppage, they'll go, you already have a lot of money. Look how much more money look how much more money you make in comparison to all these other workers that are making less money. It's like, yeah, they should unionize and they should also get a better pay as well. What the fuck is this? What the fuck's this conversation? There has never been in the history of contract negotiations, I need you to understand something. There has never been an instance where a labor union has demanded such high pay that it is virtually impossible for that business to stay afloat. Okay? Like that's a lie. It's a classic lie. Well, they'll be like, "Oh, well, you're going to cause the business to be bankrupt. It's going to go underwater." No, dumbass. The workers also fucking understand fundamentally that if the business is forced to downsize or go underwater, they're just not going to have jobs anymore. Okay? That's bullshit. Another incredibly bullshit fucking line is always pitting the striking workers against the rest of the workforce to be like, see, these are their fucking these are their incredibly high salaries. How dare they ask for more? How fucking how greedy. It's like, no, they're not fucking greedy, man. They want more of their own productive output. It's perfectly valid. Okay? And I hate when dumb fucks that are not a part of that union, and sometimes other union workers will even engage in this dumb fuck ass bullshit where they'll be like, well, they are making a lot of money actually. Never. Okay? Get that shit out of your mind. Okay? Get that out of your mind. The media will always be obviously antagonistic towards labor unions. That's just how it is. Their job is to side with capital. In this circumstance, it's obviously a public sector labor union. So, they're going up against the state and also the expensive consultants that the state hires, for the record. Because the state would much rather hire expensive private contractors and consultants and lawyers to make sure that they actually get away with not paying a fair contract, not signing off on a fair contract, so that, the labor unions don't actually learn the lesson that they can actually fight for fair contracts, right? Anyway, pro-union video on LIRR from Chuck Park. Okay, Mallory Blair, I got it. He has a pro-labor union video here. There you go. Fuck it. I think Chuck Park's entire team is in my chat. I think his entire operation is comprised of Hassan Abihez, because you guys literally constantly, someone sneezed in New York and Chuck Park was there. Okay? Someone sneezed in New York and Chuck Park was there. You have to watch this video. There's 11 people that watched it. You have to be the 12th person.
Morning in New York City, and 300,000 commuters are screwed. Long Island Railroad workers are on strike, and to be honest, I've seen a lot of people blaming them for the shutdown, which is bullshit. Yeah, I know. They make $136,000 a year. So what? That's right in line with a New York City nurse or firefighter. So what do they want? To not fall behind. 3.5% raises over 4 years to keep up with inflation. It takes Elon Musk 8 seconds to make $136,000. The people at the top, they're making millions in their sleep. But every time workers ask for a break, somehow we're the enemy. We have enough. It's just a question of who our leaders think deserves it. So don't blame the workers. Don't even blame the MTA. Blame the establishment politicians who are fighting harder for their corporate donors than the technicians, engineers, and conductors of the Long Island Railroad. It's Monday.
Yeah. Alex Bronzini vendor. The median LIRR worker earns 60th percentile income in Nassau County and roughly 70th in Suffolk. Immediately before the strike, they rejected a pay raise offer far outpacing inflation since 2022. They want the LIRR riders to subsidize their already high wages. What is this? This is a Yale graduate, right? Pretty sure. Or still in Yale. Still at Yale. Yeah. The greedy worker, man. The greedy worker. Many such cases. He transferred from Columbia to Harvard. Okay, not Yale, Harvard. The MTA offered 9.5 over the first 3 years. Cumulative inflation since 2022 is over 15%. The MTA also demanded a 500% healthcare premium hike on new hires. Comparing 24/7 federally regulated rail work to a blended county median is a statistical illiteracy. Yeah. How greedy of these guys, man.
So right now, obviously, we have the very unfortunate situation of a strike. The strike was caused by the governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul, and Janno Lieber. Absolutely, for sure. In the waning hours of the expiration of the contract, the MTA began regressively bargaining. There's no employer that does that unless they're seeking a strike. When you begin regressively bargaining.
I saw a dumbass tweet talk about how he asked one of the strikers voted for MAGA and he said fuck him or whatever. Oh my God. Labor unions are not about fucking conservative politics or liberal politics. Labor unions are just about a fucking fair contract. Okay? It doesn't matter. There's going to be fucking rank and filers who are right wing. There's going to be rank and filers who are liberal. It's about labor. Okay? It's just about a fair contract. It's about getting better benefits. It's for workers' rights. This kind of insanely stupid framing. Oh, well, they're right-wing. Oh, the Teamsters are famously and notoriously right-wing. Like, who gives a fuck, man? Who cares? What are you, stupid? Man, that was everyone saying UPS Teamsters were getting too much in our last contract as well. I remember, despite the fact that I was leading the charge in my building for a no vote because we had no protections against AI and automation. And now, look, they're not crying about our wages anymore because they're celebrating UPS laying off 78,000 workers. Like, this kind of shit annoys me to no end. Are the Republicans worse than the Democrats when it comes to labor unions? Of course they are. Okay? They are. They are. It's true. But a lot of Democrats are incredibly annoying on this issue because they act as though the average American citizen, the average rank and filer in a fucking labor union is not matching the performance of the Democratic Party with its weakest, most anti-labor union candidates. They are, because from their perspective, there's marginal differences between one party over the other. The other one is obviously constantly looking for new ways to deregulate, constantly looking for new ways to fuck over the working class. But the Democratic Party is still, unfortunately, measured by its weakest, most anti-labor candidates. Because as a national party, those anti-labor union electeds are the ones who fuck up things like card check. Okay? So you can say you want to do card check all day, every day. You can talk about how much you want to improve unionization rates in the country. But as long as you don't whip the fucking votes to get that legislation done, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter that you're saying you're pro this or that. Okay? That's an unbelievable problem that, weirdly enough, the Democratic Party never recognizes. Okay? The rotating villain system that the Democratic Party has creates two ineffective fucking parties. One is obviously more effective because they are openly working at the best of capital. The other one is also working at the best of capital, but will present themselves as though they are on the side of labor unions. But when push comes to shove, the National Democratic Party also falls short of what's necessary as far as doing right by labor unions. And then the rank and filers, just like every other goddamn sector, every other goddamn non-unionized labor force, makes a decision on culture war issues. Okay? That's it. There's a reason why Teamsters are, for the by and large, super fucking based. Okay? The rank and filers are. You want to know why they just are fine with Sean O'Brien, regardless of Sean O'Brien's chud politics? It's not because Teamsters rank and filers are fucking pro-Republican Party across the board. They're fine with Sean O'Brien because Sean O'Brien got him a decent fucking contract. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's literally it, because he fights for their contracts. That's all these guys understandably care about. Okay? Pair that up with the fact that labor unions no longer have any sort of political education and don't have a lot of institutional muscle. And for the most part, unfortunately, many unions are just a Democratic Party electoral machine, a part of the part of the turnout machine for the Democrats, and they're just comfortable with like the marginal gains that they can make in their individual sectors. And you arrive at less than 10% unionization of this fucking country, worse than a country like Chile, which we wrote the Constitution of directly. We intervened in their affairs and installed a neoliberal fascist by the name of Pinochet. Chile has a higher union participation rate in their labor force at 15%. Think about that. The Chicago Boys destroyed that fucking country and turned it into a neoliberal testing ground, and they still have a higher union participation rate than we do. That's how fucked up America is. That's how much we fuck ourselves over. Oh, I think this is why the LIR thing makes me so mad. Dems are heading for a landslide victory because of inflation and cost of living crisis. Why turn your fire on workers whose wages are being so eroded on the exact moment when they're turning against Trump failed policies? The brand new New York Times poll points towards a shellacking for the GOP driven by Trump's putrid polls, an unpopular war with Iran, and anger about his economic policy. But in reality, the crosstabs is even worse than the headline suggests. Trump's overall approval is a putrid 38%. But what it is with the voters that won him the 2024 election, in Latino voters, he had a 51 point drop. Voters aged 18 to 29, he has a minus 57% approval rating, and a net disapproval of 57. With independents, a net 43, a net negative 43% disapproval rating. An important segment of Trump's base hates the war in Iran. Okay, minus 23% of GOP voters disapprove of the war, and 22% think going to war with Iran was the wrong decision. The problem is worse among Trump 2024 voters, 28% of whom disapprove of the war. Democrats have a massive 14% advantage on the generic ballot among those most likely to vote, and Latinos prefer Democrats by 30 points. A real warning sign for all those gerrymandered districts in Texas and Florida. Okay? And Democrats will look at this and go, you know what? This means we got to stay the course. No changes here. My union president got picked up drunk in a government vehicle on the first day of negotiations, then checked himself into rehab and disappeared for a month. Don't think I'm voting for him again. Okay, well, you're Oversleepers Anonymous. Okay, what's better, oversleeping or, having a little bit of fun every now and then? I didn't realize that having fun was illegal. Okay, you should reward your union leader for having a little bit of fun. Your union rep is having fun. Okay. Seems to me like he's working hard. Yeah, legalize comedy, legalize fun. Why can't a guy have a little drinky sometimes? I agree. Anyway, New York subway hearing erupts as lawmaker snaps shut up amid grilling over guards letting fare jumpers walk. Jano Lieber and Senator Mario Matera clashed over $35 million security contract as fare evasion and fares continue to rise. What? Chatter's boss? People in the comments saying she lost their vote? Yeah, I'm the Chatter's boss. It was me. Just having a little drinky. Who amongst us hasn't drank on the job? In what way are MAGA voting Long Island Railroad strikers turning away from Trump? They love Trump. His crudeness and racism is precisely why they voted for him. Okay, none of this matters. I don't give a fuck if they voted for Trump. I don't give a fuck if they like Trump, okay? I don't give a fuck if they want to vote for Trump again. Do they deserve a better contract? Yes. That's all that matters to me. And the same goes for universal health care. A lot of liberals hate Republicans. I do too, okay? I'm with you on that one, liberals, all right? I despise reactionary politics. I think it's toxic. I think it's gross. I think it's violent, okay? And I also think it's a distraction, okay? Reactionary politics is a distraction away from class politics. However, I still want everyone to have health care, okay? That's it. It's that fucking simple. I want all the motherfuckers that come in here to be like, you've killed Kaita. Where is Kara? Where's Kara? You killed Kara. I want every single one of those motherfuckers to have health care. Okay? I want all the people who call me a fucking terrorist to also have health care. I want them to have free college education. Okay? That's it. I don't give a shit if they're objectively evil. Okay? I don't care. Oh my God. They voted for the bad guy. So they deserve to not have their wages increased. Okay, well, there's plenty of people who didn't vote for the bad guy in those unions. It's the same principle behind like wanting to punish the South. Yeah, you know who else lives in the South? Black people. Like, what are we talking about?
bargaining in the end game. You're doing it to make everything go into chaos.
So let me ask you this: your thoughts then on the fact that they from what everyone's saying, including General Lieber, who we talked with earlier, the 3 years of the contract was all set. Everybody seemed to agree on that. It's that fourth year that they wanted included on this that none of the other unions, and I assume your union as well, have.
Yeah, so General Lieber is actually being a little bit on the disingenuous side. It's not, not a shock, but he's busy telling everybody that the Long Island Railroad workers are demanding wage increases that the other unions do not want, or that the wage increases that the Long Island Railroad workers are demanding are more than what the other unions already have. And none of that is true. None of that is true. The other unions at the MTA are seeking a really positive outcome for this strike. In no way are they seeking more money than what the other unions are seeking. This is a fiction that Jano and Governor Hochul are spreading.
Got any idea why you think they would be doing that?
Yeah, they're trying to disparage the unions that are striking against the MTA and against Governor Hochul.
I get, but what's the upside with that, though? Since you've got, 250,000 commuters, which are your constituents, their constituents. If you're saying this is Governor Hochul's thing, I mean, I'm trying to find what the upside of that would be.
Yes, this is a fucking contract that has to be ratified democratically by the labor union, or a contract that can be unilaterally decided on by the fucking bosses. In every single contract negotiation that leads to a work stoppage, it is insanely easy for the bosses to concede to the just demands that the labor union makes. It's unbelievably simple. All you got to do is crunch some fucking numbers and go, sure, I'm signing off on the dotted line. That's it. On the other side, on the labor union side, however, okay, the workers have to ratify that contract. They have to look at the contract, okay? They have to see if it's the best possible and they have to make additional demands potentially. There's a democratic process on the other side of it. And yet on the media side, this conversation always is, the conversation is always pitting the working class, the labor union, against the rest of the working class, the commuters, okay? Oh, don't you care about your patients if this is a nurse that's striking, like a nursing union that's striking, right? If it's teachers, it's like, oh, don't you care about your students? Of course they do. They want to have a better work environment in general, okay? They want to make sure that they have the safest workplace possible. For nurses unions, one of the major demands universally is always that the hospitals are not hiring enough fucking nurses. That reduces the quality of care that nurses are capable of delivering. For example, okay? It's not greed. Greed is on the boss side, not on the fucking labor union side. And yet, from the perspective of the media, they always present the fucking working class as though they're greedy. Oh, you want to hold on to some more dollar bills, you fucking piece of shit. Get back to work. It's so stupid.
The upside is that the upside to them is that they're trying to disparage the character of the striking workers. They're trying to make them out to be greedy, public sector workers. And the truth of the matter is that they haven't had a contract.
You should be embarrassed, okay? You should be embarrassed to say those words. Wow, look at these fucking greedy public sector workers. What an insane thing to say.
In 3 years, the wage increases that they're seeking are around 3.6% on average over the life of the deal. Inflation today, 3.8%. So this narrative that these are greedy commuter rail workers just looking for more than everybody else is completely false.
Let me ask you this. Based on what you're hearing, then do you think you hate the fact that it had to come to a weekday commute and that you're in day 3 right now, but do you think this is something that can be resolved relatively quickly, or do you think everybody's going to kind of, stick their foot in the ground here and stand pat?
Yeah, I do. I think it's resolvable. It should have never happened. And it's certainly resolvable. The MTA needs to move into a rational meet inflation position. They're not there. They keep offering gimmicks such as lump sums, which don't increase hourly wages. They don't compound. If they want to settle, they can stop offering gimmicks and start offering solid wages.
I'm a public sector worker in Canada, and our nominally social democrat government forces to strike for a full month last year. Yeah. I mean, none of this is supposed to happen. If you give a fair contract, then nobody fucking strikes. It's that simple. Again, two sides to every contract negotiation, two sides. And the media only fucking focuses, puts the blame, puts the evil on the labor side every single fucking time. I've covered this shit for years, okay? They always demonize the workforce. They always demonize the workers, the greedy employees that are money grubbing. They're money hungry. They want too much. It's ridiculous. Like, what are you fucking talking about? You're a fucking journalist. You're a reporter. You're literally a worker too, dumbass. Half of those motherfuckers are also in unions themselves too.
Increases.
Yeah, I guess you understand though, in the position that you're in, these are, you know, you hate for people to have to suffer, but these are the negotiating tactics, whether it's the federal government, local government. These are the tactics we see more and more these days.
Right, so what we have is a strike. The contract has been unsettled for 3 years. So Governor Hochul
Yeah,
and
that's the other thing. Like, they've been trying to establish a contract for 3 years. Like, what's the expectation here? Did they just keep going for a fourth? One of the other funny elements of this is they'll always be like, oh, why now? Like, I remember when the longshoremen came out to strike, they were like, what are you doing? It's right before holiday season. It's like, yeah, bitch, that's when they have maximum leverage. Okay, what do you mean? Of course they're gonna fucking do it at a time when it's costly to the business, or do it at a time when it's costly to the fucking state. That's the whole point. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. They should have done it. They should have done it when everyone could just avoid them. It's so stupid.
They chose not to settle the contract. It went to 2 presidential.
Bro, it's so bad. It's so bad in this country. It's so busted in this country. Like, dude. They can't even strike for a fair contract, let alone engage in labor militancy against like policies. Because like there is under normal circumstances, like a place like Italy, even okay, what do they do general strikes for? Labor unions will do a general strike like their own Longshoremen's Association, their own like unions in the logistics side will literally shut down ports because they're shipping weapons to Israel. Okay, that's unbelievable. I can't even comprehend that, right? Like, that's not even a thing. Okay, wait, what? Never mind. While we were talking about it, Hochul, tonight the MTA reached a fair deal. Well, there you have it. That's why strikes work. Okay. As of 5 minutes ago, while I was in the process of describing the necessity of labor unions, they already reached a contract. Literally mid-rant. Look at that. Oh my God. Talking all that shit. No, it's fucking worth it. What do you mean? They've been looking for a contract for 3 years, man. What the fuck are you talking about? They've been looking for a contract in 3 years. They got it in 3 days after they struck. That's it. Bruh, the commute from Long Island this morning was 4 hours. It's good to see they strikes. There it is. They reached a fair deal with 5 LUR unions that delivers raises for workers while protecting riders and taxpayers. I'm pleased to announce that phased LUR service will resume beginning tomorrow at noon. This is why they don't want it. Facts, the commute was awful. Good thing I'm in a union and got paid to rot on the LIE, baby. LUR. Brother, the Knicks playoff game is tomorrow. They knew who they didn't want to piss off. Yeah, look at the New York Times framing. Look at this. Look at this fucking... God damn it. Look. As the Long Island Railroad strike continues, tens of thousands endure painful commutes. Look at these greedy fucking public sector unions. Yeah. FYI, I work in Suffolk County government in Long Island, and the union I'm in hasn't been able to meet with the parties to get a new contract starting January 2025, so this happens more than you think. Yeah. Yeah, look at that $15 t-shirt that he has on. He wants a new one. He's disgusting. Your greed disgusts me, sir. Look at him. Look at him akimbo. Not 1, but 2 pickets. Okay? He's holding up 2 placards. Disgusting. How dare you? Save some for the rest of us. Greed. Your greed sickens me. Do you see Courtney Love knows who you are? Yes.
Girl.
Is this an OnlyFans woman?
This looks like a porn bed.
So doing that Zara Larson like bright neon bikini thing.
Yeah.
Using a lot of blush and a lot of highlighter on
the nose.
The Bratz pillow and the pink headphones.
She's trans.
This is a trans girl who loves watching gay guys She's a fujoshi.
What's a fujoshi?
It's like the anime term for girls that are obsessed with gay guys.
Yeah, I've heard that straight women are driving the numbers on Heated Reverend.
And lesbians. I think she's doing like slutty Twitch streaming.
And then Hassan's on all day long.
She learned how to slutty Twitch stream from this.
Hassan Piker's great, but like that he puts out these photos where he's a beefcake.
He is such a thought, and I'm going to
He's
say
a
right
whore.
now, Hassan, respond to my DMs. You're being a fake friend.
Who does Hassan? It's like
Courtney, I'll tell you after the
He's
episode.
the best pussy in LA.
The smell of the room is like
Bath and Body
toxic cupcake spray.
She was like, I always want to go to the
What the
Sprinkles
fuck?
Cupcake ATM.
Except
What the fuck is happening?
That is over.
Oh my God. Lana.
Whoa,
Lana.
It's Lana's entire discography.
She's not as normy as she may seem because she didn't enter Charlie at Brat.
Right.
And I feel like this girl actually likes rock music. I'm glad Charlie is alienating normie bitches. like
Please,
that.
that's the greatest song I've ever heard.
It's a
2
great
minutes
song.
long.
I saw her at Barclays Center and I was like, why are most of the people here so ugly and poorly dressed? For her next album cycle, it will probably be like hot people who wear good clothes.
She's got a
No, Courtney loves the Hasanabe head. Yes, it's now officially been revealed for everyone. But that's crazy.
Call the herd.
Yeah, she has to call the herd.
I like that people are mad about it.
Yes.
So it's just a fucking troll. Like, just play some rock music for God's sake.
She won me back.
I had a CXOXO summer.
Yes.
The early Charlie to Lana pipeline. This can't be a cis girl. Lana
Right.
tells me nothing about a person other than they're not Taylor Swift, which means they're cool.
While she might be normie, her taste level is simply too high to be cisgendered.
She has a good life and no drugs on board.
I can see her doing some
Other than
ketamine.
this.
What's that?
Yeah, I gotta do interior motives. This is the new hottest show in town.
Estrogen.
It's basically fucking GeoGuessr, but for rooms, and you identify the sexuality, the age, and the location of and the gender of the person, judging by just looking at their rooms. Invite people to our fucking podcast. Okay, chill.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. 24, trans girl straight. I'm going to go with Philadelphia.
I'm gonna say 23, trans girl, straight.
Let's see. Oh, come on. Oh, I hate when they don't do the reveal in the fucking promo. God damn it. The concentration of not in the Bible words in this clip is off the charts. I mean, yeah, I have grown a liking to Ivy Volk, I think. I don't know enough about her at all, but every clip I see of her is very funny. Maybe I'm being psyoped, but I think she's funny. She's a lot more charismatic than the fucking Red Scare girls are. That's for sure. Like when I first encountered her in the wild on the internet, I thought this is like a dime square transphobe potentially. You're getting one-shotted by curated clips, bro. No, she's pretty funny. She was pretty funny on the John Marco podcast. She's like a very funny person. She's awesome. Every single bad thing about her is from when she was like 15 and manic during COVID. Yeah, no, I don't know the deep dive shit. I was just being unbelievably prejudiced because of the archetype. Like I did, she has the vibes, the catatonic vibes of a dime square fan, which is somehow even worse than being on like a Red Scare fan, from Dime Square, which is worse than being on Red Scare even. But maybe it was the bangs, I don't know. But she's actually genuinely funny. She's genuinely funny. I've seen her on all these different shows, and she actually has like good she has good output. Anyway, her career is taken off, so she avoided the right-wing pipeline. Yeah. Oh, by the way, let's take a look. Let's check in with our friends. Okay? Let's check in with our friends.
Not a socialist, but everybody deserves a right for health care.
That's socialism.
And, well, and you need...
Wait. But hang on a minute. You're saying I'm not a socialist, but then you're like, I do, though, want socialized health care. That's socialism.
I don't know if that's called socialism.
It is.
Everybody needs to have the right to have a doctor and be taken care of and have an advocate that helps you figure this out, because there are none here. There are none.
Yes.
What I'm going through now with your father, it is like...
Yes.
But it shouldn't have taken me to be in this position to know this, but it did.
Okay.
So I'm
and that's
here.
fine. And I think that that's a...
Not gonna say it. Not gonna say it.
I think that's a very common thing with most MAGA people. It's hard for you to look outside your immediate life to find empathy for anybody in a situation that you yourself are not personally in.
Right.
You are in that now. You are seeing firsthand that the medical system in America has nothing to do with doctors or patients. It is completely run by insurance companies.
Insurance companies. That
They
is
make
correct.
every decision.
That is correct.
So, like Dad right now, Bob, for those watching the show, he's in a rehab facility trying to get better, to get back on his feet. And the decision about how long he should stay in this place.
Typical chud has to be affected personally. Okay, calm down. Oh, first of all, you're literally a doctor now. You can't be fucking saying shit like that. Okay, motherfucker, you're literally a doctor. Calm down. Okay, that's number one. Number two, that's crazy. Chatter earlier is like, I'm officially a doctor now, by the way. And then later at night, he's like, fuck Bob. You can't do that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, okay. No, she was already on board with this kind of stuff. The first interaction that I had, she was on board with it.
Is not made by the doctor, is not made by the patient. It is made only by
See, as Dr. Jihad, okay, I abide by my Hippocratic oath, and I'm racist across the board, okay? I'm not just like holding out on racism just for the chuds. I do racism to the wokes as well. I teach everyone everything that I learned in my doctorate. Yeah, that's what you got to do.
the insurance company who has a bottom line about profits. That's all that matters. That's how the entire American medical system is run right now.
And we will be kicked out of the rehab facility next week sometime.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that was loud. Wait, I thought you just knew racism, not practiced it? No, I time to come clean. I'm a physician of racism. That's right. I've done, yeah. Yep. I didn't just go to school. I did my residency in the racism factory. I am a learned and practiced racist. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I did Doctors Without Borders. I went to, privileged white suburbs and practiced racism there. Okay. That's right. I was a combat racist. It's true. Dr. Jihad. You look like you're about to clock out. I am. I'm tired. Yeah. Oh, this was really funny from Kyle Byer. I saw this earlier. A good troll would just be reverse Brianna Wu, constantly say hyper woke shit, but then insist you're a Republican. Charles Barkley. Speaking of Brianna Wu, saying a little prayer there, Eve Barlow goes to Costco. Oh, no. I walked in the Costco and I saw Graza. The Jews are tired. I saw it. I can't believe it. I went into Costco and I saw free Gaza. And it turns out it was Graza. Extra virgin olive oil. E Fatlo. For a moment, I thought Costco had been lost to Hamas. OKC versus Spurs, bro, come on. Not even a question. I'm already transitioning out of, I'm looking for a new GOAT, and I think we all know who my new GOAT is. What's your analysis on this? Can Shoika still make it? It's tough. It was inevitable. Nancy Pelosi has endorsed San Francisco Supervisor Connie Chan to succeed her in Congress, saying Chan stands above all the other candidates. Nancy Pelosi personally does not like Scott Wiener. Obviously, she hates Shoykot. The problem is a lot of the locals also a lot of the local left orgs don't trust Shoykot. And Connie, dude, San Francisco politics is so bad. I don't know what else to say. Like, for me, this is yet another clear-cut indication that Connie Chen is not going to be the progressive champion. Maybe I'm wrong. But they literally don't give a fuck. Like, they don't. San Francisco left genuinely is like, yeah, this is good, actually. Chance of negative polarization, maybe for the youth. But San Francisco politics is so busted and dusted. It's hard to look at it. It's hard to look at it as anything but it's what's fueling San Francisco politics at this point. It feels like it's just a lot of spite. Shoykot's whole thing has changed the party. A Pelosi endorsement doesn't change that calculus. No one who would vote for Shoykot who was holding out to see who Pelosi would pick. Yes, but will this actually... Okay, that it picks away from possibly a lot of institutional voters that were going to vote for Wiener. This actually guarantees... Like Nancy Pelosi's calculus here is this guarantees a Connie Chan second place slot. That's the problem, right? Because up until now, there was a very high likelihood that Weiner was just like picking up all of the, lifelong Dems. And then Connie gets to, Connie doesn't make it into the second slot. And Shoykot has a decent chance of galvanizing the progressive forces reluctantly at first into believing that he is a far better alternative than Scott Weiner. However, Nancy Pelosi hates Weiner and did this so that Connie eats away at some of Weiner's like already robust base of support, and it's genuinely not going to. The attacks on Connie Chan made on Hassan Piker starting to make a lot more sense. She's an establishment plant. I mean, you have no idea what you're talking about and refuse to engage honestly with anyone actually from San Francisco, just like Hassan. Oh, it's just we're outsiders. We don't understand it. Okay, we don't understand. San Francisco politics is so unique. It's so unique to any other place on the planet. You guys are right. I give up. Okay, I fucking give up. I'm sorry. You're right, dude. You deserve it. You deserve what you get, San Francisco. Have fun. I understand. I'm sympathetic. To building a robust progressive force in one of the fucking centers of capitalism in this country, and then have it ripped away from you because a bunch of fucking psychotic tech CEOs destroyed the movement that you were building before it actually had any opportunity to exist freely. Okay, I understand that. I'm sympathetic to that. I still think that there is a unique opportunity here to put forth a very bold candidate. Okay, a very, very bold candidate, very radical candidate that actually will move to make that change. Shoykot isn't a socialist. Why is SFDSA catching strays? They didn't endorse Connie. No, I'm not even talking about San Francisco DSA, even though there are. No, I'm talking about like all of the left forces on the ground, including the labor unions, are totally aligned alongside California machine politics. The way I see it is we have to break the forces of California machine politics, the Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff contingency, the Gavin Newsom coalition. And that's the same reason why I'm much more favorable towards Tom Steyer as opposed to like Becerra, for example, who is the representative of California machine politics. These people are fucking malleable. Okay? These people are malleable. These people are not your allies. I would much rather pick an outsider in that situation. If I had the capacity to vote in San Francisco, I would much rather vote for an outsider than vote for an insider who is center left. That's it. They just have organized labor leadership is oftentimes captured by the Democratic Party machine. We need an inside-outside strat for labor unions too, like we did with UAW and Sean Fain. I know. I'm not even gonna like the labor unions in the state. I work with them, obviously, and sometimes they arrive at decent politics, but they can also play a formative role, like they're doing in Pennsylvania right now with Sharif Street against Chris Rabb, right? They will always back the corporate Democrat horse in most circumstances. Connie Chen is a moderate progressive local politician who's been around, and she was hand selected by the institutional left that remains in San Francisco because they did not trust Shoykot Chakrabarti. He's a centimillionaire. He's made decisions in local politics that people understandably are frustrated by. And the problem here is, even if all of those forces united, like even if if Shoykot wasn't around and it was just Connie Chen versus Scott Weiner, I still think Scott Weiner wins, right? Stop saying Connie Chen. It's Connie Chan. Chan? What am I saying? Connie Chan. Am I saying it wrong or are you fucking with me? Connie Chan. What? Okay. You said like Chen like 4 times. I think I'm saying it right, but maybe I'm saying it wrong. Anyway, listen. Connie Chan. Okay. So what I was saying is, I think a matchup with all of the left forces and the financial power that Shoykot has creates a far more likely scenario for Shoykot to defeat Scott Weiner than Connie Chan defeating Did I say it right? Now I'm like worried about fucking saying it wrong. Defeating Scott Wiener. Because she already has all those endorsements and she's having a hard time securing the second slot, like the second place slot. Shoykot, with money and also the backing of people like myself, outsiders in general, has been able to comfortably rise to the second slot with no institutional left backing whatsoever. So I do think that he has the capacity to, if he got that boost, to potentially defeat Scott Wiener, who is a force to be reckoned with, considering that his state district is literally the exact same fucking congressional district, pretty much. It's, at the end of the day, there's virtually, I think there's virtually nothing I can do. I hate the amount of animosity I've garnered because I see all of the fucking I see all of the San Francisco leftist Twitter accounts that are just like constantly saying like, I'm a real piece of shit. I'm trying to interfere in your own personal politics. Bitch, I'm from this state, okay? The fuck are you talking about? I'm from the motherfucking state. And I have a shit ton of my people that live in San Francisco as well, okay? I'm not interfering in your fucking politics as an outsider like I'm carpetbagging San Francisco. I'm carpetbagging everywhere, okay? This is a goddamn congressional race. If you understand what I'm doing when I go to fucking St. Louis, right, then you can probably understand what I'm doing in San Francisco as well. I hate that you aren't from here shit. Make your argument on policy. Yeah, it's never that. It's always like his past funding. Every single guy that he's literally given money to, by the way, is actively pushing for Scott Wiener. Every single one. Like, not a single one of those guys like, oh, actually, Shoykot's a great guy. I really like his policies. They're not endorsing him. They're actively working against them alongside Scott Wiener. Yeah, as a DSA San Francisco member, I don't completely agree with you, but your carpetbagging would have been welcomed if it was for an actual DSA candidate, so that's frustrating. Yeah, it's so stupid. I work with fucking DSA candidates all around the country, and so does, you know who else does that? Shoykot Chakrabarti, okay? Do you understand that Shoykot has not applied for an endorsement? No, I do. This is not even DSA San Francisco. DSA San Francisco doesn't endorse non-socialists anyway, and Shoykot Chakrabarti does not call himself a socialist, okay? Anyway, who was the DSA candidate? There's no DSA candidate in this race. Connie Chan is not a DSA candidate. Anyway, it's so fucked. Yeah, I saw the Mayor Lurie popularity poll, and that's when I knew San Francisco was fucked anyway. Look at this. Is Mayor Lurie still popular? Our new poll checks in on the state of San Francisco. They fucking love this guy, apparently. They love a billionaire. They love a billionaire mayor. 74% of respondents approved of Lurie's performance so far, essentially unchanged from a year ago, far higher than London Breed's in 2024, the last of her more than 6 years in office. Still, he has some persistent weak spots. As was the case last year, Lurie receives lowest rating on homelessness and housing. Yeah, I think this is why the Nancy Pelosi endorsement is big for Connie, because they fucking love Nancy Pelosi over there, okay? It's just the youth, from what I understand, that has a distaste for Nancy Pelosi, and I don't know if this will negatively polarize youth turnout in favor of Shoykot. She's still popping in SF? What do you mean? She's been the fucking SF speaker emerita from San Francisco for longer than I've been alive. It's just not even a thing. Nancy Pelosi is the god of San Francisco politics. Anyway, I'm trying my best. I do believe that most of the progressive forces will get behind Shoykot if he makes it to second place. Jay Mershon, why do you think we're talking about this? You're linking this. Things just got super interesting. Yeah, I know. This is, that's how we started talking about this conversation. I mean, it was gonna happen regardless. I'm just confused. I'm just shocked that it happened now, right before. So they must not be happy about Connie Chan's performance thus far in the polls. Pelosi was elected to the House in 1987. Can you please wish me a happy graduation? I just graduated yesterday and you helped me get through high school. Happy graduation, chatter. Dog, I just got recognized at fucking Walgreens because of wearing your marriage. The guy who recognized me was a Hassan hater, was ranting about how you're a fake communist. Was he a real revolutionary? He's a fake communist. Unlike me, a real revolutionary. I'm actually stealing this food right now. Fucking Hassan, he'd never steal food. All he would do is go on the bourgeois newspaper, the New York Times, to talk about micro looting. He was a Walgreens cashier with a receding hairline. Oh, God. Stale 2000? You might see this clip. You can't even make fun of that? No, I can't. Well, I'll fight for him to have better wages every day of the damn week. You know what I mean? Squirrel cooked your ass. It's true. Every day. Every day I'm outed as a Zionist. Every day I'm outed as a genocide lover and a Zionist. Every damn day of the week. It's true. And then the next day I'm outed as a revolutionary terrorist, a radical Islamic terrorist. I'm both at the same time. Whatever the bad thing is in your life, I'm that. Okay? If you noticed, I get hit from both sides on every issue. I contain multitudes. I am both insufficiently revolutionary and a liberal sheepdog for capitalist interests. I'm also simultaneously a violent, tanky revolutionary who wants permanent first world genocide. I'm both at the same time. It literally is just whatever you don't like, I am that thing. Sometimes at the same time, you know? All right. But for the time being, I'm tired. I'm everything but a hog. No, some people call me a hog too. Some people will literally say I'm far too woke, and then without even a moment of reflection, will turn around and say, actually, he's anti-Asian or anti-black or anti-trans. You know what nobody accuses me of being? A gamer. Anyway, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got. Good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow I'm going to speak at a Tom Steyer rally. It's a labor rally, for the record. So look forward to that. All right. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There it is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say hey. hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you.